Welcome, everybody, to Pikes Peak, and this is the 100th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo and our live stream presented by Mobil 1. As you can see, less than ideal conditions, but the ground is drying out. I'm Jared Deanda. Joining me next to me is a gentleman that you might know. You love him. I love him. He's a great friend of mine and now a great friend of yours. If you don't know who he is, Tanner Faust is in the building.
Hey, very, very glad to be here with you, Jared. It's awesome.
Think it's, you know, I see you shaking a little bit.
I'm so nervous for these guys. It's honestly, it's not, I'm nervous for you. I know it's your first time talking.
Talking at Pikes Peak.
Yeah,
not my first time talking in general. I was mute up until about 5 seconds ago.
Yeah, and the altitude, how's that doing with you?
Altitude's good, and I appreciate your insight and your wanting to take me to the peak, and I saw some great photos. But altitude sickness is a thing. How does that play in the racer's mind, and how do you endure the elevation change from down here to all the way up there? How does a racer deal with that?
Well, in this race, it's super unique. You're going from about 9,000 feet to just over 14,000 feet.
Yeah.
So 14,115 feet.
Yeah.
Even when you fly airplanes, anything over 12,000 feet, you have to have oxygen. So it can affect you, and a lot of the drivers will have little tanks of oxygen, and they'll just switch that oxygen on at the bottom, and they'll be drawing from that oxygen the whole time. I've never noticed that much of a difference, but it can keep your decision making clear. And when you look at the visibility here, I mean, you need every bit of brain power you can muster once you're up at altitude. So any kind of advantage you can get over the mountain in taking control of yourself and over your competitors, you take it.
There's so many different elements here when it comes to the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Again, this is the 100th running, but it's been running for 106 years, but obviously had to take a break for World War I and World War II. So hence the 100th running, but the 106th year. There's just so many elements, and here we are. Like we said, we're kind of on. We're not on a delay. What did they exactly say at the drivers' meeting?
Well, at the drivers, we have a host of cameras that we have access to here, and so will you here in just a minute. But there's 13 cameras posted around the mountain. They're all connected with fiber optic cables because this mountain is weird. It has some crazy interference with anything wireless.
A lot of energy, man. You could feel it.
Yeah, it is the energy, right? And so the drivers' meeting, generally what they're doing is they're letting the competitors know what they're seeing up there. Because they're driving trucks 24/7. They've been going for over a week. They've had, I don't know how much snow they had at the top. It looked like 5-6 inches, but they plowed all of that. They've got ground surface temperatures, which is above freezing, so it is just wet to the top. They let the competitors know that, so there aren't any surprises for these guys when they're up there going all out.
Guys and gals.
And gals in the fog. I mean, it's going to be a super challenge to drive this. I'm just looking at these screens of foggy corners.
It's driving up here. It was when we left Colorado Springs down kind of down into town. It was dry. There was no rain. Coming up here, it just got thicker and thicker. So imagine just the elevation change. They're saying it's 37 degrees up top, and yeah, you showed me you have that cool app because you're a pilot yourself, and yeah, that snow. But it you showed it to me. That was what, yesterday afternoon, 5-ish, right? And then 9 p.m. it dissipated, so it melted, and that's a good sign. Because last night I'm getting texts, what do you think? Are we running? And this whole week building up, it was abnormally warm. So, of course, Pikes Peak's here. Tomorrow, it's going to be beautiful. It's a great day to go golfing. But right now, it's all about the hill climb. 71 racers in total, if everybody on that driver's list is there. Running things a little bit different this year. You were talking about running order and running list. How are they running it?
In the past, they've done qualifying by class, and then you run in order of your class. This year, the exhibition class, which is the largest exhibition class I've ever seen, it's usually the natural gas, one maybe 2 electric cars. Now the exhibition class, because so many EV cars out there, so many kind of cars that don't fit in another box are running. You got a whole exhibition class. Then you have the Porsche Trophy class, which is all GT4 Club Sport Porsches that are all spec cars. Those will run in their qualifying order. And then they've taken the entire rest of the field, another 50, 60 cars, and they all qualify against each other. Yeah. So even if what it does is it means that even if you're fastest in your group, you still push in qualifying because you're qualifying against all the other classes.
Overall.
With the idea of running on the mountain as early as possible. Historically, the weather moves in here in the afternoon. So the organizers try to get the ball rolling. We've got Renee out there ripping it up in an Acura NSX, cleaning the course essentially, making sure that the course is ready to race. But everybody wants to get to the top of the mountain, and when the thunderstorms roll in, that can cause a red flag.
They were saying in the drivers' meeting, obviously they have their eyes in the sky, satellites. I mean, they got NORAD here, right? Here we are in Chicago, in Colorado. But yeah, it's a little early. We've been waking up early every morning, and it just adds to this feverish type quality that is the Pikes Peak hill climb. I mean, it's just, you could just feel it, you could sense it. What's going through the drivers' minds? There's a sense of calm. We just went to that drivers' meeting. It's great seeing these iconic names and faces. I mean, it being the 100th, people are coming out of the woodwork to really kind of stake their claim, make their name be heard. But so 2 things: calm, sense of calmness, and so many rad people here.
It's true. It is strangely well-known race around the world. It's a bizarre race. As we look at some of these images, the drivers, there's a giant screen looking at the pits. They're seeing these exact images also. So they're seeing Glen Cove right there, which if you've been at Pikes Peak, this is where you get your brakes checked on the way down. And if your brakes are too hot, they make you sit and cool off.
Yeah.
So what's going through the drivers' minds is, first of all, you're racing against the mountain. That's the first thing you're racing against here is I need to keep my car running at this extreme altitude. It's hard to live as a creature here, much less breathe oxygen as a machine and, make horsepower.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult for the car. Secondly is the battle with your own head. How much am I willing to push? And then really, unlike other races, the third thing is racing against the competitors. That sounds strange, but then you need to get the place. So you got to survive it, you and the car, and then you need to place in your class.
Yeah.
What happens when I think it's wet, and this is what goes through my mind, the second thing, the racing against yourself starts to change a bit. The risk versus reward. You're not going to break a record in the wet. So now, how much are you going to risk if you're not really going to take down that record? But the third thing, racing against the competitors, is critical.
Yeah.
The all-wheel drive car, suddenly that maybe they didn't have a chance, now they're like, ooh, it's really slippery. I can make up some ground here. Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of getting mixed up a little bit in the drivers' minds, and everybody wants to take advantage of the situation.
Yeah.
But this is the first race that I really did. I came out here in a Wells Coyote.
Yep. I saw that picture. If you haven't seen it, take a look. Tanner Faust's Instagram. This thing looks really cool. What year was that? You said, what year do you think it was?
It was 2002.
Okay.
It was 2002, and that Wells Coyote, it was 800 horsepower, weighed 1,600 pounds, alcohol burning. You literally change the mixture as you're climbing up, kind of like an airplane, actually.
Yeah.
But that was the first year I met Jeff Swart, who literally just finished talking to.
Yep.
And I've shot many commercials with Jeff. I've
Talented
shot
guy.
Art of Racing in the Rain. He was the second-year director on that, and I've made so many relationships, just as you have.
Yeah.
With so many people on this mountain.
It's so cool. It's an honor again to to be part of this. It's obviously sitting next to you, and then they asked me who they wanted. They said, we want you, Jared. It's awesome. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, Ryan Turk couldn't be here. I know.
Okay,
I know.
Chris Forsberg does not get the win every time.
He
Tanner Faust gets the win because he's sitting next to me. All joking aside, if you don't know who I am, I announce Formula Drift. I announce Nitro Rally, a bunch of different series, kids parties, bat mitzvahs, many different things. I make a mean balloon snake or a worm, depending on what animal
make me
you
a
want.
bicycle clown. Come on.
Dance monkey. But Tanner, your multiple 11 championships. 11.
I don't know if it's 11.
I mean,
I think you made that up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're gonna make a lot of things up. What we're not gonna make up is the history being made here.
That's right.
I just saw Blake Fuller. He will be our first driver out there on deck. Blake Fuller, he's created so many different companies. He's drifted in the days. He's done road racing. He's doing a lot of different things.
If you've heard of Braille Battery, he founded Braille Battery and the Puck.
Puck. That's
one
right.
of the original kind of portable lithium batteries. He was actually a drifter back in the day. Remember, he had a rear-wheel drive Acura
and a Honda Element.
And why not?
When I think aerodynamics, I think let's build a brick.
Yeah, make it go sideways and
Volvos,
smoke it up.
Scion XBs, Honda Elements. They're built for speed.
Interestingly, Blake, he had Braille Battery Company, so Blake, yeah. Interestingly, he was one of the first to drive a production-based EV up here. There were a group of engineers that had like home-built EVs driving up here, and he brought a Tesla out early in the days of Model S, I think, and kind of opened some eyes of what a production car could do up here. Now we've got a couple plaids, and I think the overall record is held by an EV car.
Yep.
Obviously not affected by the altitude when it comes to making horsepower. There's a lot of advantages of hill climbs and EVs, but Blake was one of the first, and he's going to be our first today.
Yeah, a pioneer, and you were talking about running order, so obviously not the fastest, but when you hit that plaid, and you know where that reference comes from, right?
Lay it on me.
When they call this Tesla Model S, and this is Elon having fun with everybody, plaid is from the movie Spaceballs.
Yeah, everything's from Spaceballs. Ludicrous, all that stuff, right?
Right. Ludicrous, speed, and plaid. I'm only saying that just because, all things considered, this is serious, and we really want to entertain and have some fun along with this, and pay respect to the mountain, and that's what it really is. I mean, there was a great prayer right before, and 300 plus million people here in the States, and here we are, and you get to join us along for this ride. And I like I said, you really have to respect the mountain. We've seen some people go off in practice, notably Unser. She's out here, the daughter,
Lonnie. Yep.
Lonnie, yeah, I just met her, had some few words with her, and a little bit nervous, but man, is her car okay? I know that they worked feverishly on it to get it here.
She went off on one of the toughest corners, actually just uphill from what we're seeing here. She went off on Cog's corner, but yeah, you can see this visibility is in the W's here, an area called 16 Mile, and says that it's 45 degrees, so that gives a little confidence to the drivers that there may not be ice on the road, but the actual visibility driving through this fog is nasty. Yes, they all have the track memorized, but you cannot push as hard when the fog is like this. You can't see the road surface. You're doing over 100 miles an hour in a few spots on this track, and up to some of the faster cars will do over 150. So it's not just like cruising 65 down the freeway in some fog, and even that you slow down.
I was just going to say that even us driving up here, mind you, it was dark, so it's obviously the sun's coming out, but it's hard to break through. You've been saying this is thick.
It's very, very thick.
And we're just in a rental car.
It's this kind of fog, and all you can do is go off of the history of how it works in this mountain. It's bizarre weather here. It all comes from the west side that we can't see, and all of a sudden thunderstorms appear and this and that. So you try to get as much information as you can, but this fog this thick will hopefully burn off. Historically, by 10, 11 o'clock, it burns off. The exhibition class, you got to feel for them. It's wet, so already the relief is gone a little bit that they're not shooting for a record.
Yep.
Okay, but it's a heated class. I mean, we have 14 exhibition cars, and some of them are very, very tight in time. So we've got a couple plaids. So Blake is also, he's already put a stamp on it as car number 100. He came here in the 100th running.
So cool.
And somehow snagged that 100 number. And so he wants to put his place in history, just like the other guys driving similar cars. So,
sorry to cut you off there. Notable names. You talk about Zwart. It's his 19th running. It's his 25 years, celebrating 25 years with Mobil 1. So that's crazy. That's good. Just really cool, calm cucumber, because he's doing double duty. He's, part of that, the Porsche Cup presented by Yokohama Tire, but also he's racing himself. So you got to think of that mindset. Rod Millen, I mean, bringing that Tacoma back out, and last time that run, it was gravel here. So, right?
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Rod was, I mean, he's one of my driving heroes. Really, I
That's
grew
awesome.
up, I wasn't a racing fan. I was a Rod fan
Really?
and a Colin McRae fan. Those were my two favorite guys, and it wasn't easy to find. We didn't, have YouTube to go track down videos, but when you saw them, they were just magic. They still are. Rod's out here in a car that, he did two. He held the record in Celica for 14 years.
Was that how long?
Yeah, 14 years, and it stood. I mean, that's I don't know, but that's one of the longest held records out here. Reese out here has made a name for himself in the
Reese
last
Millen,
10 years. Reese used to be my roommate, and so
I mean, you slept on his couch. Let's be honest.
I mean, he said that I was the pool boy, but technically, I just checked it.
Yeah.
I added chemicals sometimes. No, it was. We've been friends for a really long time. We've worked on many movies together, stunt driving, and so I've gotten to know Rod through Reese, and just a pure competitor. And so even though he's up here in a car from the 90s,
I was
late
gonna say
80s,
I feel like early 90s.
he wants to put his place in history. He wants to put a stamp on it, and so he's going to be pushing. And he's somebody who, with his experience, you mentioned Jeff Swart, his experience on the mountain. Those are the guys that see this fog, and yes, they're not going to break a record, but their experience is going to make them fast compared to their competitors.
It's really cool, and like I said, we're kind of holding right now, and talking about the weather. There's so many different elements, man. In synchronicity with the machine, going against the mountain. And as you said, Tanner, it's really great going against their competitors. What we're going to see, literally, figuratively, visibility right there. You see that, and that's kind of what we're battling right now. But we're going to be racing here in a little bit, as long as just everything doesn't freeze. So thanks for joining us out here, the 100th running of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, and this presentation brought to you by Mobil 1. All right, well, here we are, and talking about all the famous names here. Is that Randy Pobst? I'm seeing Randy right outside of our trailer, and Randy, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be getting ready? You got to come around this side. Again, casual. We were originally intended to be in the pit area, and we have a great Mobil 1 activation. Just given the conditions, they were kind to us and says, you know what, let's just go ahead and throw them in a trailer. So this gentleman, it's gonna get a little tight.
Randy.
It's gonna get a little intimate here. Here you go. I feel like that's good. Oh, that's perfect. Look at that, Randy.
Oh, no close-ups.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Shake my hand, would you? Are you cold? Let me warm it up. I am warm. I am warm. So, oh man, Randy, I feel like jokingly and lovingly, you're the heel of all the racers, and they respect you, but it gives them that opportunity because they love you and respect you so much that they like to make fun and poke fun.
Oh, that's what I'm here for, man. I've certainly done enough to be teased about.
Yeah.
Because I want to get out there and do it.
Yeah.
I don't want to watch. I want to do it, and that's what Pikes Peak is about for me.
Yeah.
It's the greatest thrill for a driver.
And if the fans don't know, what are you driving today?
Oh, I'm driving the Unplugged Performance Tesla Model S Plaid.
Okay.
I'm going up there in an electric car, and I think these conditions are really ideal for an electric car.
Wow.
We have all this instant torque, no shifting, no nothing. Electric powers very easy to control. And a Plaid Tesla has over 1,000 horsepower. And we have a real racing tire, a Yokohama Racing Rain. It's not just like a treaded street tire.
Yeah.
It's meant for this condition right here. And on top of that, I've always been good in the rain.
Yeah.
And
And humble. Most humble guy
I know.
knows.
Well, you never know what to expect,
I'm joking.
right?
No, absolutely.
But
And, yeah.
rain has historically been good for my results in races. We're definitely more competitive in the wet than we would have been in the dry. And we
Really?
were pretty good in the dry.
That's great. Go ahead, speak. Share microphones with Randy here.
Digital, no, you're good. You're good. Digital traction control, how it works differently, like in an electric car versus a combustion car. You have traction control on that car while you're running.
Heck no.
No. Oh.
No, I don't
Look
know.
at Randy the savage, man.
Traction control.
It's right there.
That's right, buddy.
He's pointing to his knee.
Yeah,
It's
because
traction control.
Yeah, because being a digital system, it's actually really quick.
Yeah.
And you don't even notice it really working that much. But I mean, with all-wheel drive and with the traction you have from the Yokohamas, it's probably still makes a lot of grip.
You know what, Tanner? We're in track mode, and I feel a little traction control working, especially in the hairpins. The thing, I get on it and it doesn't. It waits a moment, and the car blasts out of the switchbacks.
Yeah.
That's where we are strongest.
That's great.
And I think in the wet, it will still do that. With the all-wheel drive and the Yokohama racing tire, I'm counting on that.
That's great. And where are you running? Where's your order? What car are you off?
We are in exhibition class,
That's right.
and I'm going to be about 14th or so.
Last,
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, yeah.
13th.
Yeah. David Donner runs after us because in exhibition we go backwards from slow to fast.
Yep.
And Donner is amazing, and just beating him will be an accomplishment.
That's cool.
And the weather is such a mountain day, right? We're not going to know what to expect. It's going to change all day. These could be the best conditions of the day.
Right now, you're saying.
Yeah.
So Tanner was thinking that it was unfortunate for exhibition going first, but not so much the case.
Well, look, I look like I just came off a 3-day drunk.
You look great.
Which I don't.
Yeah.
But the weather forecasts that I've read have said rain later.
Okay.
It may get wetter. And I'm looking at these little clips that you got on your screen here, like Devils.
Yep.
Some of this looks pretty dry.
It looks not bad.
Yeah. And the good news is we're going to have a full racing rain tire. And normally they're pretty bad in the dry, but we're at Pikes Peak. The road doesn't have that much traction.
No.
Temperature's cold. The rain tire has a soft, sticky compound. And to scuff in the tires, we made one run on the optional practice on Friday. And I'm driving this rain tire. I'm thinking, this is pretty good.
Sweet.
I mean, I'm thinking we should run it in the dry even because of the compound.
Yeah. So how many times have you ran Pikes Peak?
This is number 8
Okay.
for me.
Right.
How many times dry? How many times dry, clean runs all the way to the top?
About half? Yeah.
It's really not bad.
I think one advantage for me is that I have run here in the wet. I ran a Bilstein Charger that Kevin Wesley's in this year. I drove that same car about 4 years ago. And in those days, they ran motorcycles, and the cars would run later. And if you weren't in the first few, you took a risk of getting rained on. And we did. I was the second one in the rain. And I had a great time. I made a great run. But because we were in the wet, you couldn't tell.
Right.
And the only person that beat me was Kevin Wesley, and he ran right in front of me.
There you go.
So, and he was on the same team. It was a cool experience that prepared me for today. I'll tell everybody, my racers out there, grip's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
Except
That's
for
good
the
to know.
double yellow stripe.
Oh, that gets a little slick.
It does.
Yeah.
That Charger,
The
I
paint.
complained to the team. I said, the limited slip's not working. And they're like, drive it. And so I'm going up, and every time he crossed that yellow stripe, the tire on the stripe would light up. Because that was a Hellcat Charger. It was very powerful. 2-wheel drive.
I wish we had our camera angles. Obviously, it's very difficult to get cameras out on the mountain, and they're all fiber optically connected now, so hopefully they actually stay on. Yeah, but we don't have a lot in the top section of the mountain. Pretty much goes to leaving
George's
Devil's
Corner.
Playground and then finish.
Yeah.
So out on those top three, I mean, is your car making aero at that point? Those are the fast corners. Is the air too thin to make aero? Is the speed high enough to make aero? Can you feel it working?
Definitely feel it working. Unplugged Performance has made some ridiculous Pikes Peak sized aero, and it works great in those long blue sky sweepers. Beautiful. But about Boulder Park is where the road gets incredibly rough, and our car is really set up. We biased towards aero this year, and we thought the top, we knew there had been repaving done and all that. We were kind of counting on it. It's still really, really rough. And the parts that weren't repaved are worse than ever, at least in my car. So we're good on the bottom. We're not so good on the top, I'll tell you right here. It's going to be survival. And the sweepers where the aero works, fantastic.
Yeah.
And it's a good feeling to go into a 100-mile-an-hour sweeper with blue sky on the right and know you've got all this aero. I'm thinking of that snow shovel we got on the front of our cars. The car looks like a snowplow. But then in the bumps, I'm going to brake early, take it easy. I actually broke a splitter in practice, got in trouble, got a little greedy into cog cut. That's probably the worst section bump-wise.
Yeah.
You get in there a little hot. You know, I added like 2 miles an hour, and all of a sudden it was, whoa, crunch, splitter.
I think we had 3 cars in practice go off there, including Lonnie Unser, who made it almost to the train tracks. So it's really rough. I went up there. Jared's never been to the top. He's afraid.
It's okay. I'm fine. Everything's fine.
No, he's smart.
See, I don't want to get nauseous, man. I know myself. I know my body. My body's a wonderland. So I just need to take care of it. I need to take care of it.
He literally wakes up singing that.
Yeah.
It is weird.
Randy, I understand today, which is, what was it, June 26th?
Yeah.
Today, and that's a very important day for one Randy Pobst.
I'm keeping that quiet.
And it's his birthday today. It's his birthday. 25 years old, man. You look great.
Again. I'm hanging in there, Jared.
You look great.
I'm hanging in there. You know, I look okay if you don't get too close.
Yeah, you're a 50-yarder. You look great. You wear the beanie. You know. You know what? Fastest. Come on, people can look it up. How old are you?
Oh, today I am eligible for Medicare.
Okay.
Turning 65.
Congratulations, man.
And you know what, Tanner? I hang out with you for a while, and I start thinking I am like you. And then I go back to my hotel room and I look in the mirror and I'm like, all those years in the sun.
These guys want to be as fast as you, though. You know that's the case.
Tanner, you know what I'm most proud of right now this week? We were second fastest overall in the Tesla Model S Plaid in the middle section.
In the middle section, that's great.
It helped that Robin Schute's car didn't run right, but yeah, I'll take it.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Second overall, and that was those switchbacks. You know, you turn, go, and in the switchbacks you go around the mountain, and you got to you keep your foot down if you're in the right place, right? Well, I'm keeping my foot down, and I'm thinking, I'm going about 10 or 15 mile an hour faster than I ever have here before. And what used to be easy flat is like, I don't know. But it worked out great. It was a good ego boost. And right now it's up to Unplugged Performance. We made the car better yesterday in a little short test down at Pueblo Motorsports Park.
Awesome.
And there's Blake Fuller,
Yep.
the other Tesla Plaid that's running right now.
Well, what that means is we're getting ready to race, man. So, Randy, first of all, congratulations. Happy birthday to you. Any thoughts of retirement since you said you're Medicare and all that? Or are you going to come back every year till you kick the bucket?
I'm going to keep coming back because old racers don't die. They just get slower and slower. Kind of like the battery in the Tesla.
Right. It's all good. It's hard work being a battery. You're either working or you're dead.
Yeah.
That's it.
I just love it so much. I'm going to do it as long as I can, like my good friend Fred Veach, who's helping run this event.
Hey, guess what, Randy? Here we go. We are officially racing. Thank you so much, Mr. Pobst. And we are officially turning tires here at the 100th running of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. Thank you so much, Randy. And again, happy birthday and good luck, man. Go get him, Blake. All right. Well, thank you so much. So Blake Fuller officially off from Sarasota, Florida, driving that Tesla Model S Plaid, car number 100. We see him from the start. What kind of time splits are we seeing here? Because Blake, we don't have his official time, but it was above 5 minutes and 5 seconds in qualifying time. But that was overall. But so we'll see when we see Blake, and that's great. You know, just getting texts throughout, last night, coming into this morning. are we gonna run? Are we gonna run? And it's great to see a car leave the start line. You can see Levi Shirley up next, and Levi's driving a very unique vehicle, Campbell Enterprise, a single seat. This is like a truck. It's a race truck. So very interesting here. Great to talk to Randy and get some great insight.
Randy's an inspiration. You know
really
he is, and it's always easy to point to guys that older than you and that are just still wickedly fast, and it just makes you not afraid to get old. And a mountain like this, the experience really pays off.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like you said, he's clearly energized by the conditions, not like held back. And you know, he knows that he's out here for records, and he knows that it makes it more difficult, but he's up for the challenge. And I love that we have this feed here, because the people in the pits are actually seeing the track conditions live.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, they can't change their tires at this point, but they certainly get an idea of what to expect, and they realize it's dry, and they're going to see Blake's split times coming up soon, which we compare to qualifying, and they get an idea how much grip there is.
Yep. So again, Blake just above that 5-minute mark, over 5 minutes and 5 seconds. Levi Shirley 5 minute 5. And here comes Blake. And
Engineer's
what corner are we looking at? Yep.
This is Engineer's Corner, which is named that because they say you have to be an engineer to figure out how to get through it. I've been off there. It's where I met Travis Pastrana, actually.
Right,
we camped out for 4 hours on the outside of that turn one freezing cold night. We see Levi in there. Levi just literally thought it'd be fun to run a truck up the mountain. I mean, they do rate. In the past, we've had semi-trucks. We've had all kinds of machines up this mountain. Levi has lowered this Pro 4 machine and goes remarkably quick.
And we just saw Blake go through the picnic area.
The picnic ground is typically the fastest section of the track. It's a long straightaway. You can see thousands of spectators like to go to the picnic ground. This is the only night, last night was the only night of the year that you can camp on Pikes Peak. And so they allow, I want to say it's 10,000 people to camp. That number I think has varied over the years with fire danger and whatnot.
True.
But the picnic ground's a popular place because some cars will hit over 150, 160 miles an hour through there.
Sheesh.
And then at the very top, there's another straightaway where they can get close to that speed again. But they're hampered by having 35% less power up at the top.
Well, Levi Shirley's on the start line, and we should be seeing Blake coming through Heitman's here in just a moment, Heitman's corner. And we can see Levi, that modified, look at those long travels. You're not going to need to utilize all of that travel, nor the remote reservoir, but this thing is built for, obviously, the open road, kind of a Ultra 4 type build, Campbell Enterprises. Here comes Blake through Heitman's.
Yeah, this is a bit of a hairpin. You can see actually the Tesla very fast, completely dry track so far. I am sure Blake is kind of shocked by that.
Yeah.
And the visibility is not so bad. Once he passes, where we're going to see him next actually is a little section of track. It's the end of the qualifying area. It's where we're going to start getting our first split times from Blake. Once he passes that, he goes past Glen Cove. Glen Cove is where, if you've been at Pikes Peak, as I mentioned before, it's where you get your brakes checked on the way down. From that point on, you go above tree line, and from our vantage point, our cameras are showing that it is completely fogged out. So it will become a challenge for Blake after that.
Yeah, we're going to see the switchbacks, getting kind of everything ready for the event earlier this week. We saw beautiful high and wide, seeing the switchbacks and going into Devil's Playground. You can't see it at all. So we'll give you a shot of that here in a little bit. How much time in between each race are we given, Tanner?
Well, I think it varies. I mean, it's looking like where they're doing a 2-minute.
Yeah.
But it's based on safety, and so they need to be able to see the competitors at all points of the track and have communication with the volunteers and with the mountain employees, and it's really difficult to communicate with each other on this mountain. Like I said, there is some RF interruptions. The mountain is almost charged. It is the most lightning-prone point in North America, which is why Devil's Playground is called that. But it does make it very difficult. We're getting the green flag here in just a second for Levi. I know it says Jess on there, but that's
up next.
Levi.
Up next is Jess Neal. So after Levi. Oh, look at high fives all around. That's great. So the green flag waves for Levi Shirley, and just Levi, an accomplished racer here. He is a rookie, and so hailing from Dodge City, Kansas.
Blake Fuller just through Glen Cove. He's probably got a nice, comfortable feeling like, wow, it's really much drier than I thought.
Pleasant.
Time's looking good, and but now it's going to start getting foggy. And this is going to be the disadvantage. And we talked to Randy briefly about, like he said, these could be the best conditions of the whole day. Don't see any water spray coming off of Blake's car there, which is a good sign it's still dry. But hopefully later in the day, some of this fog burns off.
Taking a look at some of Levi Shirley's stats here again, coming to us from Kansas City. Vehicle weight 4,200 pounds, but all about the Ultra 4. Going from the off-road, and really excited. He's running as a rookie. Saying it's an epic opportunity. He's looking forward to showing the capabilities of his car. It's not the typical competitor, so that is absolutely a testament to the exhibition. So we're looking at Jess Neal here. Jess Neal, the 71 Plymouth Cuda. I mean, listen to that chop there. Jess Neal will be the third driver from right here in Colorado Springs, 71 Plymouth Cuda. And the times will be coming in here for Blake Fuller in just a moment. So Jess Neal on the start line, 62 years old, from right here, 3,000 pounds. Jess has raced the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. This will be the 7th running for him. And got first in his class and in the vintage class in 2016. And got first in the RMVR over 3 liters. So, yeah, overall. See the focus. That's got to be interesting. Do his glasses look fogged up? How's that going to work, man? You see that in the cockpit. All those patches right there. That's like, getting the stickers on the side of your, all the kills on the side of your plane, man. That's
I mean, this Cuda is gorgeous. I will admit I've fallen in love with Cudas lately. I spent about 4 months in a pair of Cudas for John Wick 4. And
just name drop. Yeah, that was cool.
I'll just throw it out there, Keanu Reeves,
NBD.
Things like that.
Yeah.
No, and what an awesome machine, and the sound of a Mopar. You're so used to hearing LS's. Sound of a Mopar is a little bit different. Here we've seen you've turned the engine off. There's a lot of radio chatter. We haven't seen Blake come up through the W's yet. So we're just got to listen in here. We can see that Levi is still on the course, still running through Glen Cove. But again, still no Blake yet into the W's.
We'll be getting some times here in just a moment.
Yeah, he's fired back up again. Yeah. That's a good sign. Whenever you have the guys tell you to go ahead and shut it off, it's not pretty.
Yeah, a little nerve-wracking. I think it's more of just like, hey man, just FYI, 2 minutes between vehicles. Let's see Blake, and we were talking about Blake Fuller and all his accolades. This is his 7th time running as well, with the hill climb stuff and that class, because we talked about his driving acumen. First place in Race to the Clouds, Mount Washington, the fastest EV ever in 2021. He's got first place 12 hours at Homestead and Grand Am. Time attack. I mean, look at just all these accolades.
Blake is an early adopter. As we talked about before, founder of Braille Battery. And he's been in the EV world for quite a long time. First person I've seen bring a production EV out here successfully with one of the Teslas. Now running the Plaid, comes out of the box with 1,000 horsepower. His is quite a bit more stock, although he's running in the same class as Randy Pobst. Blake is running virtually a stock car. Randy has had a few years, or a little more than a year of development, a lot of aero and suspension changes. So we will see some differences in the pace there, but they're running the same drivetrain.
Take a look at Jess Neal's stats. Talked about, racing. Lives right here in Colorado Springs. Driving coaching experience. Started road racing in '91. Rocky Mountain Vintage Racing. Car's a 71 Cuda. Obviously V8 4-speed transmission. Look at some of the stats here. 15-gallon racing fuel cell. Built to look as the Dan Gurney continuation vehicle. He had he not retired from racing in 1970. So I understand he actually was you were in that movie as well, but he was in Ford vs Ferrari. He was part of the Shelby pit crew.
Was he really?
Yeah.
That's amazing. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so we're talking about Jess who's on the line.
Yeah, I got to drive a lot of those cars in Ford vs Ferrari. It's a super fun movie to work on. I'm still looking for. So we do have a Section 3 time for Blake. He still hasn't made it to the top. But to Randy's point, if you look at the Heitman's camera that we just saw Levi, and soon we'll see. Let's see. We saw Jess go through it, and soon we'll see Aaron go through it. But Heitman's is completely fogged over now. It was completely clear for Blake, and Levi went through it. It's fogged over. So the fog just curls and rolls and ducks and drives through all this course, and no two drivers have the same track right now.
Right. Glen Cove. And Blake went through Glen Cove, right? Yeah, we saw him there. So you're saying he should be coming up where? Yep. So he's going to go through, talk about that brake check downhill area. You can see the crosswalk there.
Yeah.
A lot of fans right there.
And brake check is Glen Cove. That's, and we just saw Jess go finish Sector 1.
Levi. This is Jess Neal leaving right now. Levi Shirley in the truck.
Oh, Levi.
So Jess is leaving. The prompter there's up next. So Aaron Coffin coming up next. But Jess leaves just absolutely ripping past our announcer's booth. And it just, here we go. Electric truck. I mean, this is absolutely a potpourri of vehicles. You see the start line right there. You like that word? Potpourri?
Yeah.
Okay.
It sounds good when you say it.
Yeah.
And it's
so masculine.
It's so ridiculously true. That's what the exhibition class is all about.
Yeah.
Literally, it's some things were just held together with duct tape and chewing gum, and other things are virtually production cars that have just been souped up and just don't fit in another category.
Right there on the camera, you see Aaron Coffin pulling up. There's a gentleman. So if you're a car guy or car gal watching this, you might be familiar with Larry Chen. He's right there. He's actually going to be joining us. He's a busy man. I talked to him about his event. He loves this event. This is one of his favorite. There he is right there. That's the infamous Larry Chen. Always, getting the shot. There's Aaron Coffin, notably from Fast and Loud. He's got his own shop, ArcLight, and this truck. If you have not seen it, talk about loud and proud. He said he's got the tire heaters on. This gentleman has raced his Ford Falcon up the mountain 3 times. He drove a Sierra car, kind of the open wheel race cars a couple times. So this being his 6th running.
Now historically he's running diesel cars up here, and we've got a handful of diesel machines running, and they're close enough they all could go for a record. This thing is making quite a bit of power. When I listen to him in practice and in qualifying, I mean, he's feathering the throttle trying to minimize wheel spin, even up at higher altitudes. So making just some monster power. I mean, it's such a beautiful kind of truck with that patina on there, and then you see these monster pipes and intake, beautiful snakes of piping coming out of the bed of the truck, just letting you know maybe what it's really doing.
Yeah, look at that. He's going to be rolling some coal here, man. You can see the Garrett turbo.
Yeah, it looks like he's got some sort of water-to-air intercooler, monster turbos on there. Obviously, the exhaust right there, so we're going to be, like you said, rolling coal out of the back of this truck here in just a little bit. But there's a huge amount of engineering. There's a lot of challenges with running high-horsepower diesels up here. We don't have the semi-trucks running anymore, so these next 2-3 cars are really carrying the flag for the diesel lovers.
And this truck is built by Chuckles Garage, and he's looking to throw it down and make him proud. It's got oxygen on board. You can see that. Look at that. All right, so right here in the middle section, we're going to jump over there. So it says Scott Bertzall, but that's who owns the vehicle. Scott handing the keys over to Kaufman. Kaufman, probably one of the coolest race suits. Looks like a mariachi. You see his suit? Looks like a mariachi singer.
No.
Yeah, it's good because he's raced Baja 1000, so it looks good. The only thing he's missing is it's like that's just needed one of those.
So we're still looking for a final time here from Blake. We haven't seen him come by Devil's Playground, so our last camera vantage point that we have access to is Devil Playground, and then there's the 3 hairiest turns, in my opinion, on the mountain. Out there are just, there's no reference, no trees, nothing.
Jess.
As through Picnic Ground, we see Jess going through Picnic Ground with that CUDA. We've already seen Levi go through the middle section of the track, so our first 2 competitors are right there on the very last section, and we're looking for final times to be coming in any second.
We're talking about the track condition, Tanner, and you can see Glen Cove, and it looks like you're pointing to some times. We got some times. Some times are coming in. What do we got overall for Blake Fuller?
Blake has done a 12:09. So it gives you an idea that the top half of the track is quite a bit slower. As the first half of his run was quite good, and so it must still be a bit wet up there and very, very hard to see. He's had back down at least 20 seconds up there.
Yeah, it's very just spitty is the best way to describe it. Even in the pits, just somebody talking to you very aggressively, just spitting in your face. But you could see.
I mean, really?
Yeah. Stop talking to me aggressively, Tanner. the very up top, you can see it is very moist. So yeah.
That it is, and his qualifying time for the bottom section was a bit slower than before. So a little bit of water, a little bit of lack of visibility, challenging these first few drivers. But it's one of the advantages for qualifying fast is you get to go at the end, like Randy said, at the end of your group. So the last few drivers that we're going to have, Randy Pobst, David Donner in a pretty much stock, I think just slightly retuned, but on street tires, Porsche Turbo S. His knowledge of the mountain paying dividends, but he really is the buzz of the paddock as far as somebody who's laying down the times for driving essentially a stock car.
Yeah, and I know Zwart was even talking about. Here we go. That's Jess. Jess comes around in that big CUDA, and that's in the Heitmann's corner.
Yeah, this is one of the first hairpins. A little bit of breathing room as you come through here, and you brace yourself for some of the fast left-right switchbacks, like very fast corner kind of kinks as you start heading into Glen Cove. And from Glen Cove, then you dive into what's known as the W's. And these are the W's because from space it looks like the letter W. It's literally just hairpin straightaway. And it climbs its way up from somewhere around 10,000 feet to 13,000 feet very, very quickly. Super challenging for the cars. Very steep cliffs. You've maybe seen that old Evo that launched off somewhere near Ragged Edge, and rider and driver were all right, but massive launch.
Yeah, we don't want to sensationalize, obviously, but safety is a priority. So going off into that very precarious section, and that was sketchy. There's some great video of that, and we only sensationalize it because the driver was okay. All right, sounds like Aaron Kaufman revving it up, this thing. Roland Cole, Scott Birdsall, who's coincidentally up next, owns the vehicle, but he hand the keys over to the infamous one that is Aaron Kaufman, but Birdsall's going to be piloting this CG Superlight LMP1. So looking to throw down a blazing time. Looks like green flag almost about to be waved for Aaron Kaufman leaving the start line. And mind you, you talk about people camping, but we stayed down in Colorado Springs this morning, risked it. We apologize to the line of cars that we cut off, but we had to be here. Sorry, you might be a little late, but you're still gonna have a good time. But Tanner, I gotta confess, man, we cut off probably 300 cars.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You were driving. You were paying attention. It's fine.
It was early.
You know what? We had to be here. We went along the right side. Event line was on the left. We're like, nope, I'm with the DJ. We showed him our pass, and we cut off a lot of people. We had to. Just
so
fess
back
up,
to
Tanner.
Kaufman.
All right, Aaron Kaufman, let's get it going.
Kaufman
There's the black smoke, and that is a sign of a good time. He's rolling coal here, getting it warmed up.
He's actually got quite a racing background.
Yeah.
He's known as a television presenter, host, mechanic, really,
Yeah.
obviously. But it's always a tough line these guys thread when they're, reality TV. But then that gives them a chance to really exercise their passion. He's clearly got a passion for driving. Jumping into SST trucks, doing a lot of off-road racing. Just fogging out the start line.
It's going to be rolling past us here in a moment. It sounds so cool. You can hear the giggles from people on the start line. Who's that? Is that Johnny? Johnny Lieberman? Over here, bud. Johnny, get over here, kiddo. Johnny Lieberman, get in here. All right, the bells are being rattled, and speaking of bells, the bell of the ball, Johnny Lieberman joining us here. Go grab a seat. Is this all right? Looks like we're gonna throw that on you. Get your cans on, and this is we were just talking about it. This LMP1 vehicle.
Oh yeah,
dude. Yeah. So
couldn't be honestly owned. Those two last vehicles owned by the same person couldn't be more different.
No.
Right. Full patina, old 40s pickup truck, and then an LMP1.
So this is a Kaufman car too?
No.
Birdsall
owns both.
Okay.
Chuckle's garage.
Got it.
So Birdsall owns the car that just went out in front of him. So he's like, later, man, take care of her. Good luck.
What a crazy race. They're like opposite ends of every spectrum. It's
I use
awesome.
the word potpourri. Is that okay?
Potpourri's a good word.
It's a good word.
Thank
It
you.
is. Yeah. It's
word
nice.
of the day.
So in the pits, do you have access to all of these? Are they showing the screen up in the pits?
Yeah. In fact, I'm instructed to watch it to see it what the guys are doing.
Yes.
So what are you doing here?
So I don't know.
For crafties, look at our crafties over here. Is that what it is?
You might have cleaner outhouses here than in the pits. So
Not for long.
Yeah,
Brought to you by Honey Bucket. Honey Bucket. I don't know if you've seen the ad on the Honey Bucket while you're contemplating life.
We took a selfie to try and win a Honey Bucket.
Or $1,000.
Or $1,000.
I don't know if you see it. And did you scan the barcode? The QR code gives you a playlist created by Honey Bucket while you're indisposed.
I did not know, but George Hess, who's in the class, the Porsche Cup trophy by Yokohama.
Big Honey Bucket fan?
Well, he has like a ranch, so he's like, I want to win this because these are useful, So
These are the hot topics that we have, and this is why we're paid the big bucks. I was definitely paid more than Tanner because he's
Well, it's because I volunteer for everything.
Well, you can use words like potpourri.
Yeah,
no
I know.
offense.
Yeah. Johnny,
I couldn't spell it.
Let's get to you and your experience, man. What are you racing?
Very
What's going
little.
down? How did you get this call?
I'm racing his old car from last year.
That's right.
It was one of those things last year. It was actually at your car, my car. Zort was standing next to it. You were going to get changed or something like that. And I was here with Bentley and Reese Millen. And it was just like, the vibe of this, there's nothing else like it. And I've been to Le Mans, Nürburgring 24, and they're cool in their own ways, but there's just something grassroots, homebrewed, crazy different about this. And I was looking at Jeff, I'm like, yeah, I'd like to do this, And then 2 months later, he's like, I thought about what you said. I think you'd be really good.
Wow.
Amazing.
And then
Porsche Motorsports got behind me, and they picked me, and here I am.
It's this was one of the first races I ever did. I did it in an old Wells Coyote, and it is one of those races, even though you have manufacturer teams coming up here to break a record that is arguably more internationally renowned than it is even in the U.S.
For sure.
That you still can come in on a grassroots level, and Porsche does a great thing with the trophy class where it gives you an even playing field. You're not necessarily just racing against yourself. You've got cars that are even, and they're very, very safe. They're very easy to drive, and so it's
Jess
awesome
Neal,
that you're doing
real
it.
quick, Jess Neal. We're talking about just the mystique and the mistress that is Pikes Peak. But just taking a look at this section, what's going through your mind here, Johnny?
Where he is right now looks real greasy.
It does. This is so where we're looking. I believe that camera's on the bottom side of Devil's Playground, looking at the last two W's.
Yes, exactly right.
It's looking at the last two turns. Here, he's driving a 71 Cuda rear-wheel drive, like 30 years before traction control. You're going to be fine.
Well, he's probably making more power because I know that at about that. So this is about 13,000 feet where that camera was. So the little Cayman Club Sport's making probably like 275 horsepower there, 250 by the peak. So
that's
so here comes Heitmann's
little fog.
This is Kaufman, a lot of fog, and you can see how misty and spitty it is. Here's Kaufman going through Heitmann's curve.
Grip, a lot of grip, still dry.
Yeah. The road temperatures are good. That's a good thing. No ice. Even up top, they were saying it's 39 degrees. 54 at Glen Cove, so that's good.
Unfortunately, what we can't show you is from Devil's Playground to the finish. So the nasty section of those
best, though.
Super high speed, those three left-hand corners, which you're trying to
blind lefts.
Am I in the second one, or is this the third one? And
and there's literally no. The reference point is after you start turning. You're like, oh yeah, there's a hill that might be the hill I'm supposed to look at.
Yeah, but in the fog, forget about it.
Well, we ran in the fog 3 days ago, and it was funny because at the drivers' meeting they go, there's a moose or whatever. There's 25 feet visibility once you get past Boulder Park. And I'm like, they're probably just saying that. And like, no, there was like 15 feet of visibility.
Wow.
And,
Jeez.
Going into Cog Cut blind was a very unique, weird experience.
Because you don't even see the cliff that's there.
No, and there's a big cliff there.
Yeah. Maybe it's better.
Yeah, I crawled through that section, and that's actually my plan for today is to crawl through Cog Cut.
Fair enough. Yeah, it looks quite rough. And you never know when it's a little bit wet up there.
They repaved it in a couple spots, so you have grippy, no grip at all, grippy, no grip at all, and then bump, and it's nuts. I mean, it's nuts.
Looking at Scott Bertall here on this LMP1 vehicle, tear-offs. I would have to. Wouldn't you recommend wearing tear-offs? I mean, it's
really
open cockpit,
just
man.
not to throw an ad for that, but just Rain-X.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
This brought to you by Rain-X, courtesy
Yeah,
of Tanner
'cause you-
Fowl.
honestly,
Here goes
it's-
Scott Bertol off the line.
Yeah, because you just don't. You're not going to get mud from somebody else. Hopefully, he doesn't catch his truck.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If he caught his truck, he'd need the
Yep. All right, so going through brake check downhill.
or Glen Cove, which
Yep.
is. So we're still looking for Kaufman to come up, and that'll finish the bottom half of the course.
Yep.
It's hard to compare splits. It looks like the bottom couple sections, so the bottom half of the course is just a little bit slower than qualifying, but the overall times are quite a bit slower, meaning
Sure.
that possibly that top section, visibility or even some wet surface.
I mean,
might be
visibility
playing.
slows you down if you can't look. It's as you know, it's already a confusing track because it's almost like every corner there's an identical one 30
Yes.
seconds later, so it's really odd. And then I saw Blake, his bottom split was like 5 minutes or something like that. I went under 4 in practice, so if he in that plaid is at 5, it's slow on the bottom.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Johnny, before you take off, what's your racing acumen? What other events have you raced?
nothing. I mean,
K-
I've done
K1 speed?
Lemons. I'm 24 hours of Lemons veteran.
Oh yeah, many time, right?
Yeah, I used to work for him.
Yep.
I did the Virginia City Hill Climb, which is similar, not really at all. It's a 5-mile hill climb with I think 20 corners, it's just flat basically.
Wow.
And that's pretty much it. I mean, I've done a lot of track time and stuff like that,
Yeah.
but no racing. But
If you could break, like in a percentage, like what percentage are you racing against just the elements, gravity, yourself versus your competitors?
So there's 6 of us, and there's one guy, Gilles, from Montreal. He actually lives out in Quebec somewhere in the country now. Him and I are kind of on each other. So the battle for 4th place is vicious. You know what I mean? Like he's a second quicker than me on the bottom. He was 400ths of a second quicker than me in the middle, and I beat him on top by like 2 or 3 seconds. So it's
gonna be tight.
It's in the air. Yeah, well, but now it's raining, so who knows? Here's what's so crazy about this, right? You just
Here we
go.
go. Bertol, sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
Bertol there in that AMSOIL LMP1 vehicle.
Struggling
What
for
section is
grip.
that?
Struggling for grip down
That's
there.
Engineer's
Yeah.
Corner.
Yeah, that's a sketchy.
I think it was
corner.
glitching a little bit too. And
Yeah.
keep
The
in
feed-
mind
the
they're
feed-
running cable, because of all that.
But so, what was I saying? It's
The battle for 4th.
Well, there's the battle for 4th, but it's just like, how do I put this? I don't know. I don't know. I'm such a rookie that I don't know the answer to that question. Like, on the practice sessions, you get like 4 or 5 runs. By the 5th, I'm feeling great. But this race, you just go. So, like, I got to figure out how to take my mental state from run
Yes.
5 and transplant it in the wet to run 1.
Yes.
So I'm probably hosed.
And there's this feeling that you already know about and that you'll have, where it's this risk versus reward. So now you've just upped the level of the reward part of it because you actually have a battle going on.
Yeah.
If you had no battle going on, then there's really not much reward for pushing the risk side.
Yeah.
But now there's a little bit of a reward for pushing up the risk level a little bit, and you're just wanting to not give up, but certainly not risk too much.
Yeah.
And it's a tough thing. But so watching the screen, though, and seeing how dry it is, you know that you can lay down a pretty solid bottom of your half and bank some time. You already know that you said he's a bit quicker there.
A second, yeah.
Yeah.
And, well, they do a split on the bottom, so we're dead nuts even on the first half of the bottom, and then he gets me by a second once it starts twisting around more. So at least the one run I really looked at, I looked at our 2 fastest runs.
Look at how
Judging
quickly that fog rolled in. That was
yeah.
clear as day when we saw Coffin. Coffin should
Yep.
be going through there shortly. Or I think he
Judging
did.
by the little puff of black smoke, that would be Kaufman
Yeah.
that's coming
There you
out of
go.
there, and
Yeah,
now
there
he's
it is.
making his way.
Yeah.
Devils, yep.
Ooh, that looks bad conditions.
That reminds me of us running up the hill this morning, just the black smoke and just all the it's being thrown up. Just how fast you were ripping up.
In the rental car.
Yeah, in the rental car.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's the fastest
Yeah.
car on the mountain, the rental car. Yeah.
It could be the fastest down.
Tanner, scoot this way.
Well,
Johnny,
I should probably bounce.
You're
I
gonna
gotta get
bounce
dressed because I'm leaving pretty soon.
I'm seeing
Yeah,
another
yeah.
guest.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool,
go to
man.
work.
Have
Thank
fun,
you.
and we will see
Thank
you
you
this
so much,
afternoon,
John.
Thanks for taking such good care of the car last year.
Yeah, thank you in advance.
Thank you, sir. All right, so you can see Paul Hubers here, exhibition, another rookie. Speaking of, as Johnny Lieberman, a rookie, and just paying respect. This is great. Tanner, we were concerned that we weren't going to get guests, but we have a big-time guest coming in right now. This gentleman, I like to call him Gumby because he's made out of clay. All joking aside, it's great to see him here and joining us. It's James Clay piloting the Bimmer World E36, right?
It's
Yes.
an E36.
E36,
Right, yeah.
but barely.
No, pretty much. It is.
James Clay joining us. Tell us about your car specs, what's going on. I mean, this thing's been in development. That was a heavy sigh. Why
Yeah.
such a heavy
It
sigh?
really was.
man?
You can tell, you're very cerebral, right? You really think through a lot of stuff. I know.
Well, it's tough with this guy here, but I try to do the thinking for both of us, right?
Yeah.
No, so yeah, the heavy sigh, man, because it's like 4.5 years of work, and
As Paul Huber's taking off the line here, a rookie from Marysville, Ohio, representing Canada. So coming into us from Canada, first time on the mountain.
nice.
What would you say to a rookie?
Oh man, lean into it. Just let it roll a little bit, lean into it, and then once you feel it, go for it.
Yeah. So finish your thought in regards to just overall the build, the anticipation, the execution, and here it is. We had such beautiful weather, and then, gosh darn it, Mother Nature.
Yeah, therefore the sigh, right? So
Yeah.
4.5 years of building this thing. We took it to the mountain for the first time last year, and it's an amazing car.
Yeah.
But it's last year it wasn't everything we thought it would be.
Right.
But as you would expect, right? Brand new car, new to the mountain. So this year we've redone it. We've put a bunch of carbon on it, taken a bunch of steel off. So some of that E36 DNA is there in spirit, not so much in metal.
Actual. Yeah.
But anyway, 1,200 horsepower on the mountain, we think, at the wheels based on boost. Just a wild car. And, we'll see how it does in the wet, right?
And in the dry, were you happy with all the development changes?
Super happy. Like everything's working. I know for me, race day is the day I really lay it out there. I'm not a hill climber, so I'm pretty methodical about it. I make sure everything makes sense, and then on race day we send it or something today. So we'll see how that goes. Right?
Lick the stamp and send it.
Right.
Just the attitude here, but coming, and you said you're not a hill climber. You are. You're here.
Well, apparently I
and,
am, right?
And that's how would you compare this event, just your vision through your lenses, to anything else you do? I mean, I saw you hyperfast. I was like, hey man, I'm an outside hill climber. You're like, right on. So I'm a rookie here, but you could just feel it.
Yeah, it's totally different, man. And I would say this is one of the most intense. No, it's not one of the most. This is the most intense event I do, because for one, I'm not a traditional hill climber. This is the only one I do. This is a little bit different than my routine. It's like that qualifying run every time, except the consequences for putting a tire wrong are way bigger. So you're just super aware that you got to build that platform, build those layers, and then just execute to perfection.
That's awesome. It's really amazing. I love the car. I love the E36. I think it looks cool. Great horsepower, good numbers. And you said, Tanner asked you a great question. How was the performance in the dry? What do you think of EV and what's going on with that? And do you ever see kind of, obviously, Bimmer and EV, and you own Bimmer World, but what do you think of the progression there? Would you like to ever campaign an electric BMW?
I mean, it's not my aspiration right now. I mean, I love smelling race fuel in the morning, and but that's the way things are going, and certainly you can't argue with the performance of those things. They're pretty stellar. BMW has some amazing all-electric vehicles coming out, and I mean the torque is ridiculous. As a racer, I just absolutely love. They just get down to it immediately, but. We'll see. When it truly comes of age. Tesla's been doing it for a while. BMW is, in the game. If it goes that way, we'll go that way.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
Yeah, Volkswagen, the IDR, obviously holding the current record right now. And I only asked that kind of loaded because of combustion, the air getting thin, and Tanner was talking about dialing in the alcohol on that Coyote, and like literally as you go up the mountain, your mixture and your ratio.
Right.
You feel like your car's performing up there at altitude.
Yeah, we've got great performance. The guys have worked on it all week. We've got boost, so that helps a lot. So we're running on alcohol, so that helps. Helps with the cooling, although it's nice and cool today. But we're just watching turbo speeds, and we're just running up against the limit of those turbos, and we're making the same power at the top as we are at the bottom.
So what kind of turbo speeds? I mean, just to get a little techie versus
Yeah.
like a street car, what kind of turbo speeds are you getting on yours?
So I don't know versus a street car. I think a street car may run about 100 or something like that, 100,000 RPMs. We are targeting 145,000 RPMs. Okay. We'll let it go to 146,000, but we have this slow trim to kind of hold it right at that 145.
It's really a fine line you're walking then.
Right.
And I mean, if you're trying, so if you think about the altitude, I mean, you've really got to overspeed or spin the turbo as fast as you can to try to get that same amount of air compressed when the air's thinner. So it's a lot of people don't realize what's going on in there, but these turbos are swinging away, and that's probably we've had some already engine failures this week.
Notably
and we
Ken Block.
probably will today. And a lot of that is people pushing that turbo speed.
Right.
And I remember that the other night. We had a great talk at FanFest with Batim of BBI, and he was elaborating a little bit on turbo speeds and this and that. That's a great question. Just because, again, you got to move that air, get it through.
Yeah, it's really difficult, and I come from a world in rallycross where the turbos are smaller. We can do 220 out of those, but up here you're dealing with a much bigger wheel spinning around.
Right, and you got to be careful. Like we'd like to make more power, and of course that takes a bigger turbo. We're right at the edge of the efficiency map on the turbos, but we don't want the lag. You can't have the lag. You've got to have the performance here, so it's a real balancing act.
And then once you start getting into anti-lag and things like that, now you're really working the bearings and you're working everything a lot harder on the turbo. And it's people don't realize. I mean, 1,200 horsepower is a staggering number. Back in not just the beginning of this race, but even halfway through the history of this race, getting half that power would be just unobtainium, right? So now, I mean, it's really great to see that records are falling not just because the mountain's paved, but also the tech in the cars, the EV side as well, but also the tech in good old combustion engines is being pushed by these crazy elements.
We talked with Randy Pobst for a while, and he's feeling really confident. Look at this. Oh, cars going down?
Yeah, going down engineers there. That was...
Oh, sorry. Threw me off. Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
that must mean a rerun, right? So maybe somebody had an issue and we're coming down to do a rerun.
Birdsall in the LMP car, we're not getting a Section 4 result out of. I think we saw him go by Devil's Playground.
I believe we did.
We definitely saw his truck, but we may not have seen Birdsall make it into the last section. The car that we have just kind of glanced and seen coming downhill is the Acura.
Yep. Yes, that was
Jordan.
Paul Hubers.
Okay.
Paul
Yeah.
Hubers. Up next should be Robert Prica on the Shelby GT500 multiple races. I was going to ask you about your wet setup. Talking to Randy Pobst about his setup, he's like, Senna. Art of racing in the rain. He feels confident about it. How do you feel about your wet setup?
The wet setup is stunningly similar to the dry setup.
Cool.
So I think we're just going to throw a little more wing in it. The worst thing you could do in the wet is struggle for rear traction, and that's not putting the power down. We know you're going to struggle there, but I don't want any lateral struggle. So we're just going to add a little bit of aero. We're not going to mess with it too much because we've got a fair amount of spring in it, and we really want to be able to control that spring. You got to have shock to do it. You can't just soften everything up. So we're just going to add a little rear aero and see what we got.
And then leave it up to that right foot.
That's right.
Well, James, won't take up any more of your time. You got to focus. Have fun. Congratulations for being here.
Thanks, James.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Bringing that car out here, and it's looking forward to seeing you and saying your name. See if you get a wet record, baby.
Fingers
Let's do it.
Yeah, wet record. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Have fun today.
Yeah, man.
Thanks.
You too, man. Obviously, that's what it's all about. So, Robert Polica. That's how you pronounce it there. 2022 Ford Shelby GT500. So finding out what's going on here, and come on in. These fans. Do you think those fans spent the night in their car, Tanner?
Some
of them.
I think you can camp all the way up that high. I'm not sure. Maybe Larry Chen here would get you a headset, which is in my hand.
Yeah. All right. Make sure Tanner's. We want to see your beautiful
Now,
face. I got a face for radio. You definitely got a face right here.
Have you
Figure
camped?
this out. Are we good? You got it. You got it past your hat. Look at this guy. He's got cameras on his head. He's filming right now. He's live. So here's the car came down. This is our Acura right here, and this is again flying the Canadian flag. And
Hey, bro, why are you coming down? That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
I'll just translate what's happening in there.
Hey, bro, what are you doing? You're going the wrong way. Can't park there. Paul Hubers, a exhibition rookie in this Acura. That is the brand new 2023 Acura Integra. Daijiro Yoshihara announced that he's racing out here. What? Can you read lips through that helmet?
Yeah, he's saying you should have stopped at the red flag. He's like, well, bro, it's cold up there.
Yeah.
We'll listen in on these guys here if we can get them.
Larry Chen here. Larry Chen joining us here. This is Larry
Oh, hey,
Chen.
Larry.
Larry, we saw you on the camera. We got a sweet butt shot.
Really?
Of you. Yeah, you're right up in that camera.
You were telling me that you were going to do this, so I told you that the first red flag, or if there is a red flag, I'll come in and hang out for a little bit.
Yeah,
So did you, pontificate?
No, I don't. In fact, I wish there was no red flags all day, so I don't have to come here.
Yes.
I like hanging out
Agreed.
with you guys, but
Yeah.
I would rather everyone be safe.
enough.
We were talking about you. So if you don't know who Larry Chen is, Larry Chen, famed photographer, shot photos with many different racers, different events all across the globe. We tend to see each other in a lot of different situations and scenarios. What?
This is like a Formula Drift reunion.
It's
over
great.
here, dude.
This is awesome, right?
Yeah.
And there are a lot of drifters. The drift class is no longer, but Reese held the record at one time. And
Yeah, do you remember when I think Ken Gucci was out here and they did? It was it just the bottom section was paved?
Yes.
It was so many people. It was like Yoshioka,
Tony Angelo, Chris Forsberg,
so many
Tyler
people.
McCory.
Yeah,
It was like the drift presentation put on. It was presented by Falcon Tires back in the day, and they put it on. So yeah, that was awesome. Calvin Wan.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I'm just saying drifters that came to Pikes Peak to race on Pikes
Got
Peak. It was like a big thing to bring your drift car here because there are cars that are
Tow truck.
there are cars that have a lot of power. With just a couple modifications, as we saw in 2012, the first year of the pavement, Reese broke the overall record in a drift car.
I know it. And I think we have Reese to thank for a lot of us coming here. I had done Pikes Peak before I got into drifting, but because I was from Colorado.
Yep.
But starting, he was really instrumental in the time attack class. He was instrumental in the drift class. So I think Reese really did bring a lot of the racers that are still out there today to the mountain, which is great because this mountain had a threat for a long time of not continuing on, and then paving it sort of saved the race also.
Yeah. Tanner ran it in rally. See that Coyote that he drove in 2002?
No,
he posted those
yeah,
on
I
Instagram.
see
Really
that.
cool. Really awesome. Driving this thing in gravel. Could you imagine that?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough for me just to drive up there, during normal days.
Yeah, Jared, he wouldn't go.
Keeps reminding everybody. He keeps reminding everybody.
So a lot
But
of
he did a spirited run. He drove a BMW M1.
Nice.
yeah, or 1M.
1M, excuse me.
Yeah, but a lot of people are coming up to me here in the pits and they're asking me, why is it that I'm down here? Why is it I'm not up there shooting? Well, I got my shots for the week during practice. A lot of people don't know this, but during the actual week, these guys actually go up there and practice different sections.
And it's beautiful during the week because you see the sunrise from up above. I mean, it's your photos and videos. I saw that you were doing more video this week, and just sort of the sunrise backlight on the aero dust shooting up behind the Evo.
What people don't realize is this is not a prep surface, and these guys, especially with more aero, they're actually picking up the dust off the ground, and you can see the shape of the air going around the cars, which is just insane. And another thing is during normal times, or during normal, like if you're just a tourist going up there, you can't watch the sunrise, unless they open up the mountain early, which they do for Pikes Peak week. That's when you can watch the sunrise on the mountain, and it's incredible.
You and your team just gather around. You guys hug and just watch the sunrise.
Yeah, at 14,000 feet.
It's beautiful.
And also at that altitude, the light is just a different color. It's purple. You have all these different hues that you don't normally get when you're at sea level.
You've been on record in saying this is probably your favorite event.
Yeah, there's I have two organizations and two events that I call my home. It's Pikes Peak and Formula Drift, without a doubt. When I come here, I feel so welcomed, and it's like my family. It's like coming home. It's like a reunion every single year. And there's really no other race like it. And also, honestly, I don't think there's a more beautiful track in the world.
No.
Okay.
It's a special place, and just to go up to 14,000 feet is incredible. Be able to take a car up it is incredible. It just makes it so accessible. And then to be able to just race up this ribbon of road as fast as you can, especially in this class of essentially potpourri.
I used the word potpourri earlier.
Yes,
Tanner was really impressed with my word, my words.
Yeah,
that's
so
how good
with
it was.
the
I speaks
words,
good.
yeah.
I speaks good. I'm the best I knows.
So,
awesome.
So one of the things you were saying about how it was saved because it was paved, I honestly think that it's so much more interesting because there's just so many more variety of cars that are able
Look
to
at this. Looks rear green and you're racing. Sorry to cut you off there, but here goes Hubers once again with that restart. So that's great. You know what? That's kind of maybe even a little advantage. Mind you, it seems like it's getting a little wetter. There's my man with the bells down there, always hyping up the races as they leave the start line.
Yeah, he essentially got a free practice lap just now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He did get the bot. He made it all the way up to engineers, just past engineers. So he's going to get. That's a good 4 or 5 minutes of the course that he got to preview. But if you look at our cameras, and once we start, so now the course has been completely clean. So essentially, he's the only car on track right now. By the time he gets up in 7-8 minutes or so up to Devil's Playground and into the last section, we can see, but you will see also that the conditions are nasty. It is wet. The camera is covered in water. There's still snow on the side of the road, lets you know how cold it is. And all the drivers have access to these cameras in the pits, so they're able to see this stuff working.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we always like to say is the mountain don't lie. You know, she tells the truth. If she's going to let you run up, you know, during race day, she will let you. But she let us race or practice all week with no incident at all, bone dry. Then during race day, wow, look at this.
Same last year.
Yeah.
Last year was the same thing, and then Saturday, 7 inches of snow. All week sunny, Saturday, 7 inches of snow, and then we didn't get to race on the top.
Yeah.
Believe me, the relief on all of these guys, though, the fact that they get to go to the top it just makes it kind of a complete day.
Yep.
And it's probably, I don't know if it's half the time, but quite a lot they don't go to the top.
When are you going to race again?
Well, I did last year, and now that I run for McLaren in Extreme E, it makes it a little difficult to run a Porsche up there, which you see there are a lot of Porsches in the
Conflict of
race.
manufacturer.
I just need to get McLaren out here.
Yeah, I
And
think
there it
so.
is.
I
Right?
think you need to get a Senna or something crazy.
Ooh,
up here.
wee.
Would you talk to somebody for me?
I got a guy.
Hey,
Zach
Mr.
Brown.
McLaren?
Zach
Yeah.
Brown.
Zach.
Let's get Zach.
But actually-
Zach, why? Just have him out here.
Yeah.
Zach campaigns a car. You campaign. I mean, that's what it comes down to. Oh, you said it the other night. Just need to place a bet as we see
You need to place a bet.
You're right. You have to place a bet, and that's how it gets done. By the way, Paul Huber's here. He's actually a chassis development for future Acura products. So racing what they present. So that all new 2023 Acura Integra from Ohio, but representing Canada. So
There's an interesting thing with this race. Maybe you see it in some grassroots motorsports, but rarely, is a lot of people come to a marketing department. They raise money through marketing, and this race, has quite a bit of notoriety overseas, strangely. But there's a whole handful, at least 6 engineers that are racing with engineering money from a manufacturer.
Yeah.
They happen to work in the engineering thing. They weekend warrior in a race car on their own,
Yeah.
and they bring it on up here to call it a chassis test, call it an altitude run test,
Yeah.
whatever you want. But they get on the track, they put the car on the track, and it's awesome. And they've been doing it for years.
It's just so cool. It's a world-class event. I mean, could you imagine like 24-hour Le Mans and just some garage-built car just enters? You know, like that's what's happening is you have the manufacturers, you have these big teams, and then there's still garage-built cars racing this race against, all these big dogs.
it still feels grassroots in a way. Tanner and I talk. It's like golf for me. You end up talking more about golf when you're golfing, and then here you just talk about it. And I'm, like I said, I'm honored to just be part of this DNA now. But you come here and we got another person that's waiting outside the window. He's inducted into the Pikes Peak Hall of Fame. You know him, you love him, Tanner. He'll be here in a minute. You've partied with them both on track and off track.
Yeah,
but
you guys have done loop-de-loops together.
yeah.
Oh, Mr. GT is here.
Yeah, GT's in the building.
Sweet.
But Larry, thank you so much, man,
Yeah.
and thanks for what you do. Also, I want to thank you for getting that running up the hill, running up the
Stuck
that
in
Stranger
my head.
did. I've been singing it because you put it on a video, and it's a very fitting.
Yeah.
If you haven't heard of the Stranger Things, it's that song, and you put that to a beautiful sunrise. Oh, just amazing video.
Amazing.
Watch that, and you got that song. That's been the theme song for me. This whole.
So not red flag anymore. I got to keep shooting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude.
now you got to go back to work. Thank you very much,
Mr. Larry Chen,
Bye-bye.
thank you so much. Appreciate your time, and let's get you out of here and get back to work.
See ya.
Take some photos. All right, so we could see Robert Perlica. I apologize there, but Perlica has raced this Pikes Peak Hill Climb. This will be the 7th running. Seems to be like the magic number here. As we could see, Heitman's corner. I believe that was Paul.
Seat right
Grab a
there.
seat right there, and we could see, yeah, man, long time no see, brother. Could see everybody enjoying some burritos and coffee down in the paddock area. They're listening to us, they're watching us, and we could see Perlica. Look at them. It's enduring the wet. So, hey, man, congratulations. Great Tracy, GT 555, inducted into the Pikes Peak Hall of
So-
Fame. How
So
cool is that?
awesome.
Scooch over, Tanner. Get closer. Like I said, you know him, you love him. Don't love him that much, but all joking aside, congratulations on that. And is it kind of bittersweet that you're not running the mountain?
Oh yeah, bittersweet would be understatement for sure. And my brother as well was inducted into the Hall of Fame this year, and we're both walking around, looking at each other like, boy, we sure wish we were getting ready to take off.
Yeah, I mean, but what would you like to run if you had dream set up right now? Because obviously, you've raced bikes up the hill, no longer racing motorcycles. Respectfully, right? I think that. Do you think that ship is? Where do you stand on that?
It's funny. I'm asked that quite a bit, and I will say that.
Sorry, real quick.
Yeah,
There's
nice.
Paul Hubers in the brand new Acura Integra going through that section. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I would say they both have really special memories for me, the cars or the motorcycles. And again, it's always about having another 500 horsepower. And but I really do wish I was out here, and just want everybody to have a really safe, good run up to the top. It's great to see that we started. I was really surprised this morning when I woke up that it looked better than what I had anticipated.
I thought the same thing. I mean, I've been getting, being a pilot, everybody asked me what the weather's going to be like, and I've been dead wrong because I thought it was going to be pouring rain until 11 o'clock this morning. And when we went, when it got dark yesterday, it started to lighten up a little bit. And Randy Pobst we had sitting here a minute ago, and he said, honestly, foggy and everything could be the best conditions I get all day is that first run. And if you look at the times, they're getting slower and slower every run. Blake Fuller coming in with the quickest time, and he was he didn't qualify, but all of these guys are kind of going reverse order of their qualifying speed right now. So it could be getting in a little bit trickier and more densely fogged in the top. Seems to be what could be happening.
What's your favorite section of the track, Greg? Where you're just like, you could see the smile through your helmet?
Well, I can tell you the places for sure that aren't my favorite, and those are the ones where I've crashed and broke my back or hip, or my brother lost his fingertips, or a lot of combinations.
I went silver lining, man. Why do you got to start there? Okay, but we'll start down here. We'll go on up, but it does make sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. For me, it was always the quickest spots. I mean, I like going into bottomless pit. Honestly, I have 50 favorite spots going up this hill. Generally, it's when the cars or the motorcycle's working really well. I like going where the crowds are too. That always feels good coming through at speed. Obviously, the finish line always feels good.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Have you gone up the mountain this year?
I have.
What do you think of all the patchwork? It was about $1 million spent.
I actually, when I went up, we went up on Wednesday, I believe, and I thought it was maybe the best road I'd seen in a long time.
Cool.
So patchwork, obviously, watching some of the stuff, you can see that it's rough in spots still. That's just part of the race. And in a lot of ways, it's actually pretty fun. Everybody's got to run on the same thing. So you're coming through there, and the car's dancing around, or the motorcycle's dancing, you're sliding. It's pretty special. You
see Robin shoots that video of his car. That thing was hopping like crisscross, man. Jump. It was just bouncing its way up to the finish.
Now, you've driven an aero car like that, right? Up here, an electric one?
Drove for Mitsubishi for a couple years, broke the electric record in that car.
Yeah.
And it was funny, you watch how things just change so fast. I mean, obviously, you look at what Dumas did with Volkswagen and the kind of background and budget they had. But things change fast. I mean, the car that we were running, I think at the time, was over 3,000 pounds with 600 horsepower. So to run a 908 was pretty good considering what we had. And again, that's the thing about records. You look at them and they're constantly going to get broke. People keep thinking, that one it'll never happen. It will happen.
Yeah.
The record will be broke. Dumas' record will be broke. I don't know who'll do it, but
I mean, the Loeb record was. I mean, people said the same thing about that.
Loeb thought that was going to hold. He says, "I'm not coming back till somebody break my record." Right? It's a terrible Loeb accent.
French?
I don't know.
It's offensive, and I'm not even.
No,
French.
no, it wasn't. I don't know what it was. I apologize.
Well,
I digress.
Look at Robin's time too. I actually talked to him right after his qualifying run. I mean, he was flying. Yeah. And I said, you're pushing to have Loeb come back, aren't you?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think that's his plan.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't know if I heard you. What would you ideally like to drive? Just looking at all these cars, because the exhibition's obviously really fun, but it seems like record is always top of mind for a racer.
Yeah, record's always top of mind. I mean, if I could lock Robin into the bathrooms down there, and I'd hop in his car real quick today.
He's a small little shot glass of water. He's a tiny little guy.
Well, it helps when you're trying to go fast.
Dude, yeah, he's having fun, man. It seems like that's the car to beat. He's got the target on his back. But who do we have near us? We saw Prolika go through. Heitman's there a little bit ago. Where should...
GT, you got such a tie here. I mean, it's eight wins in motorcycles?
Yeah, 7 actually.
7. And in all the car history, all the commercials you've shot up here, shooting films and everything on the mountain. You ever think about moving to Colorado?
I think about moving to Colorado all the time, especially when I look at the tax bill in California.
Yeah, exactly.
I knew it
And
was
the
gonna come
gas
up.
bill and everything else. And obviously, we have, so many great memories here. We've got, speaking of stunts and stunt driving, we've got Reese coming up,
Yeah.
Paul Dawnback, a lot of good friends, Paul Gerard.
Yep.
A lot of us have had the opportunity to slide cars around in movies and things,
Yep.
including you and I.
Yep.
Crashing
No,
into each
we've
other.
had fun in a lot of places. It's just, it is such a strangely iconic mountain, not in the motorsport world, but in a lot of people's motorsport history. Like, and I didn't go to the induction, but I saw some videos from it and everything. Your family came out, I understand, and it was you and your brother both?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gary won it 8 times, and he's a legend.
Have you talked to Rod much up here this year?
I have. I actually got to see Rod several times. I know he's super pumped about getting up there, and talk about iconic. I mean,
There's Perlica going through. That was Glen Cove.
Perlica is somebody that I have only met a few times, but I think historically raced Porsches.
Yes.
GT3 Cup cars, has
A vet 1 year in the time attack class.
I think he's been involved in IndyCar teams and NASCAR teams. He has quite a motorsports connection. Lives right down the street in Larkspur. He now in a Mustang, which is a kind of a strange transition, but
look at all
it's
this.
sort of like any excuse to get on the mountain.
Yeah, he's a Motorsports Hall of Fame inductee as well, but has won at circle tracks and road courses, Watkins Glen, VIR, PIR, yeah, all of it. What do you make of this vehicle? This vehicle, like Pobst was talking about, this Hellcat here. He's driven this vehicle. Do you know
I
much
think
about
there's a lot
Wesley?
to be said about, you see a lot of these cars that are fairly street stock,
Yeah.
essentially. High horsepower street stock. The mountain, I think, throws so much at the car from the reliability standpoint with the thin air, possible temperature changes off the charts, that when you come in with a car that is built to last 100,000 plus miles, it just gives you a better chance of letting your driving be the difference and having fun in the race, rather than constantly having somebody run in with a laptop and trying to fix the problem every run.
Greg,
it's pretty special too. When you look at the stock cars going back to history of Pikes Peak. I mean, that was always a big part was coming here at proving grounds. I mean, that was what the factories want to do, is come here and show that their cars were capable of making it to the top in really tough conditions.
Yeah. Tanner's going to split off here, and I believe I'm going to throw him down to the line. Greg, stick around a little bit longer and just hang out, and then we'll wrap it up with you. What else you got cooking? What else you working on, man?
Right now, as far as racing goes, I'm sure I'll end up back in Baja doing some stuff.
Yep.
Really, Tanner and I spend a lot of time movie sets and sliding cars and crashing cars for TV shows, so that's probably more of that.
You grab that seat if you want. You don't have to sit there on the lowly table here and squeeze on in. You can see the start line there. Kevin getting ready to go. We saw Jordan guitar. I don't know why I mispronounced it there. Jordan Guitar here, and he had the Acura TLX Type S coming to us from Ohio. Taking a look at the stats here: 4,100 pounds. The Type X, kind of race tuned suspension, obviously sitting on some HREs. Exhibition class. This is the 5th time racing for Jordan Guitar. Who are you most excited to see run in the wet, and who have you spoken to in the pits?
Yeah, I did get a chance. I was looking for Reese, actually. I talked to
I couldn't find him
his
either.
crew chief, JR. He's probably running around having fun somewhere.
Yeah.
Talked to Paul a bit. Looking forward to Paul getting up there. They've had a few problems this week, just things that come up when you're here. I think Paul, with his background and with the wet and the conditions, he probably will have a very good run.
Yeah.
So Paul Gerard, obviously, is a pretty special car that he's driving up. And Robin, it'd be great to see what he's able to pull off. The conditions, they're not perfect. So are we going to see record runs for the class? Probably not today.
No.
But we'll get to see some amazing driving. I mean, that's one of the beauties of having adverse conditions, and what makes Pikes Peak so special is you really have to step up your game. You don't know what you're getting into. Nobody's practiced in this week. They haven't had one run in these kind of conditions, so that's going to make it you really have to dig down deep to get to the top in a solid time, and even just to get to the top.
And what's going to be cool is, like you say, these adverse conditions, less than ideal, no practice. So when somebody does have a breakout moment, who's it going to be potentially? We know one's going to break out, and that'll be the talk, the bell of the ball kind of later at the bar.
Correct.
And that's going to be awesome. All right, looks like Wesley's about to kick things off here. Piloting that Dodge Charger SRT Hellcat Red Eye wide body from Lansing, Michigan. Yeah, let's lay out and hear this thing. It's definitely uncorked.
Probably leave some tire marks on that road.
When you start this thing, this is my first time coming here. I've never ventured to Pikes Peak. I always have conflicts of schedule. The first corner is like kind of the scariest, like right out of the gate, because you might overcook it. You got cold tires, you're kind of sitting there, nerves. I mean, right?
Absolutely. I mean, you're really, you're sitting there when you're getting ready to take off, and you look up. Of course, you can't see right now, but you look up at the top of the mountain and think, I'm going to be up there in, under 10 minutes.
That's crazy.
It's a lot, and I think probably I always was holding my breath almost till about turn 3, and then you start kind of catching up.
Yeah, just roll into it. All right, looks like we're going to get green flag here. We'll lay out and listen. Jumping off the line, Kevin Wesley. This looks like the fifth time for Kevin Wesley to run the infamous 100th running Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Brought to you by Gran Turismo, our live stream Mobil One. Send it. Well, it was quick. He already got up there. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, as we look at Glen Cove area there. Well, GT, I'll let you rip, man, and it's been a pleasure talking to you again. Congratulations, the Hall of Fame, man. So awesome to see you. Is that your son there? Just kicking
That's
it?
Wyatt.
Yeah,
Wyatt
what's up,
Tracy,
Wyatt?
he'll be up here winning races in no time.
That's what's up, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Dude.
And a big shout out to all the Pikes Peak officials, the people that make this thing happen. It's an amazing group of people. And also point out that museum's always a wonderful spot to go visit. So.
Okay, great.
Right.
And real quick before you leave, I love what you said. You were talking about Baja, and when Larry was here, we were talking about it still feels grassroots, and I think that's like Baja, right? And Tanner talked about it so eloquently at the front end of the show. Man, machine, and synchronicity, but the mountain, the mistress, right? Larry calls it her, she, just like Baja.
100% true, and I will say that I've probably gotten more hugs at the top of the mountain from the competitors in one race than I've gotten from every other race I've done for the last 20 years. So it's an amazing place, amazing people. To put it out there like you do, to come up here and race, it's really something special. So, again, God bless this place.
Awesome.
All the best.
Well, God bless you, man.
Thanks, brother.
Thanks
Take care.
again, man. Thank you. Greg Tracy, infamous legend here again, just getting debuted, got inducted into the Hall of Fame. And you can see our next racer there from Nashville, Tennessee, the 4th year racing for Grégoire Blesson. Grégoire. From France, obviously. Apologize if I butcher your name. I speak American, not French, not even English, like I say. I speak American. 3rd running for Grégoire. Previously racing Impreza, then a Boxer TDI Bug, and then a Tri-TDI Diesel Bug last year.
Going into the fog, you do what you do best, and we'll see you at the top, man. You're all right. You'll be all right.
You could hear the confidence. That's great. That's the starter. That's not even, his teammate, but that just goes to show you the team that is Pikes Peak.
Put it all together, you'll be there.
Just listening in, getting some insight there, and that's just, you said, hey, you do what you do best. We'll be here. The mountain's here. Respect the mountain, and that's why you're here. You're not just showing up, and you know yourself. So get a little bit of water for this run, calm the nerves, get it right. Just love getting everybody's perspective on this mountain, and time's coming in. Just you can see Grégoire. Tanner Faust has actually left the broadcast booth. We're going to get him down the line, maybe get some insight from the drivers, some starters, some staff. Going to throw down to him here in just a little bit. So Grégoire here So overall, like I said, from France, Gregoire first competed in 2013, the Open Division, finishing 9th overall. You could see up in that area the snow just on the side of it. So Gregoire getting the car prepped, getting it started, getting ready to send it. Let's listen out to this 2022 Radical SR Triple Turbo PDK Diesel. Yeah, it's a mouthful and it's an earful. So let's lay out and listen to this hot rod leave the line. Gregoire Blachon. Up next, Daijiro Yoshihara going for an electric record. Let's lay out and listen. Let everybody know we're live here at Pikes Peak for the 100th running of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo, and our live stream brought to you by Mobil 1. I'm Jared Dienda. Here we go. Green flag for Gregoire Blachon. All right, just here we go. And Gregoire Blachon leaves in that mist. You could barely see it, but look how clear it is right here at Glen Cove. You could see just, that mist, where it accumulates, where it's at, what's going on. And, we have a few different perspectives. Who's this coming in at Glen Cove? Woo, coming in squirrely. That is that Hellcat of Kevin Wesley burning on through. All right, so I am seeing that vehicle right there. I know, I love this gentleman. He's been competing in Formula Drift. He hung up his helmet in the Formula Drift world last year, or excuse me, hung it up after last season. So 18 years been competing in Formula Drift, the Formula Drift champion, Daijiro Yoshihara. And look at little Larry Chen sticker right there peeking in. Larry Chen has run the hill 3 times. The first time, unfortunately, DNF in the time attack class, but he drove the 2013 Toyota 86, and then last year with the Model 3, a time of 11:41. So looking, finished 8th overall, throwing more arrow at it, getting more practice time. Expecting some great things here from Dai Yoshihara. He's racing a lot of different vehicles. He just announced that he is working with Acura on the all-new Integra, so that's really cool. He just announced that. This evasive Turn 14 distribution Tesla Model 3. There's Dai Yoshihara. He's got a smile on his face. He looked great. Saw him at the driver's meeting. Seemed very calm, very excited, and he's been doing a lot of road racing just over the years. Racing for Honda and Spoon. He says, his Pikes Peak heroes, Matsu Tajima, which is a notable name here, driving that GoPro Suzuki back in the day, Rod Millen, and then Pikes Peak mentor, he loves Reese, so obviously Rod's son. He says, when he was asked best advice he'd receive about racing on Pikes Peak, the mountain decides. Great words of wisdom there from a Formula Drift champion. And we're talking about Paul Dallenbach. Should be coming up next. This is, again, Dai Yoshihara on the start line. Few more vehicles left after Dai. Don't know if Dallenbach is up next. I'm not seeing him on my starters list. I believe it should be Nick Robinson, but don't quote me on that. But Dallenbach, we'll see. And taking a look at Heitzman Curve, it just the mist is coming and going. It looks like a horror film, just kind of the hills have eyes kind of look. But you could see picnic area, Glen Cove, and the brake check, all clear. All clear. Excuse me. All All right, so no major action going down at those 4 respective spots, and you can barely hear Dai's car on the start line. It being electric still has that tone. Just seeing Gregoire go through Heitzman corner. So if you're just joining us, we are live, and there goes Gregoire through Heitzman, excuse me. So a great time here at Pikes Peak, and Greg Tracy having some words with James Clay. We'll see him running his Bimmer World E36. That thing's a rocket ship. He talks about all the development and finally getting it dialed. Less than ideal conditions, but he feels confident in the rain. Randy Pobst was, it didn't even matter that it rained. He says just those tires are holding up so well, the Yokohamas. And Yokohama does present, the Porsche Cup, Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama. Look at that, Dai Yoshihara running aero, and even on the back end, you could see those kind of turbo fans. So, I'm Jared Dienda again. You are live here with me and myself and Tanner Faust, me, myself, and I right now. But Tanner Faust is down in the pits. He's going to get some insight from other drivers, fans, some notable figures that are here. And just going to that drivers meeting, it was really cool to just see so many familiar names that, like Dai Yoshihara said, Rod Millen and all these, just Jeff Swart, Reese Millen, even Robin Shute has made a name for himself in such a quick amount of time piloting that Wolf. Notably, unfortunately, Ken Block popped his engine previously in testing. It's really unfortunate. A lot of buzz around that car. Oh, here we go. Dai Yoshihara leaving the line. Look at that. Quick. You don't really need a layout for the engine noise because it being electric, that Tesla Model 3. So Daijiro Yoshihara leaving in that turn 14 distribution, evasive Tesla Model 3. Don't know the numbers on that vehicle, but you talk about 1,000 horsepower or so. And taking a look at Picnic, Glen Cove, and Brake Check area. Yeah. All right, so as we are getting prepared here to see our next vehicle, let's throw it down to the pits. Tanner Faust was the bearded one. You know him, you love him. Magnus Walker. Tanner, down to you.
Magnus, we see you at a lot of car events, but I guess I've seen you here before, but never with a steering wheel in your hand. And you're a great driver. You love driving cars. Why? Is this a driving suit or what's up?
People ask me all the time about it. My answer is I would love to do it, but for me, Pikes Peak, you can't just turn up and drive it. You got to be fully committed, motivated. Do what my buddy Cam Ingram does. Spend a whole month here, getting acclimatized to the altitude, learning the road daily, and it just takes a lot of time and energy. 277 for me would be a fun car to do it, but that's an underpowered car to begin with. Seems like you need a lot of power and time and motivation, and I'm just not in that headspace at this time. But whenever I come, it always is something that I think, well, maybe. Because I do love driving these type of roads. My favorite road is Angeles Crest Highway. And I often say, I know it's completely different, but how much more different is it? But I guess there's only one way to find out.
Yeah, there's a lot of memorization and there's a lot of elements here to deal with, but it's just one of these iconic places that it's just special that you can actually even get to the top, then get to race to the top. It just seems like a bucket list item that I could really see you checking.
For sure, I did once drive to the top in a minivan and got a little lightheaded when I got there at 14,000 feet, but for sure, bucket list item along with the Carrera Panamericana. I did Mille Miglia a couple of years ago, so I ticked that one off the list. But I'm not really a bucket list guy. I'm a go with the flow and spur of the moment guy. So time will tell, I guess.
I love it. Now, you were giving me some beard advice earlier, and obviously, you know...
For you, don't shave would be my first advice to forming a beard.
Do I need to worry about split ends at this point?
At this point, you don't need to worry about split ends, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
You just don't shave, get a start, then come to me for the split end beard oil advice.
Okay, it's solid advice. If you ever need advice on this mountain, let me know. But you're as well versed in driving curvy roads as anyone. And being a Porsche advocate, it's amazing to me how Porsche has really kind of taken over this hill climb in a lot of ways. The percentage of cars out here, I'm not sure what it is, but everywhere you look, just behind us, another Cup car. Why do Porsches fit with this particular hill climb?
Well, I think they excel in this environment, being able to put the power down, actually having grip to come out of the corners, having phenomenal brakes, suspension and handling. And you are right, there are a lot of Porsches here. I'm hoping my buddy Cam will take the class win in the GT4 Club Sport. I'm really excited about Reese Millen in the Emotion Engineering car, who really is showing what Porsches are capable of in this environment. Obviously, Zwart behind us will be going fast. David Donahue also, and the Brumos car, I'm a big fan of that livery. So, Porsche's about to celebrate 75 years, Pikes Peak 100th running. It sort of makes sense, and I think there'll be, some class wins with Porsches on the hill.
It is awesome. It's not, even though it's foggy, it is awesome to see Rod out also.
Yeah.
And he was one of my driving heroes growing up. What kind of racing did you watch growing up as a kid?
Growing up as a kid, I watched a lot of it in England. When I was 10 years old, we had James Hunt, Formula One champion. We had Barry Sheen on 2 wheels. I didn't have any fancy cars in my family, but I'd watch Grandstand. I'd go to little tracks like Donington, Mallory Park, Cadwell Park, and watch club racing. I would always watch Formula One. I still watch Formula One to this day. So, I like to drive and also like to see cars being driven at the limit, and this is a great environment to experience that. So I'm just happy to be here.
Awesome. Thank you very much for the time. Appreciate it. Enjoy the event.
And welcome
Yeah.
to the BBMC when you get there.
Yeah.
The Bearded Brotherman Club.
Yeah. I'm just a few days away.
All right, man. Don't shave. Take it easy.
Thank you, Jared. You heard good advice. Don't shave.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to talk to anybody about beards and dreads and fashion, the gentleman has so many hats. Literally, he wears very unique hats. He's top hats, and he's got all these different Spanish hats. All right, so up next, we are seeing that Acura NSX leave the line. That is Nick Robinson from Delaware, Ohio. Nick Robinson, a great opportunity to be part of the 100th running. Raced the motorcycle classes 2013 and 2015. Was the pace driver last year in an NSX 2017 version, but all Acura, so sponsored and supported by Acura. Excited to refine this NSX. Nick Robinson is a development engineer at Acura/Honda for the past 25 years, and also is a Nürburgring industry pool driver instructor. And again, similar to Greg Tracy, has raced in both 2 and 4 wheel. There it is. That's the Tesla we're talking about, the unplugged performance Tesla of Randy Pobst. And you hear the buzzing, the whirling, the Casa Bonita on the wing. You got to love it. And Randy Pobst, just such a great personality. A gentleman that, again, happy birthday, to Mr. Pobst. Happy birthday to Mr. Pobst, turning 65. And there it is. We've gone plaid. That's right, 1,000 horsepower. See the transponder on the back there. The buzzing, the whirling. Getting this thing ready for takeoff. 7th year competing, Randy Pobst. Up close and personal. Getting in the zone. Not looking around, eyes on the prize, focused. Ready to throw down. You see the temps, 45 degrees, foggy, and just like a spit, man. Like everybody that's come in here, we're in our production trailer, and it's just spitty. Cool livery graphics. You can see. Talked about running on those Advans, the red, the wet tires. It says they're performing great. He actually, that's interesting perspective. He ran on the rain tires in the dry to see how they perform, because he said, man, they still hold up really good, because traditionally, the rain tires, like in any motorsport, will not be the fastest. Look at that Picnic shredding. Look at that, even just almost glitched out there. Looks really cool. Talking about going plaid. Yeah, listen to the car. It's like a symphony. You can just hear it in the background, right? Taking a look at Picnic, downhill, uphill, Glen Cove, and the brake check area. We have quite a few vehicles still left to go. We are with Randy going. He'd be our second to last in the exhibition class, and he was talking about David Donner. Randy was, and Randy would be our 13th vehicle. According to the driver's list, it would be in the vicinity of 70 vehicles. It says 71. That's if everybody's up, running, ready to go. All right, who do we have here? Oh, there goes the NSX of Robinson. Yeah, not frozen. He just, again, just with technology, sometimes glitches here. Tanner was talking about with the cloud cover, that compromises just the connection and glitchiness. And I think we've all become a little custom and a little more tolerant of glitching, given what we just went through with the pandemic and all that, and everybody on their Zoom calls and calling their friends. They're definitely a little more tolerant and understanding of technology can be your friend. And speaking of technology, love what Greg was talking about, the evolution of electric vehicles, and Randy is a standout in this category. And we talked about Dumas and that Volkswagen IDR holding the record. Had a chance to see that car at Goodwood Festival Speed, which actually is going on this same weekend. If you weren't watching that, it was really cool to see. If I wasn't here, I'd be there for sure. But Dumas saw that vehicle at Goodwood, and I don't know if you've seen it. He lost control and almost ran into the hay bales on that first corner of the Goodwood Festival Speed hill climb. All right, looks like Unplugged Performance guys getting hands on the cars, checking the tires, seeing what kind of temps we got. You can see our race officials getting the thumbs up there. All right. And again, thank you so much for joining us. The 100th running of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. Our live stream presented by Mobil 1. That's right, I'm Jared Deenda, and we're about to see Randy Pobst throw it down here on this infamous mountain that is the mistress of Pikes Peak. Let's see what Randy's got for us. All right, we could see the certain areas of the track. And getting ready. Okay, so as we're finding out what's going on here on the track, get some insight from what's going on. Where's the state of being, everybody's head? Where are we at? So let's throw it down to Tanner Faust. Looks like Tanner Faust has got Paul Gerard with him. Tanner, down to you.
Yes, I do have Paul Gerard, and I don't know what the state of the track is, Paul. All you can do is look at the screens. What are you learning from watching the screen and looking at the road?
It's tempting. I'm seeing that dry section from kind of picnic grounds on up to Glen Cove, and so I'm like, maybe slicks, but no, because it's still very wet down here and obviously very wet on the top. So I think we're going to stay with the rain tires.
How much choice do you have? I mean, it used to be you had to run what you had in qualifying. You couldn't modify them at all, and now you kind of got the choice. Yeah. And it's only possibly 3 days later, but that's a whole world of difference here. It was 75 degrees during qualifying, and now look at us, we're blowing steam.
Yeah, it reminds me of last year. Luckily, we actually qualified in the rain last year, so that was the one time I've driven the car on rain tires here, and so I got a little bit of an idea of what it does, and the car is actually better than it was last year by a pretty good margin, so I'm kind of guardedly optimistic it'll be good fun.
So we just, sort of hear Randy Pobst rip out there in some of the electric cars. You have raced an electric car up here. You've raced a lot of stuff up here. What are you driving now?
So I'm in the NV8 Hypercar, which is a tube chassis, custom-built Pikes Peak Special. Tons of downforce, over 1,000 horsepower, full carbon brakes. I probably should have turned on the traction control, no ABS. It's really a cool car to drive. And it's one of those cars, I think you'd appreciate it, where it doesn't go slowly well. So you just have to commit. You got to keep heating the brakes, you got to keep heating the tires, and you have to keep the aero pushing the car down. And as long as you're doing that, the car drives amazingly. So you just can't poodle up the mountain. It doesn't work. So
I mean, you've always been a lot better at commitment than I have, which we have a long history where you go.
There's backstory there. Yeah.
We go way back. I'm getting better, though.
Yeah,
I'm
you-
getting
you
better.
are. You
Yeah,
are,
thanks.
yeah.
But you've always been good at commitment. And, I mean, in looking at these conditions, we have cameras all the way up to Devil's Playground and then nothing to the finish line. Of course, that's where the arrow corners are at the top, the fast, those 3 left-handers that are always so scary to me. Do you have any info on those corners?
No, other than I expect them to be wet because it looks like everything from Devil's Playground is wet. That'll be good fun. But again, the car works pretty well in that stuff. I haven't tried braking for cog cut across the bumps in the wet. That'll be a new experience I think for a lot of people. So be a little bit cautious there. Putting power down on those really bumpy sections coming out of Boulder Park. Those types of things are out of Olympic across the finish line. Actually, I mean the finish line's pretty bumpy. So you want to be really careful through the whole thing. So that bit's a bit of uncharted territory. But the beauty is, of course, it's the end of the run. So I'll have a pretty good feel for the car. I damn well better be, right? Yeah. So I'll have a good feel for the car at that point. And so I think I'll have an idea of how hard I can charge or not.
Well, it's nothing if not exciting. I mean, the energy down here is both nervous. There's a lot of anticipation. I see you got your underwear on this time.
I'm wearing underwear.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
Again, there's a lot of history.
Yeah. Just jogging. So, I mean, you don't have too many cars before your next run. So, thank you very much, Paul.
Get my suit on.
Yeah, always good to see you. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Jared. It's wet and it's cold, but people are ready to rip and make some fire on this mountain. It's awesome.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Tanner, and I'm glad that you noted that he has his underwear on. I appreciate that. Little TMI there, Tanner. The history runs deep, actually. He did pull up Paul Gerard's name. Look at this cool car, 000, the magazine, celebrating Porsche, a really well-curated magazine. And this is David Donner behind the wheel of this vehicle. And Donner, a lot of anticipation, has been racing here since '87. I mean, this is, I can't, I mean, how many times does it say? I mean, I can't count them real quick, but from open wheel to stock car high performance, open wheel time attack, pace car, I mean, multiple years. David Donner's history is insane. Holds a FIA class speed record in a Subaru wagon going 170 miles per hour. He drove Pikes Peak with his dad and his brother when he was a kid after obtaining his license. He drove it as often as he could. So this 000 magazine, this is the last of the exhibition vehicles, to be honest, and we start getting into the Porsche Pikes Peak trophy presented by Yokohama. Those vehicles, talk to Johnny Lieberman about those, but that's bragging rights, man, right there, if you take that out. So yeah, we got Charles Chaz working, Lieberman, Gilles Nadeau. You got Lonnie Unser, and we can talk about all the famous names here. George Hess III and Cam, talking about Cam Ingram. That's who Magnus was referencing. But great looking Porsche of David Donner, this 2022 Porsche Turbo S. Got the flag signed. Taking a look at Picnic downhill, uphill, Glen Cove. Those seem to be clear and they're drying out. Like Gerard said, do I go to slicks? Nah, it's just unfortunate because you can see up top, it's still got the moisture. All right, here we go. The green flag is waved, and here we go. A celebratory, nice wave there. David Donner here. Pardon my ignorance in regards to who wove the flag for David Donner. Have to assume some relation, maybe even his pops. He talked about, racing with his dad and his brother as soon as he got his license. But has been running the mountain absolutely as possible, as much as possible. Hey, how we doing there? Go put your hands together. It's okay because you're warming them up as well. So that's exactly, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. That's right. Hardcore fans, thanks for joining us here. Some of these fans camping in their vehicles overnight. The only time they allow 10,000 people, the numbers kind of vary. The only time you could camp on the actual Pikes Peak. So cool. And from what I understand, the celebration afterwards, Tanner was telling me about when they finish, and when you get an open, the fans come out of the woods. Like I do believe in Sasquatch. There's 10,000 of them coming out of the woods to high five, and the winners get to carry checkered flags back down this infamous hill, and people coming out of the woods to high five them. And when you're in an open wheel, they're banging on your helmet. They're getting you all hyped. So here's Chaz, third year racing Pikes Peak, piloting this Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport, and this is essentially this spec class that the Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy presented by Yokohama has created. All of them running the GT4 Club Sport. All right, getting up close there. Send a shout out to my brother watching, Jason Dienda. Love you. See you soon. Brother tuning in. We got a bunch of fans. Nick Vosekis, shout out to you, buddy. I see you watching. And getting things prepped here. Jason at Big Ten, what's up, homeboy? Thanks for watching. We're having some fun here, and like Tanner said, just celebrating this event. So time's coming in. Daijiro Yoshihara runs the mountain 11:06. So Dai is the fastest so far, and I think, obviously Pobst and David Donner, they had the faster times in qualifying, but Dai with an 11:06 up the mountain. That's great. It's great to see. And up next will be Johnny Lieberman. Got Spinks and Andy Williamson in the building. Sparky, old Spark Dog. Thanks for joining us. T. Faust, the Golden Child. Tanner, out of all the nicknames, like I think the Golden Child, you are like the Benjamin Button. I feel like you're getting younger. You're like a vampire. You just don't age. So I think the Golden Child thing fits. You're a child. You're young at heart, and yeah, commitment. You've gotten a little bit better at commitment, and I felt like that was a deep cut between you and Gerard. Yeah, to Tuesday. You brought up his name actually coming up the hill, so yeah, you told me some stories.
My first boss, and I ended up. It's terrible to even tell this story, but
don't tell him the one you told me in the car.
Well, I ended up oversleeping and missed like my third day of work, the morning, and he had to come pick me up again. It kept me on.
And if that usually happens, you're cut. Like,
you're usually getting a plane ticket home out of there.
Paul
was like, you seem, and I had no racing experience really. I'd worked.
You're wet behind the ears.
I was super wet behind the ears, and I'd been working in an ice driving school in the winter, and so this was my first summer driving gig, and so he kept me in there and he did me a solid, and that started a career that's been lasted for 25 years. And I've tried my best to pay back. I've got him a job on Top Gear. He was our Stig on Top. Oh, whoops.
Yeah.
No, it's out.
I know, I'm joking.
It's out.
I'm joking.
He's got a damn book. Come on.
I know he does.
But yeah, so it's great.
I'm the Stig, right?
Yeah. My name's Paul.
Don't tell anybody. I'm the Stig. Okay. Well, just outed it.
No. So it's so good to see Paul. So good to see so many racers. And yes, it's cold out there, but the fans are packed. It's just so cool to see so many people show up, even on a rainy day like this, as we get close to finishing up the Trophy Cup here for Porsche.
Yeah, we're starting. We're kicking it off.
Oh, just kicking it off with Johnny Lieberman.
Yep. No, Lieberman's up next.
Okay.
Lieberman's up next. This is kicking off. This is Charles Chaz Workin from Mesa, Arizona. He is our first racer. Lieberman up next, who's talking about wet behind the ears, literally and figuratively, wet behind the ears in his Porsche, but also I loved his mustache. Had like water driplets, on his mustache, and yeah, look at that. We are seeing rain coming down now.
It's so interesting. Somebody so experienced as Randy Pobst comes in here, sort of drops a bit of knowledge like, hey, it's 7:30 in the morning, but this could be as good as it gets. And it's ringing true. Yes, Dai putting in a great time. Yeah. I haven't seen Randy's time come
He's
up.
coming in. Look at his splits there. 3:0. So section 1, 157. Wow, that's 5 seconds faster than Daijiro Yoshihara. 225 section 2. That's 6 seconds faster.
Here's the impressive bit: is David Donner has been lighting the mountain on fire
since '87.
Yeah,
by the way.
True. Yes, fair enough. With essentially a stock Porsche turbo on street tires. So the street tires were a big disadvantage until it's wet, right? And so now he's thinking that's an advantage for him, all-wheel drive versus Randy Pobst all-wheel drive. We come in on the splits. Randy Pobst is 3 seconds quicker, and on the first split, 3 seconds slower on the second split. So they're dead even going into the third split. And Randy Pobst, again, ahead on the mountain, so we'll find his timeout first. But that's a real battle going on for this incredibly heated exhibition
my sticker's
class.
on his car. If pan right a little bit, that's my sticker.
There
Look
it
at
is.
that. Hey, send it. Look at that. I love that.
I think somebody
Thanks,
asked you
Johnny.
if that was a motorcycle. Did somebody ask you that?
The dude rode bicycle from Idaho to Colorado Springs.
Oh, that's
very nice gentleman. He's
that's
like, and I
impressive.
hand him the sticker that has a car on it. He says, "So you work in the motorcycle world?" I'm like, "That's a car. It's actually a drift golf cart, but whatever." Yeah, so it's okay. Back to the action. What's going down here? Johnny Lieberman on that start line. David Donner, a lot of hype behind him. Everybody's kind of talking about.
Well, he's incredibly experienced, incredibly fast, knows every inch of this mountain, been doing it forever. His family's been deeply embedded in Pikes Peak for years.
Speaking of family, who waved the green flag for him? Did you see that?
I did
an older
not.
gentleman, and I was trying to do some communique here and trying to find out who that was. I believe it's a family member or something.
That's awesome. Yeah, he's got a long history, and here in Colorado Springs and on the mountain, and then he's really been probably one of the more talked about drivers besides Rod Millen coming back on the mountain. Because he's driving such a stock Porsche and laying down such quick times. Going head-to-head with Randy with a 1,000 horsepower EV car, quite a battle going on between the two of them as we start to get some more times from the guys, actually a little bit.
Pobst did come in. So Pobst, no, he does not beat Daijiro Yoshihara. Randy Pobst on 11:24, Daijiro Yoshihara on 11:06. So look at that.
That is so impressive from Dai.
What tires was Dai on? I don't think he's on Yokes, is he? I think he might be on Toyos.
Yeah, I think so.
I believe so. I'm not sure.
And the
Spanks, go ahead and get on that. Find out what tires. I'm joking.
The unfortunate part about all this is that you can see from our vantage point where we have cameras all over the mountain, 1 minute to the next, the cloud just rolls over and that corner's blind. That can be 10 seconds right there. And then the next bit, it just sort of curls a different way, and all of a sudden the next driver can see the corner. So it does throw a little bit of luck into the mix here, but at the end of the day, the drivers have to face all the same battles and get up the mountain as we start this really heated Porsche Trophy class.
David Donner, we're seeing a 2 minute split, 2:22, 2:54. Can he beat Daijiro Yoshihara? Woof, ripping through. Who was that?
So he was dead.
Oh, that was Donner.
That was
David Donner.
Yep, and so he's coming up to Glen Cove, and he's got himself. He was dead even with Randy Pobst after 2 splits. After the third section, now he's gained 7 seconds. So Randy Pobst, either this is just a different part, some place where his car is a bit of a disadvantage for the Porsche, or ran into some different conditions.
Yeah.
Probably visibility conditions is most likely, but that's a big gain as they come into the top section, which, as we can see, is still quite wet.
See Jeff Zwart there on the line. I believe that's Lieberman's family there with him. And Johnny, what's going through Johnny's mind right now? Hasn't raced the mountain.
What the hell am I doing?
Yeah. What is this thing in front of me?
No, in all seriousness, I went to his first test at Willow Springs.
He failed.
Yep. I mean, it's like a D-. No, he's a journalist.
Yes.
Journalists don't have the best reputation when it comes to translating their knowledge about cup holder placements and things like that into actual driving. No offense to journalists, I'm just saying it can get. They're
going to write a scathing review about you right now.
There are a lot.
So all journalists, they just got triggered.
It's been done. But there's been a lot of, but that's not all journalists. And
No,
Johnny really has a head on his shoulders. I saw on the track, he had so much respect for the car and so much respect for learning it, moving forward rather than going too big and then pulling back. And that's the kind of thing you have to do on this mountain. You can't go, where's the limit? Oh, there it is. I'm going to back down a little bit. Because once you do that, it can potentially be a big wreck.
Yeah.
So you do have to build towards slowly. And, I mean, having his family right there, I mean, it's pretty impactful.
Oh, dude. Yeah. I mean, shoot. I'm going to shed a tear. There it is. Look at his kid waving the green flag, and we're ready to send it. That's awesome. Yeah. Let's go, Johnny. Put it down. Make your family proud. There it is. So that's so Johnny would be, as far as our Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama, he's only the second. Overall, there's 6 vehicles competing in that Porsche Pikes Peak
I love
Cup.
that you see Jeff Zwart there on the line sending Johnny off, and you can see him just watch him make his way around the corner,
Proud dad.
watching the line, sort of like listening to the shift, and he's so invested in every one of the drivers. He is the designated coach for that series. He has a big role to play in keeping that series going, which I think is a great thing that Pikes Peak does here. There, his head is in the window of each car as it comes to the line, last minute pep talk. And then he's got to go suit up and get in his own car.
That's crazy, yeah. And I talked to him about that, and he's got to curate that. He's team dad, so he brings the orange slices, tells everybody to grab a knee. The juice box of the orange slices after the game, and everybody gets a participation trophy, but there's only one winner, and that's who's going to hold up that Porsche trophy.
He never peeled the crust off the sandwiches though, and I like the triangular cuts.
Oh, you go across. You don't go straight down the middle.
Yeah, I don't know. It makes it feel like halftime.
I like those. I like the ones that's like a form of like a dinosaur or something. It's like, you know what I'm talking about?
That's high maintenance.
Yeah, I'm extra.
It's like a cookie cutter dinosaur thing.
Yeah.
God, your mom loved you.
Yeah. I don't know.
This is, if it rains harder, this could just turn into a therapy session. Honestly.
Yeah, welcome to Tanner, the Golden Child, and the J-Rod. This is our podcast, live from the base of Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Thanks for joining us. All joking aside.
Well, from what I was saying earlier, there's Lonnie Unser. Talk about a history. Here.
Yeah.
The Unser family, the Millen family, the
Where's Lonnie?
Vascholtz
That's
family.
not Lonnie.
Lonnie's
coming up
next.
Yes.
They keep throwing me off with the name.
It's okay, yeah.
And
they're in the batting circle. Lonnie's in the batting circle.
I had a chance to talk to Lonnie a little bit, and I sent her my in-car video from last year, and her, of course, she's getting coaching from so many different directions, having so much history with her parents and grandparents. But she did end up having an off on Cog Cut, and they had to bring a chassis from Denver down, a whole new front clip to the car. Literally, the frame looked like meat. I mean, she went all the way to the train tracks on Cog, which is quite a ways, and somehow at Porsche Colorado Springs rebuilt this car in a day and a half, working 24 hours a day.
Wow.
And she will be on the line next.
That's awesome. Yeah, those are the two most recognizable names with the history of the, and I've talked to Greg. It was really great talking to Greg. He's not racing, but he's got that itch kind of like you, like, oh, come on, man, let me in. But Unser and Millen, those are kind of the two notable names of the mountain, correct?
It goes back. There's more. There's Vascholtz, and of course, the Tracys on the motorcycle side just dominated. But there's a lot of because the history is so long. Mm-hmm. There's so many multi-generational packs where the dad evolves into a new car, son gets to drive the old one, and then maybe starts beating up on the dad a little bit. Now the dad has to build a new faster car, then the son gets to drive the old one. Sometimes the daughter, in this case with Lonnie. And so it is a cool part of the mountain, and it's a cool part of the history that, obviously, being the second oldest race in the country, is pretty storied.
Sorry, you're talking about the oldest race in the country. We can tell them. We overheard somebody saying that, as far as the oldest race in the country, we're third, right? This guy it's like, right, the things you hear. This guy said, what was the number one?
Le Mans.
We're the third oldest American race. Yeah. Small little fact. Le Mans in France. So I love that too.
All great races.
Mind you, it was like 5 a.m. So whatever. We'll give him a pass.
So look at the crowds at 13,000 feet standing on the outside of Devil's Playground in a storm in the most likely struck point of North America. These are brave fans.
Yeah. Do you want to build a snowman? No, I don't. We want to build fast times. We want to build a wet track or a dry track, not a wet track. And I like what Randy said too about the yellow stripe, that being slick. We don't talk about that much, but he's like, oh man, my limited slip's not working. Traction control.
And I've only run this race once paved, and when it was gravel, it wasn't that much difference if it was wet or dry.
Yeah.
And it just mattered how the spring was. If the spring had been wet, then the dirt had been compacted from all the tourists driving up and down, and you had good grip.
The spring, what do you mean by that?
The spring as in like the season.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, if it was kind of like a wet spring summer,
got it.
Then there was just more traction.
Let's listen in here. We got Gilles Nadeau coming to us from Quebec, Canada. Qu'est-ce que c'est Porsche? The Pikes Peak Trophy Cup, the GT4 Club Sport. First time running Never been to Pikes Peak, first time. Why not? Let's race it. Let's run it. Let's send it. Says all his heroes, experience of a lifetime. Absolutely excited to be here. How are you preparing for race day? Let's listen.
I'll catch you.
I think they're joking about your French accent.
Qu'est-ce que c'est? Yeah, mon petit chou.
Bless you.
That's it. No, that's my little cabbage.
Oh.
That's my little cabbage in French.
Often said phrase?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's listen in to the French-speaking. Even the exhaust note was a little French there. Did you hear that?
So this is
So
Johnny.
vroom, vroom.
I didn't hear it. I missed it.
You got to read the subtitles.
This is Johnny Lieberman's nemesis, self-proclaimed
Who?
nemesis.
Gilles?
Yeah, he said they're neck and neck.
Oh, that's right. He did say that.
Yes.
So it was Gilles saying they're battling for fourth.
Yes, they are. It is a heated battle for anything.
No, it's for all of it. And yeah, just taking a look at Gilles. He says be 61 years old this year. He's doing it for himself. Something he needs to check off his bucket list. So that is absolutely awesome. So congratulations.
Lieberman making pretty good gains on Chaz in the first split. And he's a little bit slower in the midsection, but we can compare Lieberman and Gilles. Is that the
Gilles?
Gilles.
Like Gilles Venu.
Once he gets a couple things going on, I hear that they rebuilt this car.
Masters.
This is the Lonnie. Oh, this is Lonnie's car.
This is Lonnie. This is Lonnie's vehicle. The really cool Advan Yokohama livery, that black to red classic livery. The Unser name. There's Zwart. Let's listen in.
Groups that I talked to you about, first sequence, and then just watch your braking zones again, because what's a dry line leading into it might not be a dry line in braking. Okay? You'll do great, and I'll see you up there in about an hour and a half. Okay? All right. Take care, Lonnie. Take care.
Have some fun. Go get them.
Great insight there from a man who knows the mountain, like you say, curating this, the team dad, really telling everybody grab a knee and just getting those words of encouragement and some insight. So you got to think that, there's communique going on, and he knows this mountain better than anybody. So it's really great insight for Lonnie. And you got to think what's going through her mind right now. Confidence, this and her team thrashed and get this car together. That's great.
Really is. He has such a wealth of knowledge. He was the first person I met on the mountain, and he just pulled up in the car that he drove from his home in Aspen and raced it, and just he has such an interesting history with Porsche and with this mountain, and he brings this class together, makes sure that everybody's safe, does the training days, shows up for all the test weekends. Anybody who wants to show up and get the coaching, he's right there. He gives people rides in a car after the tests, just to talk about rocks to look for and cracks in the road to use as markers. It's invaluable information, and it does take 10, 12 days of testing before that information really starts to soak in. So Lonnie, I'm sure, is quite nervous. The last time she was up this mountain, she had a huge crash.
Yeah. So take a look at that. Look at again one of the Porsches. I believe that was Gilles.
Yeah, that was a picnic round. Lieberman has made his way up. He's probably just past Glen Cove now.
Oh, by the way, look at that. David Donner. We haven't been calling the times out. I apologize. Just getting excited through everything. 10:34. Absolutely blazes past Daijiro Yoshihara. So I believe unofficially David Donner will win the exhibition class with a 10:34. Almost 30 seconds faster than Daijiro Yoshihara, who sits in second.
Nearly 50 seconds faster than Randy, and I'm sure that he had either a problem with the car or just literally had an unlucky moment there where some rain came in or some clouds came in just during his run. But David Donner, incredibly fast for those conditions. Everybody knows he's absolutely brave and he pushes it, but he knows every inch of the mountain, so he's able to accept a little bit more risk.
Let's talk about Lonnie Unser, 24 years old, has been racing since 2016, did BMW driving school, raced NASA Rocky Mountain Series. She comes to us from Idaho, splits her time from Idaho and in Boulder. Finished fourth in the Rocky Mountain Series points in 2018, competed in MX5 Cups, and then most recently, the last couple of years, has been racing the World Racing League in Porsches. So finishing 7 and 11 races, also competed in MX5 in 2021. So not only does the name carry some weight, but she's racing in multiple different series as well.
No, she's super talented, and I've been talking to Jeff over the last couple of weeks. Says she's super quick, and she's approaching it, getting quicker and quicker and quicker. She just went hard under braking and caught cut one time, got penalized for it. He gave her a little last-minute words on braking. Sometimes it's good just to have the last thing in your head before you leave the line.
Yep.
Just to have a couple things to think about as you get going. Then once you hit second gear, it's all out the window anyway.
And I remember the old adage, if speed kills, brakes give life. So it's gonna stop you down. It's gonna slow you down. What? You don't like that one? Is that bad? Is that corny? It's a good
I've
one.
never heard that one.
Yeah, I read it on a No Fear T-shirt or something. I'm joking.
Doesn't sound like
it was an old Stillen ad.
Was it really?
It was an old Stillen ad.
That's a good way to sell brakes, I guess.
Yeah. So that was good.
That's awesome.
We could see who's that? Was that Greg right there? Who's
Still in, by the way.
Oh, who's this? Who's waving the flag? No, I thought that was Greg. Who's waving? Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Okay.
This could be her dad.
Yeah.
I can't quite see it. The picture is small, but yeah, this could be her dad. And I've been in conversations with Lonnie here for the last couple weeks, just sharing in-car videos and things like that. She's so excited to do this race. Of course, there's a lot of weight on her because of her last name, but hopefully she's able just to enjoy this run, because this is the only one that really counts. She can wipe clean crash from a few days ago and just enjoy this run up the mountain.
Control Alt Delete, green flag waves. Like I said, most likely her dad will get some clarification on that. Cameras are out. Let's go. Let's go, Unser. Another Unser climbs the mountain for her first time. That's awesome.
Those first couple corners are so critical. That's when you get the first measurement of grip. All the hype, all the things everybody's been talking about don't mean anything until you get that feeling from the steering wheel. So we'll be catching up with her a little bit later.
Yeah, and Greg says he probably doesn't breathe till after the third turn. All right, as Unser heads up the mountain, we'll take a short break. Again, you are here live watching the Pikes Peak International Raceway presented by Gran Turismo, and our live stream brought to you by Mobil 1. We'll be right back.
In America, the future belongs to everyone. So we built the SUV of the future for everyone. The new Ford Bronco Sport, available with different GOAT modes and a camera with off-road views. Because the SUV of the future isn't built for a few. It's built for America. Ford Bronco Sport. Drive one today.
Now get 2 years of complimentary premium maintenance on select vehicles across the Ford lineup. New vehicles are arriving daily, so hurry into your local Ford stores today.
If sweat is your body's natural way of cooling itself down, then condensation is a beer's natural way of saying, drink me. Michelob Ultra, now with a new look.
right, look at a little quick turn of the wheel there, and we are live, still here. I'm Jared Deanda, Tanner Faust here, who's raced this mountain 5 times, notably won his class last year. He was racing that Porsche. We got another honorary flag waiver here. Who do we have? This should be George Hess. George Hess the third from right here in Colorado Springs.
He's local. He's just the nicest guy. I raced against him last year in the same class, the GT4 Club Sport by Yokohama class. And it's such a great class. Everybody's on the same Advan tires. Everybody's in virtually the same cars. You can. There are some minor exhaust changes and suspension changes you can do. But George is very experienced. He did crash the car last year, so he'll be looking for redemption this year.
And it looks like that is Unser.
Coming through Glen Cove, yep. Unser, Lonnie making her way through Glen Cove very fast, very dry-looking road right there.
Yeah,
we
ideal.
can see what she's headed into. She cannot, but it is wet and slippery ahead.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, we can just see it. We got all these different angles. She's going through George's corner right now. There she is. Look at that. She's, woof. Again, I when you were out there in the, I don't know if you heard me talking about. I think people, given, yeah, she's there. Connection's a little tight. I think people are a little more tolerant of things glitching just because in our Zoom, let's call it the Zoom years, right? Just everybody dealing with that, like things glitching. I think people are more tolerant.
It has to be said, this mountain has a long reputation of not allowing wireless to happen.
Yeah, it's a black hole.
There's a phenomenon. Cell phones, everything just stops working as soon as you get on this mountain. It's sort of charged, and things are getting figured out. We do have the cameras hardwired now rather than wireless, where they would fail
RF
constantly. To get internet access up here, they literally for 2 weeks they have to run a cable all the way down to Colorado Springs and hardwire it. It's just that sort of a phenomenon, but we're able to get some pictures out, amazingly enough. But yeah, apologize for the glitches.
Cam, let's listen in. Zwart talking to his final racer here. Yes, please. Let's hear what Zwart is telling Cam Ingram.
Yeah, I would say the braking zones might be a little bit just harder because of them being wetter than the zones around the cornering. So just make sure that you don't run into stuff too deep that way until you get a good feel for it. I think the surfaces are going to be pretty consistent. The wild card in this is going to be the fog moving in and out. And it's pretty much so all the way out. So just remember the WL lines, have fun, push, and then I'll see you up there in about an hour and a half. Okay? All right, enjoy.
We'll get him, Cam. Have a good run, man.
Always interesting when the coach says push. You know,
He didn't say that to Lonnie. So what I was going to, sorry, go ahead, finish thought.
Well, I had an engineer that at one time said send it, and I think I took 4 cars out in a race, like in the next 5 seconds. Never said send it again.
Yeah.
I get amped. I'm already pushing myself hard enough. Cam is quite committed, quite quick, has a lot of hours in these cars, takes the driving very seriously, does a huge amount of testing, and this will be an exciting race for him. I don't know how many times he's been up here in the wet, if ever.
Taking a look at Cam Ingram, and Cam is co-owner of Road Scholars, a shop that restores and services the most exclusive Porsches and returns them to precise historical authenticity, modern and vintage. So this is somebody that a lot of eyeballs are on just because of being in the Porsche world, you know. So it's cool to see him get behind the wheel of a race car, and the words honor and just respect, and yeah, his Pikes Peak heroes. I mean, Zwart and Fred Beach.
I mean, he really is just a lover of driving, and he's such a pleasure to talk to and get to know. I got to know him quite a bit last year, talked to him a short time this year, and he's just so passionate about driving and the whole learning experience of learning the craft of racing. While he doesn't have a lot of door-to-door racing, he's fallen in love with Pikes Peak, and I think for the rest of the year he probably drives quite a lot of things.
So keep in mind, this is Cam's, or excuse me, Cam is the final of the Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy presented by Yokohama Racer, and right now Gilles Nadeau, the French Canadian we were talking about. Look at Johnny Lieberman, he's second. So he was so just self-deprecating. Mind you, we still have Lonnie and George Hess the third to finish out, but Lieberman does go beyond Chaz's time. So Gilles Nadeau, just to give you reference, with a 13-minute run, 13:03. Johnny with 13:33, so about 30 seconds.
So Lieberman was hoping in that battle for fourth to be a little bit closer, I think. So if we look at his splits, it looks like he really gave up 20 seconds on the top of the mountain, 4 seconds in the middle, and was pretty even on the lower section. So the top is the intimidating part of the track. It's high speed. If it's low visibility, to combine that with high speed is a super difficult thing. So I think Johnny probably exercised caution rather than in the face of valor at that moment, and for that he may have given it to Gilles. But let's see how Lonnie makes out. She should be coming to the top here actually any minute.
All right, Cam on the start line, and this again, Cam is a final racer, one to watch. Robin Shute is up next. Robin Shute has set the record, the fastest so far yesterday through the week. They've been setting times, the fastest last year, racing last year. So again, we'll get to that in a moment, but he's one to watch, the Robin Shute up next. But right now it's all about Cam. Eyes are on the prize. Let's listen in as this thing takes off. Looks like everything's flowing. Here we go. Send it. Steer clear of those yellow lines, huh, Tanner?
The lines can be slippery. I can hear him out of the trailer. He's out of shot of the microphone, but I can hear that he's actually carrying a lot of throttle through the first two corners, where a lot of cars were backing off and doing quite a bit of a conservative grip check. So Cam, quite aggressive, very, very comfortable in his car. As I said, has a huge number of miles in the car, but he's got a lot of rain ahead of him. But he knows the bottom section is dry, as all the drivers do from watching our footage. So he can push as hard as he can to Glen Cove, try to nail a good time, and then just survive the top half.
Fair enough. And we're, so lovingly just doting kind of on Jeff Zwart. Now is when he's got to get in his own head now. So Zwart will get suited and booted, because he's got, let's just say, here comes Unlimited. Zwart's got about 10 cars, about 10 or 11 cars.
He's got 10 cars. He will not rest until Cam makes it to the top, though. He'll still be checking the boards, checking the screens. For sure he's watching Lonnie's times right now, as Lonnie is rapidly approaching, for the first time since a little bit of a crash,
48 hours
approaching
ago.
that cog cut. And it's treacherous, especially in the wet and with the new patches. So while Jeff he has to turn his focus to his actual run, he's probably not there yet.
Yeah. Who's piloting that BMW, the performance racing school? That was Matt? Matt
Mullins,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
So he's the chief driving instructor for BMW Academy, East-West Coast, so he's kind of the guy.
Yep.
If you want a driving instructor job, track down this M5.
Nice.
Tell him Jared sent you.
No, tell him Tanner sent you. Well, my buddy Misko, I saw him. He works and operates the one out at Thermal. So, and Misko, he has a twin brother, and he competes in the Formula Drift Championship.
They do a good program. Early days, Paul Gerard, you saw me check his underwear, so to speak, just to make sure he's wearing it.
You're talking about the thermal.
The thermal.
Thermals,
well, yeah. I mean, come on, Jared. What do you think?
DVDs, yeah.
They're
It's
kids.
Fruit of the Looms. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's a kid's show.
So Paul was my boss when I first started doing ride and drives with the Ultimate Driving Experience. So a lot of drivers have had history doing marketing events with BMW, and they still do them. And Matt Mullins pretty much wears the crown of
cool.
that particular world.
Yeah, BMW just announcing that new M3 estate wagon that's not coming stateside, which is insane. But I get it. Estates aren't the most popular things here, and estates aren't popular in states. But
The wagons, they should be.
Yeah.
I mean, Volvo tried. BMW's had a few good wagons.
Jaguar's a good-looking one.
Pretty good looking.
Yeah. I had a 99 540 wagon. Just bought my son his first car. We acquired a 07 BMW 328 Xi, so it's all-wheel drive. It's a good little package.
It's a great package.
Yeah.
It's and it's a wagon?
It's a wagon.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh,
I
you're a
love
wagon
wagons.
family.
We are. I had a WRX wagon, 03 WRX wagon, a Volkswagen Jetta wagon. So I saw Cam just going through the Heitman's corner, Heitman's curve.
Still nice and dry, great visibility, probably putting in a good time. We're catching his first splits, 2:01. So far, he has the whole field cleared by 10 seconds in the first split.
All right, listen to this thing pop, lock, and dropping. We got Matt here. This is so not racing here. This is purely clearing the course, getting it going. Pace car. Thumbs up. Let's have some fun.
After this BMW.
Oh, that's Misko, actually. Misko's waving the flag for him.
There he goes.
Let's see what kind of flag waving we got there, Misko. This is the Parade of Champions car. BMW Performance Driving School. And Matt Mullins getting all up in his cerebellum right now, all up in his face.
So
Parade of Champions.
This marks the end of the exhibition and the Porsche Trophy Cup by Yokohama, and we move now into qualifying just by time. So we will have one class in one run, and the next class could be unlimited, the next class could be time attack. So it's only based on their qualifying time from here on out. And so everybody is essentially racing everybody else.
Well, what's interesting here, when we kicked up things off, we went from the slowest to the fastest, and now as Matt Mullins kicks off our Parade of Champions by piloting this BMW M5, great looking car. So what I was trying to say there was we went from slowest time to fastest time, or quickest, and now it's inverse. So we're starting with the fastest, Robin Shue.
Yeah, this is generally, and it's hard to make these generalizations as we see Cam rip through Glen Cove right now. Full throttle, still all dry, feeling comfortable. Tires are up to temp. We'll see how he does as he makes his way through George's corner and starts finding some wet conditions in his near future. But this is typically the sweet spot on the mountain. It's late morning. It's usually time for fog to burn off, and usually too early for the thunderstorms to roll in the afternoon. This year is very unique. I think it's been pretty even conditions for the last at least hour, and so that could continue. But either way, all the drivers have to face the same 156 turns. They all have the same 12.5 miles to run, and so far the conditions are holding fairly steady from the start.
Very cool, very exciting, and I just wanted to drive. We're taking a look there up top, and you can just see that fog accumulating. It's great. Hey, it's really cool walking around the pits with you. A lot of people, hey man, you racing? Nope. Just
here talking with Jared.
Just talking smack. Nope, not racing. Thanks for bringing it up. Picking that scab. Where's that scab at? Yeah. No, but it is cool. And people are like, hey man, how's things going? You're a celebrity around here, man.
I wouldn't say that, but I mean, this was my first race. And I went to school in Boulder. Grew up, was born in Denver. So we used to work at Pikes Peak International Raceway, which you go to now with Grid Life, I believe.
Yep.
It's a location that I've spent a lot of time, and a friend of mine, Paul Gerard, this is right after we started working together, he's like, hey, I think I can put together a couple of these Wells Coyotes. So I posted on my Instagram a picture of this orange and black car that was a Beta Tools sponsored car that is literally it's a guy named Wells who's a local Colorado Springs guy. He basically took a sprint car, put a 3-speed gearbox in it, 800 horsepower, weighed 1,600 pounds.
Holy cow.
And you ran drag racing slicks, and they essentially just glued tread onto drag racing slicks, ran like 6 PSI, and ripped up the dirt, and they were quick.
That's awesome.
But so that was a box checked to do that run. Paul and I got 2 similar cars. He crashed out and has been bitter ever since, actually. But I finished and got hooked, and then have been back a few times since. Only one time paved, though.
Yeah. It's like I said, it just speaks to why you're in here. And when they called me and said, "Hey, Jared, we'd love to have you," and I thought of you actually. We golfed pretty soon.
Let's hug. Thanks, Jared.
I got you in here, so you owe me. No, I'm just kidding. You've passed me for other gigs anyway, so it's fine. I get it. You have a more handsome, slightly less hairy, but very eloquent gentleman, Rutledge Wood. That basically the jacket fits. So just saying.
Oh, don't. What? You're putting yourself in a box.
I know I am.
No.
It's a big box. We're literally in a big box.
Your beard is quite more formidable than his.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It is.
I did get some beard tips from.
I know, Magnus. I want to see you with dreads. There's got to be a movie where you wore dreads.
Yeah, I've worn dreads.
Can you recall what it was? Was it like a?
Well, not dreads, but it's Hobbs and Shaw. I was
Hobbs and Shaw.
It was a lot of hair.
Yeah.
It itched a lot.
Yeah.
As we see Cam still making his way up. He's just gone by Devil's Playground now.
Yeah.
And it's just the camera gets more and more covered with water up there, but the fans still stay out against the fencing. It's awesome.
And it's windy too. Ooh wee. Ooh, yeah. I got the chills just watching them. But look, you could see the jackets of the fans. Thank you so much for joining us. I know they can't hear us, or maybe, I know a lot of people that are like, I'll just watch live stream. So we're gifting you, or Mobil 1 is gifting you the opportunity to feel like you're here. So just go jump in the shower, turn it on real cold, and get a waterproof case and watch it.
It's just
looks like you're here.
hard to describe. Where we just saw that shot of fans up there along the fence, that was at 13,000 feet in the middle of a thick cloud.
Yeah.
Okay, they're standing in a cloud up at altitude in the wind and sleet. And let's be honest, they're up there drinking at 13,000 feet. It's not healthy.
Big fact.
Yeah. So
you told me about it. I said you don't believe in Bigfoot and Sasquatches, but there's about 10,000 of them that come out of the trees when the race is over. And you said driving an open cockpit car, the fans, they got a little loose juice, right? And they're banging on your helmet and all that.
In the Wells Coyote, they jump on the car, jump onto the cage.
Lonnie Unser finishes, and sorry, real quick, the fastest so far so we're still waiting for. Did George Hess not finish?
George went after Lonnie, so George
sure?
he's still
okay.
He's still
Yes, you're
making
right.
his way up the mountain, although we didn't get a Section 3 split for George. So
Okay.
there is potential that George has pulled off at some point.
That's what I'm thinking.
It's not to say that we don't have a clarification we need on the transponder,
Yeah.
but right now,
Oh, there's Matt. Sorry. Just taking a
Cam
look at Matt.
has passed George on the mountain. But Lonnie comes in, and she's first in class right now with the 12:55. So she takes Gilles down by just over 8 seconds.
Yeah. Fog coming in here at the start line, even a little thicker. As you can see, visibility is kind of like, when your eyes are a little foggy there.
So coming down the mountain is a special thing as a racer that not many people get to experience.
think
Because
it's
yes,
awesome.
people are drinking 13,000 feet in it, and they're probably fairly enumerated. But it's just the fans you're high-fiving, and they're giving you flags, and 10,000 people just waiting for this. It's basically a parade.
Yeah.
And it's an awesome experience, and a lot of those fans have camped out overnight in one of the harshest environments I can imagine. So it's just one of the many things that make this race so special.
How are your feet? Are they warm?
Yeah, I got some
I know
good
you
socks.
got new woolies.
Yeah, I can't believe I didn't bring
Any cool ones?
I mean, Colorado Native, and I brought
those
like
are basic.
Oh, because they
those are
don't have
basic.
fruit or airplanes on them.
Yeah. You had the banana ones on the other day, and
They're cold. Yeah, it's sometimes
soft,
it's
Tanner.
function over form,
Okay.
Jared. And
Yeah.
not by looking at your.
dude, these things are great. These are good. These are my Rebel 8 socks.
They look pretty warm.
I'm golden. These shoes have some good protection. All right, so as the Parade of Champions, that is Mr. Matt Mullins here, the 2022 Parade of Champions car, that M5, that will celebrate the continuation, and any other vehicle on the mountain wants to be the fastest, and notably Robin Shute is our next racer.
Well, I've got to say that Cam did finish, and he
Ooh,
did take
wow.
he currently has the class win. Unexplained why George hasn't crossed the line, since he did leave the start line before Cam. But Cam comes in with an 11:22, dropping Lonnie's time by almost a little more than a minute and a half. So Cam laying down an incredibly committed lap, considering the conditions. So he's got to be proud of that.
Sorry, what did you pull last year? What time did you
No
pull?
idea, actually.
Oh, but you only did the first sector.
Oh, we stopped. Yeah, we stopped at
That's right.
Devil's Playground.
You don't remember your time on section 1?
I did take the qualifying record, which still stands, and then I was going for the overall record in this class
Right.
that Travis Pastrana had, and had good potential in the middle and top sections, and we got 7 inches of snow. They cut the race short, but that just kind of gives you some drive to come back, do it again.
Look at it's drying out a little bit up top.
It is. There's the surface. So when the snow is there, sometimes it melts, runs across the road.
Oh, yeah.
As you see there in certain spots, just makes it kind of treacherous. And I was talking to Cam earlier, and he said, I'd rather it just be all wet than partially wet, partially dry. You just build your confidence up, and then you get smoked by a puddle, and it's just really
There you go.
disconcerting.
There goes Matt.
I'm going to go ahead and call out Matt Mullins for going way too fast. He's
Really?
Yeah, he's beat George's time in a race car for the first 2 sectors.
Why are you calling him out? That's a bragging right. He's like, dude.
I mean, he's got a helmet on and a suit.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's got George's time by about 6 seconds just in the first 2 sectors. He's really flying in that M5.
So Cam Ingram unofficially has won the Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy presented by Yokohama. Again, I always say unofficially just to make sure,
Well deserved.
Yeah.
He puts in the time. He goes for every single ride that Jeff offers in a street car to go up and down the mountain, and again off weekend he's out testing that car. So well deserved. If that ends up following through, that is awesome. I feel for George. I hope that there isn't any damage or any injury or anything like that, but he doesn't appear to have made it to the 3rd sector of the track, and to be honest, it's not great because you don't get the warming hut that's at the top of the mountain. So now you're just basically warming in your car.
Probably just grabbing some beers with some fans.
That would be ideal. I think that's,
you know what? Got to know when to fold them.
You got to know when to fold them. We'll check in and see if we can't get any information on George, though, because that's a little disconcerting. We didn't get 2 more sector times from him.
We got some great crafties right next to us, and I always do. This isn't an ad for Fiji, but these are I love it on a good road trip, but the cup holders, it's not cup holder compliant. We were talking about Johnny and being a journalist and really focusing on cup holder placement, and not cup holder compliant, these Fiji bottles. I'm waiting for somebody to make square cup holders.
There were a lot of things I thought we'd talk about while we were sitting up here.
And that was not one that you thought of.
It wasn't a top 10.
Okay,
no.
Yeah. I mean, whatever.
But
it works out. It makes sense.
You're not wrong.
Not wrong. I mean, when you got approached about announcing this, first, how long are we going to talk? Did you think we'd talk for this long? And this
8 hours?
And have you done a presentation like this, like a telethon? We're
it is like a telethon.
We're entertaining. You know what? Tanner Faust, he needs your support. Support people like Tanner Faust. His private plane needs more fuel. So if you could really dig deep and fill up his plane
that
with
sounds
fuel,
alarmingly elitist. It's not like that.
I know it's not. I'm joking. Help me. Help Tanner.
All right.
Look at the fans. There they are, hardcore.
I like it. We're in the McLaren colors.
Oh, that's right. You're papaya.
Yeah. There you are. Hey guys, we see ya. Whoop whoop. Yeah, it does look cold out there, but I mean, just some diehards. Look, soaking in a little vitamin D.
Yeah.
Sneaking through the 7,000 foot thick clouds.
Look, that girl did like a little happy dance. She's eating snacks. She's doing a happy dance in her chair. Look at that. See that little happy dance right there?
That is awesome.
Okay, here we go. Robin Shute is on the line. Tire warmers on. The captain is out. The captain. You see the captain's hat?
I did not.
The Sendy Club. These guys have been putting out so much content. They've been having fun. Robin Schute's a great gentleman. Really fun. Now let's talk about this car, man. 1,400 pounds. You talk about that Coyote mount tune. So it's got a 2.1 liter Honda K20 engine, but it's got a Borg Warner turbo on it. Top speed 150 miles per hour. Now, if you haven't seen the footage of this thing, the suspension is. It looks like it's just the tire, but those tires are definitely fast. The Advance, the tires are warmed up. This is one to watch. Let's send it here. Robin Shute. Can he make record? Can he break the record? Probably not in the wet, but he can break a wet record, which would be quite a feat. So Robin Shute, the fastest overall this weekend up until this point. Can he hold on to that record for the 100th running of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo?
Now we can hear from the booth here the first couple corners, and with a downforce car like this, that second corner is potentially flat. Here we could hear a big lift, so it is very slippery on the bottom section, where you want to warm the tires up and where that aero really comes into play, where the air is the thickest and you have the most downforce. So he's really got to push through some of these flowy sections in the trees, but man, is that car unbelievably fast, knowing that that stiff suspension gives up a lot of time on the top to those guys nipping at his heels right now. In qualifying, he had the field covered. It was dry and the smoothest section on the track. But if you look at some of the bigger cars, like Reese Millen's car, for example, even James Clay, over the bumps at the top, they're much quicker over a lot of those bumps in this little Formula car.
Again, he was king of the mountain, the best time 9:12 in 2019. He was overall KOM king of the mountain last year. Keep in mind that was only Sector 1, only Section 1.
So the fastest section on the track, he's just polishing off as he comes into Engineer's Corner. He'll be braking super late. This corner is actually probably a third gear corner with a car like this, depending on the gearing. Could be high second gear.
That's a little glitchy, so don't keep in mind that. But how was his line?
Well, I mean, it was great.
Yeah.
It was great. It is when it is glitchy. It's hard to see the speed. Looked like it had a little understeer in the first half of the corner. So I'm not sure if that's something where they've got a lot of mechanical grip bias towards the rear to try to get it to exit corners better. And then in those slower corners where the aerodynamic grip doesn't take over, the car just sort of pushes.
Look at this machine. Man, this is Mad Max. This is a purpose-built hot rod here. And talking about Robin, I mean, he wrote a novel, but rightfully so. It's an interview. He's got the target on his back. He's got the Yokohamas on the corner, and Yokohama has quite an effort here this weekend.
Yeah, Yokohama was responsible for 6 of the Fast 15, which is a pretty coveted class to be in. So it has a long history with the mountain. It's the whole dinner with some local politicians and a really nice dinner for the Fast 15 on the mountain.
Yeah.
And so Yokohama really has this event pretty covered.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, the rabbit maybe came back because the wolf had left.
There we go. Hey.
No, nothing.
Dad jokes. It's all good.
Gosh.
Dad jokes. It was good. Yeah, I mean, but don't take credit for that. Our director.
He said the rat. I brought the wolf thing in.
Oh, okay, got it. Yeah,
see, because the wolf, it was called the wolf, the last car.
No, I get that. No,
Yeah.
I blame our director. That's a bad joke. the man behind the curtain. Don't look at him. Don't look at him. This is Cody Vaschholz. Cody Vaschholz, 31 years old, from Woodland Park, Colorado. This car set the 2020 record when it was driven by Cody's father, the winningest Pikes Peak Division Class champion and 2020 King of the Mountain, Clint Vaschholz.
Clint Vaschholz has driven absolutely everything up. If you've ever seen old pictures of looks like a funny car Camaro with gold,
yeah,
that's
got
Eddie.
it.
He has just absolutely shredded this mountain for decades.
Yeah.
But just listen to this thing rumble at the line. Just a monster sitting there waiting to pounce. It's pretty awesome.
I'm trying to find it's 2,000 pounds, methanol-powered two-cycle, Ford 417.
This is pretty much the evolution of the Wells Coyote. They've kind of morphed into things like this. This one, of course, was a scratch build, and everything is very set off-center. His seating position is kind of strange.
Let's lay out and listen real quick. Sounds great, looks great, and as we saw Cody leave the line, we saw Robin shoot. There he goes. Great shot there. That's George's corner.
Boy, listen to that little thing scream.
Good.
Hold on, Robin, because once he gets through the W's, it's going to be an interesting experience. I mean, we're looking still at live shots of the W's, and they are completely socked in with clouds. So he's hopefully laid down some pretty good times here. If we check it out, he has a 142 in the first split, a 211. By far the quickest man on the mountain right now. It'll be interesting to see what Cody can pull off right behind him.
Next up, you know this gentleman. You love him. Again, you slept on his couch. You said you were roommates with him, but I don't know who's.
It wasn't really roommates. I genuinely was just a freeloading. I mean, it was.
Reese Millen.
He said, "Hey, come stay at my house while he gets moved into LA." 3 years later, I finally moved out.
I think you got to go. I think you got to go, Tanner.
Yeah, here's the thing. I mean, I've got a lot of history with Reese, but it's nothing like his history with the mountain here.
Right.
And I know it's been a real pleasure for him to be racing the same race weekend with his dad, Rod Millen.
So cool.
And in this particular car, he's raced all kinds of stuff, Bentleys and all sorts of things, Hyundais. Probably raced more brands than just about anybody up this mountain. But now he's come over into the Porsche world with an all-wheel drive car built by Emotion, and they've put together an amazing product here that in learning a little bit of behind the scenes on all the setup. I mean, it's a long process to get a car working up here, and they've done an amazing job, and Reese is second to none when it comes to setting a car up for this mountain.
He says any part of the course that really challenges, he says the upper section above Boulder Park. not knowing that it would rain. So just seeing some interviews here and just ready to hit that finish line and exhale. That's the favorite corner of his. He says his lovely wife always hides pink pigs in random places. So, the pink pig that we are, holding our breath to see, unfortunately, Ken Block and the Huna Pegasus. And obviously the Huna Cornies, the head of Hoonigan Charge, pig, the pink livery, engine popped, and then the sis with the Pegasus of the Mobil 1.
Is it too soon again?
It is too soon again. Yep.
Okay. Sorry.
Yep. Ken, if you're watching, we love you. We'll see you in 2023. 101st running.
I was looking forward to seeing Ken on this mountain, but it is a brutal place as we watch Vaschholz make his way through Heitmann's. Still very dry. Wow.
Yeah,
that
this
car
is great.
Quick. I got to be honest, it's just not quite as pretty as Robin's car, but wow.
You mean just
fast.
aesthetically?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it looks more Mad Max. Robin's looks built for speed. Talking about built for speed, man, look at this. This car looks great. Reese, would love to see him throw down. Green flag is about to drop. You see Zwart still. Zwart is also helping with that car.
Yeah, he's just checking the
the busiest
splitter.
man
He's
on the
just
mountain.
making sure it's legal in case he has to race against it. Oh no, he's no dad.
Oh yeah, he's not dad.
Yeah, now he's in competitor mode.
sure?
Yeah, Leaky's over there and Joey's like, I noticed you changed your splitter. What'd you do?
Oh boy, look at there's Reese. Thumbs up. Can't wait to have a beer with you later today, Reese. I haven't seen him in a long time, man. I'll randomly get texts from him or I text him.
He was a bit sick yesterday. Jokingly asked if I had my driving gear here, and before I called to have it sent over, I made sure he was joking, which he was.
Yeah.
No, he hasn't been feeling great, but he's feeling better now, and all he has to do is hold it together for 10 minutes right here.
It's going to be a little Rice Krispie treat here. Snap, crackle, pop.
The proud papa there in the background, Joey, is, he's got a heart and soul into this car. There's a lot of history with this mountain with Joey, and he has a long history with Porsche, so a lot of things coming together as Presley throws the flag.
Presley?
That's Presley, Reese's wife, throwing the flag.
Yes. He's flat out. Oh, little lift there.
He is flat out, and it's quite a bit of lift in turn two. And just to be sure, I'm not 100%. I couldn't quite see in that image if that was Presley. It did look like to me, though. As we see Vaschholz further up the mountain, making his way. If we get some split times, Vaschholz in the first section, he's racing there with Robin. Vaschholz 6 seconds slower in the first sector, 8 seconds slower in the second sector. Of course, now we get into the bumpy section where Vaschholz's car will start to make up some time on that unlimited little wolf of Robin Shoot.
Look at this Darth Vader looking front end. James Clay, that Optima Batteries BMW Bimmer World E36. James Clay from Virginia, great guy. Good insight from him. Anxious, very anxious. When he was in here, tapping his toe, just tap, 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 tap. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I don't usually talk to drivers from this side of the fence, as it were, right? But it is interesting. You got such a cool cucumber in Greg Tracy.
Yeah.
Right? He comes up
he's
here.
not racing.
Right. But even he's the same. He's the same. On, off.
He's consistent.
Doesn't matter. James, he is very analytical. It's been what's been successful in his business. It's why he's successful in his racing. And he pays attention to the details, as you can see from this car.
Looks
really,
great.
Just a work of art. And with a mountain like Pikes Peak, that mentality really pays off.
Love this dude. Really good guy. I saw him at Hyperfest. The bells are ringing. Getting hyped. That car looks mean, man. I love that he went with the E36 too. It's like, it's not a modern, he could have gone with something a little more modern, but I think it's almost like DTM-ish. It has almost like this British touring car kind of aesthetic to it.
Reese Millen already through picnic ground. Is that possible? I mean, he's really flying.
Wow.
He has been putting down. He's technically in the Pikes Peak Open class, but he's been putting down overall sector times all through practice.
Yeah.
So he is a real threat, and interesting car that it is all-wheel drive. So when he gets to the midsection, where usually a rear-wheel drive Porsche will start to lose some ground to the lighter weight cars, he still can claw away with that all-wheel drive. Compared to James Clay that we see now, rear-wheel drive has more difficulty getting out of each of those W's.
Hey, shout out to Andy Blackmore. I didn't know he did that livery. Andy, if you're watching, car looks great. Again, just the E36 line with the box flares that kind of kicked up, and that's active aero. He talked about that when he was in here earlier with us. Look at that, Cody up top. It's drying out, man. Somebody needs to wipe the camera. Can we tell the fans? Just want them to go wipe the camera for us.
Run over there and do that. Yeah. Now Vaschholz is making his way as Reese makes his way around Heitmann's and coming up to Glen Cove. We're going to start to get some splits on Reese now. Reese is right in there with Cody. He's just a few seconds slower than Cody, who is in a different class in open wheel, but he's put down a 153 to Cody's 148. Overall quickest sector in Sector 1 is still Robin Shute with a 142, but that is what that car is really built for.
Yes.
We'll see how Reese makes out up at the top.
Well, Robin does finish his overall lap time 10:09 for Robin Shute and that 2018 Wolf who got KOM, King of the Mountain. Little delay here. Do we stop the car? Yeah, looks like starter.
He's fired it back up.
He fired it back up. I think he's good. He's good. If anybody has a phone, call somebody up there up top where the snow is. Tell them to wipe the lens. Again, really, I think the starters waving, the bells are about to go on the start line. James Clay. Need more cowbell. Definitely more cowbell. Oh, who we got? Who's this coming through? Reese. There goes Reese. James Clay leaving the start. Bellman
is on it.
Cowbell getting hyped. This is awesome. How's that
James
exhaust note?
Clay holding throttle nearly all the way through these bottom 3 turns. Really impressive. Hey, what's up? James Clay absolutely crushing it through there, but Reese's first splits we're not able to get the second split yet, but Robin Shute showing that the track is just about 1 minute and 10 seconds slower than his fast overall time, which gives you an idea. They're still pushing quite hard. Only 1 minute slower for full rain, full fog. It really is pretty impressive.
Speaking of full rain, full fog, and full smoking tire here in the building, get a little close here. Mr. Matt Fair, it goes in front of your mouth.
Well,
I have to show you everything.
Screw the hat.
Respect the hat. Respect this Australian hat.
Hi, guys.
Hi,
bud.
How you doing? How you doing? You good?
I figured I'd come visit you in the toilet.
Is it cold out there? I know. That's what it feels like, right?
Honey Bucket, have you submitted your video yet?
I really thought they were kidding about it.
Oh, did you see it?
No, I did see it.
And there's
really
a QR code. You can download the Honey Bucket playlist.
You could win a Honey Bucket.
Or $1,000, your choice.
Guess which most people choose.
Honey Bucket, everyone wants a porta potty.
I was walking over here. Did Robin beat David Donner? He did, yes.
Yes.
He sure did.
10:09.
Probably 25 seconds.
Yep.
Still, how about a 34 in a stock Porsche in the wet?
I know.
Wow.
It's insane. It's insane.
That's crazy.
With people, when you can come out with rain race tires, which he doesn't get to use, he still has to use the street tires. It's a huge advantage.
Yeah, he was on the stock tires.
It's incredible.
Real quick, don't know if you know who this gentleman is. Matt Farah, main host and kind of creator of the Smoking Tire podcast show, YouTube.
Thanks, Jared.
Downloadable everywhere, wherever. Go and smash that like button, swipe up, do whatever you got to do. He'll be there.
Like and subscribe, baby.
Yeah, like Michael McDonald.
This is awesome.
Yama be there.
This is my first time on the mountain. I am having a great time, and I am really understanding why people get so addicted to this sport.
It's
crazy.
Fascinating mix of like factory builds and grassroots all running the same rib in a road next door to each other. It's like it's pretty incredible.
The homebrew stuff is really, really, really wild.
And it's from right down the street.
Yeah, yeah,
literally.
Yeah.
We keep talking about just how grassroots it still feels, even at the 100th. But at the same time, it's an opportunity. Here's your playground. Here's your sandbox. Do what you want with it.
Yeah, because even shops like Joey at Emotion Engineering, I mean, like professional grade shops, that's a very small operation. That whole shop is like 4 people. It's not like it's some massive, 50,000 square foot operation.
Yeah, even Daijiro Yoshihara with Evasive, in terms, I mean that's not a massive shop. They're, tuner, and here they are playing in the E world, in the EV world.
Evasive is a great shop in Southern California. I've worked with them a bunch in the past. They do a bunch of different builds, but they're always like kind of balanced, nice builds, and seeing him put up that number was pretty exceptional.
Didn't Evasive build that hilarious Scion that you own? That wide body?
You're thinking of Rutledge. Pretty sure Rutledge owns that.
No,
that was
there's that
Papadakis.
tiny, it doesn't matter, whatever.
Oh, you mean the terrible smart car?
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, by own, I seized it.
Okay.
I seized it from a customer and sold it.
Okay,
because they didn't pay me.
All right, that got real personal real quick.
Yeah, it did.
All right, my bad. David Donahue on the line.
For legal advice,
let's talk
call-
about
With a big name sponsor. Brumos is pretty much the name in Porsche GT racing, isn't it?
It is. And, I mean, BBI behind this one and really doing a lot of the logistics here. There's a lot of history, actually, between Emotion and BBI, which...
2 Christmases!
Yeah, so maybe we'll... we'll get to see that really play out if Ken comes back next year.
Yeah. And we'll cut into that a little bit, but BBI, and I liked what you said. And you even told Tim of BBI that story.
Yeah, it's a tuner, Porsche tuner shop. Joe used to be a part of it, and they owned it together. They really were kind of the perfect married couple.
Yeah, Joey took Jeff, but Tim got David.
You get your married friends. It's like,
Who gets the dog?
Yeah.
That's a good. Well, actually, there was a shop dog.
See, who got the
But
dog?
Tim kept the dog.
Did he?
Yeah.
Yes, but Tim has the dog is still with us.
I'm sure there's some bitterness.
Yeah.
All right, so David Donahue here.
Look how meaty the rain tires are on the back of this thing.
Just steaming from the tire warmers.
Yeah.
I mean, just awesome.
What's your expectations here, Matt? What do you think?
I think David Donahue's going to be very fast.
Yeah, he's very fast. There goes James Clay. That E36 is fire.
Dude, I just interviewed James about that E36. He's running 1,200 wheel horsepower. It's a twin turbo V8 out of an M6 with a racing transaxle in the back. I asked him what was left of the E36 in that build. And the first thing he said was door handles. He started with door handles.
That's why I said E36, right? He's like, ish.
Yeah, the parts only got more nominal from
He
there.
mentioned, he threw out the quintessential phrase, which is the E36 DNA.
Yeah.
Or the spirit of. He actually
Right.
said spirit of. That's when you know that it's
That
all
just means
carbon.
it smells like crayons in there. Besides that, there's no E36
Now,
left.
checking in on Reese Millen, who's in the very top section about to cross the finish line. Looks like he's had a little bit of a problem coming into the W's, and he's lost 7 seconds to James Clay. This is a place where the all-wheel drive Porsche should be able to clear. James Clay has all through practice in the dry.
The car's not all-wheel drive.
Reese's?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Not
It's a
all-wheel
good thing
drive.
that you showed up.
Rear-wheel drive car.
It's a good thing that you showed up. I don't know.
Ken's car was all-wheel drive. Reese's is not. Reese's is a rear-wheel drive car.
Well, then, but still losing 7 seconds all through practice. He wasn't. He had James on every sector.
I like that this car has a license plate on the line. This Camaro, running your plate at Pikes Peak is extremely hardcore.
Tommy Boylo, this gentleman, his dad Bob, is the main dude at Pikes Peak International Raceway. Tommy loves to party, really good time. Their collection of cars is really wild. Big expectations for this vehicle last year. I talked to him right in the driver's meeting. He says, "Car's running great, man. Ready to send it. Ready to,
It's a really aggressive
let's get out
Camaro, this thing.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, the paint itself. It's 7 liters, 7-liter turbocharged, 3,000 pounds. Tommy's a fierce competitor, man. He drove a Chevy SS. It was I think a stock car, and then now he's been campaigning this Camaro for 3 years. He crashed it back in 2020. Only sector 1 last year, ran 659. Big expectations for Tommy.
It looks like the course is pretty good up top, though. It looks like the start line is the worst place to be.
The start line, and once you get past Devil's Playground, we don't
It's nasty
know.
up there?
Yeah, the cameras that you can see, that they can see in the pits, those wet ones down there. It's still wet at Devil's Playground, and then we don't have a finish line cam.
Well,
unfortunately.
Tanner was talking with, I think it was Gerard, right? Where he said, I'd rather either all wet or obviously, ideally, all dry, but the spots, it's kind of a bummer. Because you go in trusting, and they're like, oh, you hit that wet spot.
Yeah.
And it could really...
And the painted lines could still be kind of slick, too.
Yeah, Randy pointed that out. You know, we were talking a little bit about journalists jumping into race cars in very dangerous situations, while we were talking to Johnny Lieberman.
Well, we are well known to be terrible drivers.
I didn't say it that way.
Scrutinizing
No, I'm just
couple-
kidding.
Johnny respected the hill, though. The whole start to
There's
finish
James Clay.
process.
James Clay up top. Look at that.
Johnny respected the hill, and he made it up there. He did good for himself. He was already talking about next year. I think he's got the bug.
That's great. Love it.
I'd
So
like
does
to have it go. I really would.
This is a mountain that people understand if you give it some respect, especially in conditions like these. You want to do yourself proud, though. You got to push yourself to whatever your risk reward limit is.
Well, my first time here, I saw 3 sunny days in practice and went, oh, what's the big deal?
What's the big deal?
But wait, there's more.
Oh, wait.
Hold my rein. Matt, your experience has been quite for the books. The staff and all that stuff. You drove a Ford Lightning here. You're doing podcasts out of the front.
Yeah.
Here, real quick. Here goes Tommy. Let's lay out and listen. Let's lay out and listen to this one. And also, Matt, it's great. We can hear because we're the fourth
twice.
Yeah, you hear it twice. And yeah, let's listen in. Here's Tommy Boylo. He's in the open class. The green flag's gonna wave. Who's waving the flag? I hope it's his dad or something.
It's nice that they just let whoever wave the flag. It's very, very loosey-goosey about that.
Again, still feels grassroots. That's what I love about it.
Yeah.
All right, let's lay out and listen. I think that's his dad back there, Bob.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's his dad, Bob, in the back. Track guy, Bob. Did he shut it off?
You turn the anti-lag off.
Okay, so fine.
That's back on now. Wow, that sounds awesome.
Nice shift, too.
We're going to hear that all the way up the hill. That sounds amazing. Standing on the start line, you guys have been in here the whole time, but I was watching some cars at the start, and they just vanish into the fog so fast.
The hills have eyes.
Oh, here comes Paul Gerard.
Look at that.
Wow.
So crazy.
What?
It is very crazy.
I admittedly have not seen this car yet.
Just a quick check back on Reese Millen. By the way, he did in the top section produce, and he put in a 328 on the top section, only a second off of our overall fast car Robin Shute, and so he comes in with a 1052. How that stacks up, he's 4th overall right now. How that stacks up to James Clay, we're going to know in about 2 minutes. But so far, James has him on the splits. We did hear when we were talking to James, heard him talk about how he backs down on the top part of the track quite a bit. He runs the car very stiff, barely even softened it up for the wet. Reese is the other way around. He runs a pretty soft, compliant car, knowing he's going to haul ass over the bumps. So we'll see how that plays out.
This thing is awesome. What it looks to me very similar kind of lines and arrow is the Robo car, which is that autonomous car that
Robo Race.
Yeah, the Robo Race. Yeah, thank you, Robo Race. It kind of has those kind of lines and cockpit and kind of concept.
Wow, look how little it is. Of course, Paul is a tiny human, and that is a tiny, tiny cockpit. It's probably very claustrophobic in there. He's running about 1,200 horsepower to the tires. No traction control, stability control, or ABS.
That's what he said.
And it weighs 2,000 pounds. So this should be a ride.
So Paul and I, he is the one that got my ride put together. First time I raced, pretty much ever. And it wasn't his first race, but it was both of our first times at Pikes Peak ran Wells Coyotes up here. That he kind of lined up. So he's been doing this for a long time, electric cars, crazy cars like this one, and has had a lot of mechanical things. So I really hope he makes it to the top on this one.
He was ready. I talked to him about 20 minutes ago. He was ready to go. He was not concerned about the wet. He said he's got this. I said, can you dial the power back for that? He said, why would I do that?
It certainly has some aero, that's for sure.
Yeah, Tanner had some great words with him, and primarily was just happy that I had underwear on. That was just the big thing that Tanner...
Was it Battle of the Supercars you did together? Was that Paul?
No, he was the Stig in Top Gear.
Oh, right, yeah. Did you just let that cat...
I know, I did the same thing. He wrote a book. It says, I am the Stig.
Yeah. No, that's Ben Collins.
Oh, that is Ben Collins.
No, that's the UK. He did also.
Optimum Drive, the roadmap to driving
Not about
greatness.
being the Stig. His book goes the Optimal Drive.
Optimal Drive, the roadmap to driving greatness.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry,
It's a good
you're
book.
right.
It's a book about the battle of the human condition and people.
I like these front half of the rear wheel spats. That's interesting.
The arrow is very cool on this car.
Yeah, I haven't seen that before.
I like the livery. I'd love this car.
Yeah, it's super
nice
organic.
HREs on the corner.
They
Plus
are
the cockpit,
HREs, yeah.
Cockpit's small enough. There's really only 2 or 3 drivers that could take his place. So it's sort of like a job security thing.
Yeah.
Just smart. Respect that.
Johnny Bravo. If the car fits, you can drive it.
It's always alarming when they turn the car off on the line.
I don't know what's going on there.
I never know if that's a temperature thing.
I like your guys' cheat sheets down here.
No,
is the audience supposed to know that you have these?
So here, can I just tell you about
like,
the cheat sheets a little bit?
Yeah.
So 90% of the cheat sheet is what you fill. This is an invitational race. So you essentially are writing your college application essay. And the people like Randy Pobst and stuff like that who are guaranteed in, there's like 6 sentences. But if you're on the cusp,
I was here last year.
Yeah, if you're on the cusp, then it's 4 pages of all of the rental cars you've had, how much air you got in a rental car over train tracks, and then, of course, your racing history also.
Well, we've got Paul's open. Why you should read Optimum Drive.
Yeah, this is see?
Step-by-step guide to unlocking your hidden... Oh, the stick thing is on the cheat sheet.
See?
There we go. Okay. All right, let's hear this thing go by.
Did you know that the other 2 hosts in Top Gear never knew who he was?
That's hilarious,
the
really.
whole time in the show. 750 days of filming, they never knew who he was.
That's so funny.
Yep.
When I went to episode 1 of that show, studio, and I saw him in the suit, he was so small, I was like, oh, they've hired a female stick.
Could have been.
Could have been.
Could have filled in. That was the whole point of that, is anybody could wear it. That's no job security in that particular role.
Who's this? Is that that's Tommy.
Do we have James Clay's finishing time yet?
We don't. It's... Actually, we do. James Clay. So...
Whoa, backfire.
Holy backfire.
Reese, doing the business in the top section, beats James Clay by almost 20 seconds in the top sector alone, retaking the lead from James Clay. James Clay comes in at 11:09. Reese takes that class, holds the class lead at a 10:52. So that top section, Reese probably could feel that he wasn't having everything dialed in right and needed to lay it out on the line, and did it. Or James run into some fog that we've been talking about that can change from one car to the next.
Also, we failed to talk about Cody Velschultz as well. 10:38 leads the open wheel class.
That car is gnarly.
It is bananas.
7 liter. It's just a massive Ford engine.
I watched it on practice at Glen Cove the other day, and when he hammers at first gear, that car gets so squirrely, moves all over the road. You know, like if you're watching like a dragster trying to gather it up, it was like that.
Seeing the sidewalls wrinkle.
And it's just tubes and plastic.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing to it.
To Reese's credit, he tied Cody on the top section at a 3:28. And then again, to Donner's credit, with the stock Turbo S to the 3:16.
Ripping.
Okay,
Is
stock
Porsche here making a commercial? Because they should be.
McLaren should be here doing it next year, right? That's what I'm talking about.
He doesn't want to be in here with me again. He's really trying to get out of here. Again, I'm seeing him like itch his arm and like kind of bite his ear every once in a while.
I mean, but very impressive. I mean, everybody knows that Donner has this mountain.
Will Al Young, this gentleman is very fast.
Grid life,
sorry.
baby.
Will Al Young's next.
Yeah, he's
but
not. He's not driving this.
Sorry.
He's in a Civic, right?
He is in. No, I want to say Tesla.
He's in a Tesla.
I think. Don't quote me on that. I saw it.
That dude puts up numbers at Grid
Real
Life
fast.
every year.
Yeah.
He's so quick.
No, he's in a Civic.
He's in a Civic, right?
Okay, thank you.
It's like an 800 horsepower
Look at all the
Civic. It's
signatures
a
here.
crazy Civic.
And what are the signatures?
I think just fans just come around and I don't know.
It looks like it was signed by a kindergarten class.
Yeah,
if I had to be honest.
Yeah, it looks like kids.
Do you think he had all those kids
Does that say Matt Farah right there?
Do you think he had all those kids stand on the splitter to test the weight?
Maybe.
Yeah.
That was Farah with one R though. That wasn't.
Yep.
It's a different Farah.
All right. This is
another Wolf.
Novembre. Yeah, Dan Novembre. He's in a 2013 Wolf GBO8S TC Special. Now 42 years old.
1,475 pounds.
Yeah. And he's running 3,000 cc because that's what they normally come with. Is because Schutz is running that K series Honda engine with the turbo. He's running.
It's a 3-liter. It doesn't say who makes it though.
No.
What's it sound like, Tanner? Any analysis on who makes this engine?
I mean, 3-liter. It's got to be a inline BMW, right? Doesn't sound like one.
Doesn't sound like one.
No.
There's a, this class. This is something when they paved the road. They opened it up to so many classes, like radical type cars. You know, like this. All of these weekend warrior cars that people, can take on the track. That suddenly opened up this road to everything. It's a rough ride for these guys on the top.
Oh, it's gotta
Like,
be.
it's hard.
Did you see the video shoots? Vehicle bouncing around?
No, is it crazy?
Oh my god, dude, he's rattling his teeth loose.
Do we have the video of the guy rolling and continuing?
No.
Did you not know about this?
I did not know
The
about this.
second car to go, I don't know who it was, but it looks kind of like a Baja buggy.
Oh, did
Levi Shirley?
Rolled, landed on his wheels, continued, and finished.
That's why there was a red flag.
That was the red flag.
All right. Well, his whole thing was like, yeah, I just want to do something a little different.
Yeah.
You did it.
I hope you did. Please let there be a GoPro in that car because
for
the,
sure.
the video will be
He's,
unbelievable.
he's part of the Fast 15, but didn't know it was the flipping Fast 15.
You still finished in the 15?
No. Levi Shirley.
Where's he? Oh, he's
no,
in
I'm
the
saying no.
21
That's
now.
Yokohama's activation, the Fast 15.
Did he have a sector time that was a little off, maybe?
Well, with that car, it's a little off of everything just by its nature, But wow, he got on it in the third sector for sure. But it must have been right
the
off the bat.
adrenaline spike from the
I think
roll.
I think it was in the beginning.
I got this. Imagine rolling a car in this race and then finishing.
Wow.
Insanity.
It is pretty nuts.
All right, let's see what Dan's got here. We talk about the 3-liter. Not exactly sure what the manufacturer is, but these Wolves, the aero on it. I remember I learned about them at Spring Mountain in Pahrump. They talked about how aerodynamic it is. It could go like if you could get speed and it could go on like
Still never
you could
seen
drive
anybody
it
do it.
upside down.
Yeah, like the aero.
Still
is,
never seen it. I can't believe
Mr.
there's-
Hot
we've done-
Wheels driver.
done loops and jumps and nobody wants to do it. It's been proposed
Oh, really?
dozens of times.
That's upside down. Here we go.
I don't want to do it.
Yeah, he's like, I'm good. I just want to race a McLaren at Pikes Peak. That's all
I want to see it.
Yeah, dude, Tanner in a Senna next year.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, Zach, let's make it happen. Paul Gerard breaking up a little bit on the engine there, but you can see how stiff that thing is running.
It didn't sound that healthy,
No,
did
it was breaking up for sure, and he's only halfway up. Honestly, the altitude eats these engines so aggressively once it gets up above Devil's Playground. It's just so flat out up there. Plus the W's, which we haven't talked about yet. You have so many low-speed corners that they overheat so easily on the W's. You hope once you pass Devil's Playground, you got all those long straightaways, it's going to cool off. But there's so little air to actually grab the heat off of through the radiators that it really does cool off. So it's a bad sign to be breaking up at George's Corner like we saw that, but hopefully Paul makes it to the
By the
top.
way, I'm looking at the notes here of November. That gentleman has been ripping here since 2009, but drove Wells Coyote for a couple of years, for a few years, about 4, and then I believe this is kind of his one-off deal, this November Overdrive Raceway Special. It's kind of, self-named one-off.
Does that mean it's made of PVC pipes or something?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, just run what you brung. And so here's Will Young, absolutely ripping in grid life from Canada. This guy, really fantastic driver, very fast. Overall time attack, unlimited champion 2017, 2018. Let's listen into Will L. Young.
It's one of these cars where you have to replace the gearbox every 3 laps because the engine just eats it alive, and there's no gearbox that will hold up to this kind of power.
Hold on, Matt. Let's listen and see if we can hear what they're saying.
Rear hatch is latched.
Not a bad thing to check.
Check all
Rear
that.
hatch.
Shut down the trash compactor on the...
Star Wars.
Lock down all the animals in the zoo.
Some wild, unique aero. I mean, look at this. It looks more like land speed than a hill climb.
It's so crazy to take a Civic this far. You're not making it easy on yourself, but it's the time attack tradition, right?
Yep. Yeah, it's unique, and that you had some words with James Clay. Aero plays a massive role, and talking with Pobst, he was talking about how important aero is for his unplugged performance Tesla.
And something James Clay used as a phrase there was Pikes Peak aero. There's a difference between aero and then there's Pikes Peak aero. And so when you see these crazy huge wings, enormous splitters that are just ankle biters, and all kinds of tunnels that are so aggressive on these cars, it's because the air is so thin up here, you have to have exaggerated downforce or reverse lift in order to get anything really out of it except drag. So it does look extreme. In the past, even Rod Millen used to have a car that had literally a fan that sucked the car to the ground in the dirt. People have tried everything up here, but Pikes Peak Aero is unique.
That Gordon Murray sucker car, that new thing, that thing would be.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, Matt.
Delightful.
Matt, you've driven so many cars. You're chomping at the bit here to drive. We're trying to get you a seat. But in all seriousness, which vehicle would you like to drive most? If gun to head, all the vehicles that you see here in the pit, or running the mountain, or have them run, which one?
Well, I'd like to say Rod Millen's Tacoma, but
Yes.
I saw how he has to get in that vehicle, and that is not in the cards, not even at gunpoint.
Military training, lube you up with some Crisco and throw you in there?
I mean, just the mountain itself is hard enough. I don't need to give myself a hard car. I was talking with David Donner, and I have a lot of miles in a 992 Turbo S Porsche. That car is so easy to go so fast. It just lets you focus on other things like the mountain. And I think David is an amazing driver, but he's proved that so far this morning, sitting in P2 in a completely stock vehicle that you could lease. You could lease that right now, warranty, and just with a cage, and just show up and run.
And Donner had the 000, right? That livery. Yep. Just
Very
to
close
clarify.
race there between David Donner and David Donahue. And
Double T's, 4Ds. Yeah. We got David Donner.
Yeah.
Got 4D.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you.
That's what I do for them, man. Like, why should I approach? Tanner, just still race, would you? I'm kidding. Hey, Will Al Young here, leaving the start line in that vibrant performance Honda. It is Honda powered. Really cool car. Really unique aero. Let's see if it works out for him. Will Al Young, third time coming to the mountain, finished third on that first sector just last year. But again, a lot of time attack for him. Oh, there goes
wow.
That was
he was going.
Yeah. That was Dan.
That little wolf screams.
Yeah, Dan
for
November.
3-liter. So
All right, who's
David
next?
Donahue in a Porsche Cup car, GT2 Cup car, a second slower than a stock.
All-wheel drive, and all-wheel drive is on a wet course. That's doing it.
These two guys are both incredible drivers on this mountain, and the splits, you can see the downforce and the power of the Cup car taking over until, like you said, Matt, in the W's, loses 4 seconds, makes it up again with the fastest split in the scariest section of the track, I think the last section. Donahue does
was
in
quickest.
the Cup car. He was quickest, but it wasn't enough. And Donner with the all-wheel drive on the wet.
And rear steer. All-wheel drive, and the rear steer, he was saying, really helps him keep it tidy coming out of all the hairpins. It's really nice. That's an amazing bit of technology.
This gentleman right here, Don Wickstrom, the hashtag faster pastor. This gentleman.
Yes.
Yeah, he had the invocation this morning, saying the prayer. Had some great words just about us being here, and I like. Did you see what it say? Jesus saves, bro. Yeah, I am second, meaning obviously praising God. It's cool, man. It's talk about another tight fit.
I love a good Jesus meme. I really do. It's
Jesus take the wheel, wrong wheel. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Don Wickstrom withdrew. He crashed in practice in 19 and 20, 21, finished second in this LMP3. This vehicle, good-looking vehicle.
shares the name of a pond about a third of the way up the course with Randy. Pastor Pobst Pond.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's I mean, it's a little bit dried up now, but it's a big send to get in there.
Yeah. That it requires some duking of hazard to get into that pond.
Look at this boy.
You have
a bucket of syrup.
You have time to think in the air in that section. Yeah. This Riley LMP car was moving in practice.
Yeah.
It is an awesome car.
It looks great.
Makes the power, makes the downforce.
What motor is he running in this?
Nissan 347 E85 powered overhead cam turbo.
What?
Yeah, Nissan.
What is it? Like, what is a 347 Nissan? Is that a Titan engine?
Titan truck
That's
engine?
a Titan motor, right?
No, isn't that a VK56?
Yeah, 5.6 liter. Isn't that a Titan engine?
Yeah, 5. Yeah,
I think it is. Same thing. What Forsberg uses in a drift car.
He used to. Now he uses the VR, which is like the GTR engine. Yeah, he did use the V8.
Well,
yeah, this is it's cool. So you're saying did not see him in practice, but ripping, coming all the way from Wisconsin. Car's name is Gianna, name chosen by his wife Mary. It means the Lord is merciful in Italian.
So far, the Jews have really shown up to this race, I have to say. My people are really carrying their own here.
Matt, great.
I'm very proud of them.
Tanner and I are doing a podcast, and Matt Fair's doing stand-up here. Matt has a lot of insight. If you don't know Smoking Tire,
You
definitely
invited me in the booth. No.
I don't know if we did. No, I'm joking. I don't, of course.
No, you invited me, but then you didn't tell me where it was.
He found us.
May have been
He
a
found us.
strategy.
He found us. Really excited. And again, everybody just notates Jeff Zwart as just being their kind of icon and just really contributing to overall here. Don Wickstrom, ready to send it down.
He is, and hopefully it doesn't get dissuaded by the fact that the fog is just rolling in at the start. We can see a few corners beyond that, and it's still dry conditions, still decent visibility. You come through Picnic Ground, Glen Cove, but man, the start is sucking in so much you can't even see the first turn.
All right. Yeah, that's going to be a factor. And we saw, his windscreen being wiped down there. This thing looks like it just rolled off the showroom floor. I mean, it's tidy. Who else is on the mountain right now? We're waiting to see.
Paul Gerard just finished.
He did, yes, Paul.
But 12 didn't finish great. 12:23.
No, he had problems right off the
Yeah.
bat. He lost some 18 seconds in the first sector, so he was struggling. We could hear it breaking up as he went through George's corner, so he's going to be super bummed, but I'm still glad that he made it to the top.
Will All Young's first sector time 2:01 is pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
For a front-wheel drive car, that thing's putting it down.
Yeah, that's right in the same territory with the GT4 Porsche, the fastest GT4 Porsche. So he's also hanging in there.
Yeah, how about Cam Ingram's time in the fastest GT4 Porsche?
That was sick.
That dude has got practice and talent. Proud to call him a friend. The Road Scholars team.
Yeah, Will Young is over at George's corner, just going kind of off camera as we're about to see Wickstrom leave the line.
So since we're isolated over here in the honeypot porta-john, what did you hear out there in the wild, George Hess? What happened to him while he's off track?
He apparently slid off track, hit a rock, is fine, but got a flat tire. And basically had to park it on the side of the hill.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
DNF, but he's okay. Which is great.
No. It was a minor one, but he could not continue.
Right.
5 out of 6 came in GT4s, made it to the top.
That's good.
So very cautious for the Preacher through turn 2, as you could hear. Big, long lift. In fact, not really hearing get back on. There's a little on throttle
That was
after.
a massive lift.
So, I mean, it could just literally be carrying fog for the first couple miles. And wet or fog, I would take wet over fog any day. And it's just, if you can't see the corner, you can't see, you don't know when to brake, you don't know how fast to do anything.
That is nerve-wracking.
Jesus may save, but he does not help with understeer. That you're on your own there.
Just downforce.
This guy. Love it. Lane Schrantz is up next. 2016 Chevy SS coming to us from Birmingham, Alabama.
Calling this a Chevy SS is not accurate. This is a NASCAR.
Yeah. Right. Respectfully, it's an RC car. It's a large RC car.
With a 410 cubic inch methanol turbo motor. And when Zach and I were looking at this car in practice, there's a nitrous bottle strapped to his cage right there as well.
Yeah. Perfect.
So
why not?
Just all the power adders together.
Lane has raced a lot of weird things up this mountain.
29th year. Wow.
Oh, man. He's been in Cobras that were like natural gas burning, and he's done a lot of
Shelby Cobras,
interesting things. Yes.
Top 5 cars you wouldn't want to race in this race. I think number 1 would be a Shelby Cobra.
That would be right up there.
Scary.
Yeah, frightening. All right, so Lane getting prepped. You see the whole team, red, white, and blue. I think they're American. I'm going to go out on a limb.
I would. Yeah, it's safe. It's a safe bet.
Boy. It's almost like in Ocean's 11 when they freeze the security cameras while they're doing their business.
Ooh.
The stuff is, nothing has changed on any of the cameras. The fog is in exactly the same part of the track. The droplets are, the wet part is, it's still wet right at the same spot in Devil's Playground.
Great job today, man.
It's really just hardly any air moving around.
Let's listen in.
Well, so far so good. Yep. It's foggy changing on everybody.
Hey,
do what you got to do.
We're racing
buddy.
to the top like we should be.
Yep.
Thank you, man.
Oh, some
Nice.
experienced words from experienced guys, right?
Facts. Yeah, I mean, you could just see. I mean, he's been racing since '93, doing pro quad, super stock car. So he's very familiar with the stock car here in the mountain. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing like probably 20 some odd times.
This is a good-looking car,
It's a gorgeous car.
It's
It
a
is.
good-looking car. It really is. I wonder why has no one brought like an Aussie V8 supercar
Ooh.
over for that, right?
Yeah.
I feel like that would be strap some turbos on it. You're good to go.
That's the problem, is getting forced induction in some of that stuff. I mean, you can just take something, do a purpose-built motor for it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that would be good. It's now that there's a lot of grip, the problem is you get into a situation like this where all of a sudden the grip is marginal and you've got all the bumps. So you really,
I saw some tread on those tires.
did you?
I think,
Okay.
yeah.
you really need something soft and compliant.
I saw some folks shaving tires in the pits earlier. There's
grooving them.
there's active tire grooving going on, and I'm sure you would understand it's the New Zealanders are the ones doing that. The Kiwis they're hand making their own tires 5 minutes before the race because
Back
of
there.
course they are.
Melting the rubber down.
Yeah.
Pouring in silica. Yeah, he was just given a 1 minute. So still not running yet. Don't fire
Look
it
at
up
this
here.
look
Just
at
a
that
few-
NOS bottle just strapped to the cage there.
Oxygen?
Yeah,
They probably also have oxygen,
Everybody's had
yeah.
oxygen on the
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
no. Is that? No, I think that's fire safety. That's fire safety.
You think so?
Yeah, that's not nitrous. That's fire. That's
The big ball.
the active, the when you pull it, fire suppression. That's the company that Tyler McCoy used to work with. Safecraft.
Safecraft, yeah. And Pat O'Keefe is actually here.
All right, next up, Jeff Zwart, a busy man, probably one of the busiest on this mountain. Like we said, he's like team dad. He's got the orange slices, the juice boxes, focusing on everybody, trying to race, trying to compete. 19th year he's racing it.
For most people, racing would be enough. He's got to coach 7 other people,
Yeah.
and also somehow be involved in like every Porsche that's racing.
Oh, yes, look at that. Is that the fastest pastor?
Pastor's made it past Glen Cove.
Nice.
Seems mellow in Glen Cove today, right? Doesn't
Yeah, it is nice. I mean, it's. How long did it take you to get in, Matt, this morning?
2 hours and 20 minutes. I'm from LA, so I'm used to this. It was 16 miles, 2 hours,
Yeah.
2 hours 20.
Tanner and I cut off about 300 cars this morning.
You know what?
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Thank you.
It's obviously my first time here because every single one of my friends was like, "Yeah, I saw that traffic," and then drove around it. I was like, "God, what?" Apparently, that's the strategy.
Yep, it was strategy. It worked for us. Well, we did the Wayne's
were a
World
little-
thing. We're like, we're with the DJ. We're with the
A
DJ.
little desperate. It was a little desperate.
It was desperate. If we literally had to be here at 6, we got here probably 5:55.
Well,
Left our hotel at 4.
Unfortunately for a bunch of other people, but very fortunately for me, Batim gave me their pit spot.
Oh, there
so
you go.
I'm parked where the Huna Pegasus was supposed to
Got
be,
it.
and is not. I'd rather it was them than me, frankly,
Right.
but I'll take what I can get.
Ambulance driving up by Devil's Playground. And we got a red flag in somebody's hand. I don't know if it's a red flag on the event right now, but he's holding it.
Okay. Yeah. Lane should have gone by now. So you can see up there the snow accumulating. It is melting. Come on, let's dry out, baby. Dry out a little bit more.
So going uphill from Devil's Playground would have to be the Civic.
Oh, Will Young.
Yeah.
Do we not have a finishing time?
We don't
for him
have a
yet?
last sector, but we've been sitting on the third of the 4 sectors. We've been sitting on the third one for a while.
All right, let's hope Will is okay. You can see the temp has not changed. I mean, like you said, it's kind of Ocean's 11 where they're freezing all the cameras so they can break in and something, but trying to break times and break records.
There goes a safety truck up from
George's Corner.
Yep. All right. Well, hey, Matt, thank you so much for joining us, buddy. We're going to throw to commercial.
Okay. I'm going to go back where I belong. Thanks,
You don't
Tanner.
have to go make breakfast sandwiches for everybody, but you can't stay here. Bye.
Wait, I'll take a breakfast sandwich.
Love you, Matt. Again, check him out. We're going to take a short break, find out what's going on with this amazing race. Thanks for joining us. This is the 100th running, the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo, and the live stream brought to you by Mobil 1. I'm Jared Deanna, Tanner Fouts. We'll be right back as soon as we find out what's going down at this infamous track.
The future belongs to everyone. So we built the SUV of the future for everyone. The new Ford Bronco Sport, available with different GOAT modes and a camera with off-road views. Because the SUV of the future isn't built for a few. It's built for America. Ford Bronco Sport. Drive one today.
Now get 2 years of complimentary premium maintenance on select vehicles across the Ford lineup. New vehicles are arriving daily, so hurry into your local Ford stores today.
How are you? I will find
Flip the switch. Here, let me see what my password is. Take some notes.
Chances are he got my good side.
Yeah.
Northwestern Mutual Investment Securities.
We're fired up. He's zooming on you,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. 100, baby.
Thank you guys.
Hey, Don.
Hurry up and wait, Randy. Not like you haven't done that before, right?
So how much that car cost? No clue. Gotta be.
Welcome back. We are live here at Pikes Peak, the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. This is the 100th running, and it's presented by Gran Turismo, and the live stream brought to you by Mobil 1. Speaking of Mobil 1, did you know that more than 1.5 million Porsche engines have been factory filled with Mobil 1? Well, of course, right? I mean, that's a great option. A few of those Porsche models probably ended up going up this mountain, a mountain that, you guessed it, no other motor oil brand has won more than Mobil 1. So Mobil 1 probably going to do it again. I mean, taking a look at the vehicles here in the running order, and it looks like for Porsche owners only, if you grab your VIN, you have a chance to win an exclusive giveaway by visiting winwithmobil1.com/Porsche. So if you're watching, you got a Porsche, you got some time, go grab your VIN and go to winwithmobil1.com/Porsche. So something's afoot on the mountain. We saw some tow trucks and something. I'm not sure if it's Will Young or Don Wickstrom, but we are up to date here. And you see Lane Schrantz there. Lane Schrantz, even though he went quite a bit of distance up the mountain, they are actually going to let him re-rack. Oh, this is Don. Yes, you're right. This is Don Wickstrom. I apologize. Don Wickstrom. Don Wickstrom will rerun. Lane Schrantz is in the stock car there. So Don Wickstrom, thank you so much. Don Wickstrom is running the car number 25, Monroe, Wisconsin. This is the faster pastor piloting the Gianna vehicle that his wife so lovingly deemed. Raced at 19, retired, he says, at 25, and started again a decade later, he says. And what drew him to Pikes Peak, he says, Pikes Peak is one of the most beautiful places on earth. You combine that with a death-defying race and the history of the hill climb, I think just really pulls you in. He says, when I was 8 years old, after seeing the news story on Bobby Unser, I told my cousin, one day I'll race that mountain. He says, just 5 years ago, he was sure that wasn't only a pipe dream on his bucket list, but somehow by the grace of God, here he is. Don Wickstrom. Man, that windscreen and the glass is being wiped down excessively. Rightfully so. Great looking suit and boot. Got fans of all ages out here. Taking a look at it, you can see our Pikes Peak staff getting ready for Don Wickstrom. Had some great insight for some racers. James Clay, Pobst, even Larry Chen, the photographer, is shooting it. Cockpit locking them up. Thanks for joining us out here, everybody. Fastest pastor. See if the track has been cleared just yet. Get things going here in just a little bit. We are live from the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Also, if you got some more time here while we're buffering and seeing what's going on, do you want a piece of Pikes Peak? Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts and put a little bit of their car in your car. And for a limited time, when you purchase 5 quarts of Mobil 1, you'll get a $10 O'Reilly Auto Parts gift card. But what if you're stuck at home due to the weather like us? Well, you can win right now with a pin. The same pins Mobil 1 gave away at FanFest on Friday are available as a limited edition giveaway at winwithmobil1.com/O'Reilly. So again, you can get a pin, winwithmobil1.com/O'Reilly.
What? No, I only eat peanut butter M&Ms.
I only eat candy out of the actual dirt. This is too clean for me.
The conversations that happen, right? So the conversations that happen. So this is what we were talking about so lovingly, of the calmness, the kind of the hush. And the fastest passer here, Don's got to feel a little more comfortable. Got a bit of a practice run there, but talking about what snacks, what candy we eat. I think somebody dropped something on the ground, and 5-second rule. Great looking car, the LMP3, the Riley. So there is a red flag on course currently. We'll get an update, see what's going on, make sure everybody's okay. And also, if this does go for a greater length of time, they might unload some of the cars from the top. Just to let you know where we're at on this tour, that is the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Don Wickstrom, car 30, so we're technically not even halfway through with the field. Like I said, about 70 vehicles, if everybody shows up. And getting some look at that, fans bringing out a birthday sign for the mountain. Got the 100 sign here. Bringing out all the, got some food, tailgating. And getting prepared, see what's going on. Fastest pastor gets another go at this hill. Yeah, we were talking about the Michelin's. I was wondering if our next driver was running slicks, but Fair pointed out that they did have tread. And behind him, that's Lane Schrantz. Here's a shot we haven't seen yet. The gantry here. The start line, the race to the clouds. Fan Fest the other night, absolutely awesome. Really cool to just see all the fans. Okay. And the Huna Pegasus was out there, and like we said, unfortunately, the all-wheel drive, turbo-powered, one-off vehicle popped an engine earlier in the week, unable to run qualifying and couldn't get the vehicle together, so unfortunately had to retire from entering competition. But Ken and the BBI team and Mobil One, they'll be back. They say, we'll be back. See you in 2023. Well, we have cars back on track. The red flag has been lifted, and we are back racing. As that was Don Wickstrom leaving that start line, and then looked like Lane Schrantz. So let's keep the party going. Throw it down to my correspondent, Tanner Faust, down in the pit. Porsche plays a major role here at Pikes Peak Hill Climb. Looks like he's got a Porsche exec down there.
Thanks, Jared. Yeah, I'm here with Eric, and Eric is a program manager for the trophy program brought to you by Yokohama. It's got the most complicated name, but what is the name exactly?
I know, it's kind of especially when it's cold out, it's hard to pronounce.
Yeah, it is.
Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama.
Okay, you got that. See, that's what Jared says it. You guys you're just good at this. How many years has that been going on?
This is the 5th year. We have a 6-year agreement with Pikes Peak, and Yokohama really makes it possible. And also many of the local Porsche community, and Porsche Colorado Springs is probably my favorite dealer in the country. They've got fantastic general management, fantastic owner, fantastic technicians, and they've really kind of adopted all of our teams that come to town. We have a team from Quebec this year. We have Lonnie Unser, who basically I connected her with a private person who rented her the car, and then she put together her own crew, and then borrowed a trailer, and that's how you can join the Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama.
It is awesome, and it is, you said adopted. I did it last year with you, and that's how it was. It was like, this is going to be your dealership, this will be your mechanic, okay, here's your car, and you just sort of get ushered in this amazing program and this awesome machine to drive. And are these cars built as race cars from the factory?
Yes, so that's really why this program started, was to promote Porsche creating the Club Sport product line. We had the GT4, which is now its second iteration, and kind of a second and a half. Rob Holland's running the GT4 RS Club Sport, which is the slight upgrade for open competition. The GT4 platform runs in SRO and IMSA and around the world against the other GT4 cars, but also in one-make racing. So we've always had things like Carrera Cup, the 911 GT3 Cup, but the GT4 Club Sport was your opportunity to buy a factory-built race car. With the advent of all of the country club racetracks in the country and the fact that more people are driving performance vehicles on racetracks than ever before, that's our entry point. And we realized that the entry point car in a turnkey operation, very minimal technical needs, is perfect for Pikes Peak. And because the Cayman is such a great mid-engine, well-balanced car, with the appropriate amount of power, mid 400s in the model we're running here, now over 500 with what Rob's got. It's not shy. Of course, it's naturally aspirated, so up at the top of the mountain, it's a little short. But you look where Cam Ingram put us overall today when it was tricky conditions. Early on, he was third to Randy Pobst and David Donner in the bottom section in Cayman.
I know, it really is impressive. Cam did a great run. And it's one of the cool things that Jared and I keep talking about this event is how it has such a manufacturer-supported element and grassroots, literally cars built right down the street element side by side. And having the Trophy Cup kind of blends those two. You get an entry-level motorsports, I guess, affordability or accessibility with a full-on factory-developed race car.
Look, I brought our new CEO here, Volker Holzmeier, the other day, and the thing you always want to point out when you bring someone here, other than just how unique it is this is one last world-class event you can bring a home built to. So while we created a spec series within it, we don't believe this should be a spec series, and we keep our count small, 6 to 10 cars. But it's a great entry point. Obviously, it's promotional for Porsche because our cars always just go up and down the hill, no problems. And it gives us, frankly, an excuse to be here with some technical support from M Engineering, myself, other people, our great tire partner, Yokohama. And it gives us a chance to be here because we had over 15 Porsches here this year. A 914 with a V8 is a stretch of a Porsche, but so is a pink car, and there's all kinds of strange cars that were here.
Well, thank you so much, Eric. I mean, it's awesome to see the cars out here. It's a great thing you guys do, and it's a great thanks again for the ride last year.
This year, but I'm much more popular with you not dominating the class this year. So
nice of you to say, but the racing's going green again, so really appreciate it. Thanks, Eric. Back to you, Jared.
Thank you so much. Some great insight on that program. Again, the Pikes Peak Trophy, the Porsche Trophy Cup, and presented by and made possible through Yokohama Tire. Jeff Zwart, a notable name that has just been thrown around and been in so many people's mouths and minds and hearts because Jeff Zwart is so instrumental. He's He's just part of the whole process. Great looking car. This really good looking 935. It's the 19. Just so slick. Look at the carbon. The big Mobil one. And he told me at the driver's meeting, 19th year he's running it. 25 years celebrating working with Mobil One. And if you don't know who Jeff Zwart is, go and look him up. You can find him on Instagram, ZWART. And he's just a very talented visionary. It's called a visionary. His Porsche collection is just second to none. Just a fantastic human being. Just does a lot for a lot of different people. Says when was the first time he drove up Pikes Peak? Probably drove up the first time in 1985 while covering the event for Road and Track magazine. Other tracks he likes, Road Atlanta, but his real job being a film director, and he does live in Colorado. Michelle Mouton, Bobby Unser, and Rod Millen, Pikes Peak heroes. So, again, the Millen family. And he even says, you know, what makes the hill climb different than any other racing, and exactly what we're seeing today. You know, great weather, but he says it's racing against the elements and the mountain, which is always changing. Just getting one chance to make it to the summit. Like I said, great looking car. Jeff Zwart ready to leave the line. So kind of not mid-pack, top of the heap here. Like I said, from the top, just about, I think qualified 9th or 10th, 11th. But 4:04 was his qualifying time, 4:04. Jeff Zwart, utilizing Michelin's on his package. Look, there we go, thumbs up, let's get ready. Jeff Zwart in the 935. 3,100 pounds. First in his division. He's finished first in his division 7 times. He has never finished below 4th place. As I said, 19 times. Next year will be 20 times he's been competed at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. All right, got a couple green flags here. Let's see what you got, Jeff. See at the top. He told the students essentially of what he was telling me. He said, see an hour and a half. Well, he's going to see him about 10 minutes. See up there. Jeff Zwart rips off the line. Ah, there we go. Great shot there. Again, a different view that we haven't seen all day. Ooh, getting loose. Getting loose in George's corner is Don Wickstrom. Oh, excuse me, Lane Schrantz. That was Lane Schrantz. Lane Schrantz getting loose from Alabama. So Zwart leaves the line. We are good to go. And as we get ready for our next racer, Gustav Lund, I'm going to throw it down to Tanner Faust. He's got one of the loudest gentlemen down there in the pits. Tanner?
Just to me. Okay.
Tanner, down to you, buddy.
Sterling Chase, we tracked you down. Yeah, you don't. So I noticed you don't have cowbells on you right now. Oh, there they are right there. See? You're sneaky, sneaky. So how did this begin? I mean, we see you chasing cars down into the first corner, ringing cowbells, and it's hyping everybody up. And honestly, when it's foggy and leery like this, the energy can start to lull a little bit. You bring it back up. Where did that start?
You know, in all honesty, since they have the competitors and everybody else, you know, just get all pumped and everything. Honestly, it's like a feedback. So everybody loves it. I'm thinking throwing more, and we amplify it even more. So,
you know, I grew up with ski racing. My dad was a ski racer, although I didn't get to go much to that, but I grew up loving ski racing, strangely enough, and cowbells are big in skiing. So whenever I hear it, for some reason, I'm always like it literally wakes you up. That must be what you get out of everybody around here.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, especially like everybody's energy that they're feeding off of me, I'm also feeding off from them, and we just kind of amplify even more. That's all it is.
So, favorite car up the mountain?
Right now, I've been loving like the James Clay and how's he doing, and like with the Bimmer World guys and everything else. So it's definitely at heart. And then I don't know, everybody's looking great and everything else. So it's kind of hard to be able to pick and choose which one's going to be awesome and everything else. But I just love everybody. So
Thanks for giving us the time. I know you just missed Jeff, went off the line, but I don't want to keep you from your duties or anything.
No, it's all good. It's all good, man. I just appreciate that you guys are taking the time and interview me and everything else. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Thanks, brother. Appreciate it. All right. Thank you. You too. All right. See ya. Oh, Jared.
Oh, yeah. More cowbell, baby. Thank you, Tanner. Thank you so much. Gustav Lund. Gustav Lund here and about to leave the line. A 2014 Porsche 911 Turbo S. Great looking car. Love those front fenders. Just built for speed. And Gustav from Sweden. This will be Gustav's second year on the Peak. He came in 2019 and finished 4th in the Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama. And it's going to be a great comeback for him. Really looking forward to beating his old time 11:41. And I think he's capable of that. Definitely capable. And we saw Lane there. Lane Schrantz. All right. And Gustav. Gustav enjoys racing the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife. Big Porsche guy, amateur racer, club racer. Bunch of sports cup in Sweden. So perfect example of what Eric was talking about. And as he was saying, Porsche of Colorado Springs, an instrumental part of getting these Porsches moving, operating, and going. This has just been a tremendous broadcast. Thanks to the whole team who they've just been working for weeks, months on end to get this production. Logistically, getting the cable, running the things. I mean, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes, and fortunately, Tanner and I have been blessed to be the kind of talking heads and being your tour guide. But logistically, this mountain is treacherous in more ways than one. As Gustav leads the line, here we go. Let's listen. And there he goes, just off into the abyss. And that's what, Tanner was talking about, and a lot of the racers and, some of our other guests. There's Zwart there in Glen Cove. Glen Cove kind of mellow today. And Zwart should be coming by. There he is. He's over in George's corner. Great shot. That steering in. Getting a little loose. Zwart. All right, so Zwart makes pace through George's corner. All right, let's talk about Pikes Peak Open Class, this next car. Love James Clay's E36, but I'm a sucker for a nice E30. This 87 E30 driven by Tim Hardy from Lakewood, Colorado. Tim Hardy, great looking car. And Tim has campaigned this vehicle for, 6 years? This is his 7th year he's been campaigning this vehicle. Just feeling it. See if we could hear anything down there. We got one fan. Tanner Faust joining me back here in the booth. Some great insight from Cowbell Man.
Cowbell
Sterling.
Man, yes. Sterling's out there living best life right now. It's just
real
awesome.
Appreciative.
He is. He's loving it. He's hyping people up, and that's what it's about. It's. I think it's colder down here possibly than it is at the top. Is the word.
You just came back in. Your nose is all red. You look like Rudolph. You're wiping your nose.
It's not
brisk.
This is the race out of the clouds. We're starting in the cloud and racing up into the sun now. But it's. So yeah, it's chilly down there. Everybody's hardy though and hyped and stoked about some of the performances in the cars, even with the conditions. So Reese's team is ecstatic.
Are they?
Yeah, Joey and the Emotion guys are just stoked. They could see in the splits that he had a real close call with, speaking of E46s, with James Clay. Mm-hmm. And he pulled something out in the last sector and closed the door in that open class, which is what they came to do. So
little Millen magic.
Millen magic, baby. See if Rod's got some of that left over, right?
Yep. All right, so Tim Hardy, see him in his cockpit, ready to throw down. Like I said, the 7th time he previously campaigned a 325. Now he's got the E30. Might have been the same car, just spec west. All right, looking for Zwart on the mountain. Like you said, it's just been holding. I would really love to get that beauty shot of the W's. There's Jeff
coming into one of the last W's right now, trying to put the power down on that 935. Just an absolutely beautiful car as he makes his way up to Devil's Playground. One more turn, then Devil's Playground, then it's a lot of straightaways, and this is Jeff's specialty. He has always been the fastest guy on the mountain at the top, and in these conditions, that's a lot of pressure to have that kind of reputation, frankly.
Well, he's running the Michelin, so a lot of people on Yokohama's up here represented Yoke, but he vied for the Michelins. Should be getting Tim going here momentarily. So Gustav. All right. Looks like green flag will be waved. Man, he's got one of the loudest fans down there on the start.
Yeah, when the cowbell's not there, got some lungs going for him.
Here we go. Green flag. Don't know who's waving it. Might be a family member of his. Tim Hardy. Best finish, 3-time third place finisher. There we go. Tim, go for it, buddy. Spinning the wheels off the start. Now he's got the traction. Let's see here if he stayed on it.
That car sounds great.
Yeah, it's really nice note, nice exhaust note.
That car sounds absolutely great. He's got an incredibly quick gearbox in there. You know, I don't know if a sleeper race car is a thing, but that looked like one, right? He put in an amazing qualifying time, racing with some of the big dogs. So we'll see what he can do here.
This is Gustav, talking about Gustav Lund.
He went off in practice, had a reasonable up at the top, so he will be facing that demon here in just about a minute through some of the same corners that he had trouble with in practice. Always a little bit ominous. Like Lonnie conquered that as she came into Cog Cut, where she had to crash earlier in practice, and then the first time you see that corner again, you're now racing for the only time that matters for the 3 weeks or so you've been preparing here. So it's a lot of pressure sometimes when you crash and you don't get to see the track again until race day.
All right. I believe we were originally supposed to see James Robinson next, but I don't know if he's here. So we should be moving on to Derek Boyd. Derek Boyd. The all-wheel drive, and that's what Pobst was talking about. It's got the Evo. Derek Boyd coming to us from Pittsburgh, North Carolina. 2.2 liter E85 turbo powered. Derek's 9th attempt, Evo.
So all of these guys obviously are stacking themselves up on their overall position, but they are in class battles primarily.
Yeah.
And so while Jeff would stack himself up overall, his time attack 1 class, God, that car screams, by the way.
That sounds really good. It sounds like an F1 car.
It is mean. So Jeff has got himself a battle with Gustav, and in the first sector he's a 154, Gustav 155. Jeff chimes in the second sector 229, Gustav 229. So we go into the third sector. We don't have Gustav's time yet, but Jeff has a 1 second lead going into that. Probably the tightest battle we've had so far in class.
Yeah, that's great.
Again, again, Jeff being kind of a specialist on the top. If he can keep even times by the time he gets to the fourth sector, gives himself a pretty good shot of possibly closing that time attack 1 out.
You can see the fans kind of streaming about. Crossing the track. Derek Boyd getting in the zone.
And Jeff's work crosses the line with an unofficial 10:58. That puts him behind David Donahue in the time attack class, actually, with it. Donahue had a 10:35. So Jeff sitting in second in the class. Top sector was a 3:30, which isn't as fast as you've done in the past, but again, occasionally you get some clouds over there just for your run. And it's unfortunate, but it's just the way this mountain works. We're just going to have to see how Gustav chimes in.
All right, there's Gustav. Yeah, Larry got a great photo of him with his car off on the dirt, and he's just smiling, standing in front of it, which, you know, I wouldn't necessarily be smiling, but I think he's smiling because it's okay.
Yeah, it's fixable. Yeah, that's the smile of like, all right, we can actually race.
We got this.
It's tricky in practice because sometimes you'll just be like, well, do we save the car? Or do we do one more run? And that's always the, just
you
like
never
skiing.
say one more run.
Just like skiing.
You know that.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. You never say one more run. That's when you roll up the windows. Meaning when you go off the jump, you do this with your hands and you slam down. And yeah, you never say one more run. You always say two, and then you end on one.
Exactly.
Pace of everything kind of slowing down a little bit there, and again, we never clarified if it was Will All Young or if it was it was Will All Young.
It was the Civic. Yep.
Did we hear? Was he okay?
No, we couldn't get that.
All right, here we go. Dear boy from North Carolina, leaving the line in his 08 Evo X or Evo 10, excuse me. Cool new view that we got there. Seeing him rip from the start. That was the E30, right? Going across?
That was the E30
Glen
ripping
Cove.
through Glen Cove. So he's more than halfway. And he's putting down good splits. But again, we're still waiting for Gustav's time to chime in with Jeff Swartz, 10:58. Jeff did clear him by 6 seconds on Sector 3. So if Jeff did have a good last sector, then that'll seal the second place of Time Attack 1 for Jeff.
The Evo talks about some of the most difficult sections is above Devil's Playground, very high speed, blind corners surrounded by boulders and cliffs, and that might, with the rain and kind of the slower times compared to dry conditions, that might settle his nerves a little bit.
Yeah, Jeff definitely had something happen in the last sector. Don't know if it was a bobble in the car or if he had a cloud roll in, but he was 6 seconds slower than Dai in the top sector. He was slower than Cam in the GT4 Club Trophy Cup. So that's he definitely had an issue, and he left the door open for Gustav. So we'll see if Gustav can capitalize.
Next up, we got Paul Dallenbach on the line. That Yokohama Tires Advan.
Recently inducted into the Hill Climb Hall of Fame.
Gosh.
Paul is a Libra, likes long walks on the beach, holding hands, soft jazz.
Yeah.
This is preference.
Favorite meal? Surprisingly.
Meatloaf.
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that. He's in the zone right now. What's he thinking about? Meatloaf? Is he thinking about meatloaf right now? The musician or the food?
Sometimes the bread crumbles are just too big. I tried to make meatloaf. It was a disaster.
That's one of the only things I can actually make is meatloaf.
Paul, you may have seen an open-wheel, twin-turbocharged monster of a Wells Coyote have a throttle stick and a car launch into the trees.
Yes.
At well over 100 miles an hour. Looked like an impossible situation to walk away from, and Paul did. So he came back from that the very next year. He's just that kind of guy. He's raced, driven, everything. He understands that's just part of the game. Very, very fast in this little machine he's driving today.
Dahlin's back in town. Dahlin back, right?
No, I don't think that's how it goes.
Yep, you're wrong. I like the long walks on the beach. That gave me a good chuckle. He's a Libra. I wonder if you have the same birthday.
I made that up, actually. I don't know.
See, and now the truth comes out that the truth is stretched when it comes to The old golden child Tanner Faust here.
So Heitmann's has cleared the Evo. Dallenbach fires it up, getting ready for the green flag. That's Sierra Kart.
Have you ripped a Sierra Kart yet?
I've run through the gears on one, but never done a race.
Nothing spirited.
Yeah. They used to come out and do some rallycross events. And they always looked like fun. You know, Greg Tracy, another guy inducted to the Hall of Fame a couple days ago, he ran with Andy Bell. He ran.
Oh, that's right.
Yep, the Sierra Kart at the Nitro Rallycross, and it was awesome.
All right, Dallenbach from here in Colorado. This is his 29th appearance on the famed Pikes Peak. His best time, 9:36 in 2016 in the Unlimited division. He said been piloting a few different vehicles from Hyundai Genesis Coupes, Davis PVA, and the Dallenbach Special. Now here is in Sierra Kart. David Donahue and what do David Donahue and Paul Dallenbach have in common? They're both racing Pikes Peak, and their fathers both raced in the Indy 500 in the 70s. All right, get the green here in a moment.
Paul's got a lot going on in his head right now. He had very limited practice in this car. Had a little bit of mechanical problem. Some issues, and fortunately he knows every inch of this mountain, but unfortunately applying it to a new car is a tricky thing, especially a wicked little beast like this thing. Not too many guys you would still expect to throw down a time with that little drive time, so Paul is the man for the job though.
Familiarity. Alright, green flag go. Oh, that's an aggressive wave. An aggressive wave. Let's see if that spirited flag waving could rival
This is the corner he's in now, is the one they went off.
Yeah, I do remember that you bring that up.
It was a massive, massive hit, and in that car, it had so much downforce that he would be record breaking quick on this lower section where there's thicker air, there's more like downforce to be had. But really interested to see what Paul can do in that Sierra Kart. Hopefully he gets a nice, clean mechanical run all the way to the top.
Jimmy Ford 4. Look at this thing. Look at this unique build. Again, just when I think aerodynamics, I don't think OBS, you know, but proving us wrong. I like it. This is cool.
Just checking some of the last times. It looks like some deteriorating conditions at the top. Jeff Swart, as I mentioned, a little bit slower up at the top than usual. Gustav comes in 20 seconds slower than Jeff at the top, locking in Jeff for a second place finish in the Time Attack 1 division. So we don't know what's going on up there. It looks cloudy on our screens, but it could be really challenging at the top for these guys.
All right, so update on the action. What went down here is Will Young. We had that red flag for an extended period of time. He's okay, which is great. Tire blew out, so unfortunate turn of events for him. And also, that was for George Hess III as well. We clarified that. Got a pop tire, couldn't pull it back on. So fortunately or unfortunately, it was just tires. Fortunately, it's just tires, so they are okay. So enjoy the sights and sounds here. Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. Just listen for the atmosphere. This is one loud car. This is James Jimmy Ford. He's a rookie here on the mountain, 33 from right here in Colorado Springs.
was? Dry ice or something out of the cooler?
I don't know. Yeah, something flew. Yeah, might have been his lunch. You were talking about it.
You got to bring it up there with you. Could be a long stay at the top.
Yeah, and I heard the donuts aren't the best.
They're great.
Are they?
Yeah.
Well, does it taste like victory?
After
or they're actually really good.
Getting to 14,000 feet, you're probably right. It's probably a little bit of the,
they're victory filled, not
Yes.
cream filled. They're victory filled.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. My boy Lightning J, he said, all right.
Yeah, because he didn't win anything.
Big facts.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Look at this car. This thing, money. Looks good. Rob Holland. Time attack class. Laura Hayes. Excuse me. Rob Holland's up next. That threw me off. Great looking car.
CSR. These are highly sought after cars, super fast, full weight street car, and so a fairly heavy car, but nice balanced, nice compliant machine up here on the bumps. These are the kind of cars you want to be in for the top section. Not going to be as fast on the racetrack like lower smooth section, but up at the top, this will be a Cadillac ride.
Cadillac ride. You'd say it could be a BMW ride. And Laura, extensive history and experience in motorsports, long passion, USAC, SCA. Your man Sterling down there getting Laura hyped. Such a good looking car. This is her second year. She did drive the Parade of Champions car that we saw Matt piloting earlier. She entered last year in Time Attack, but because of the weather, as you described, just that first section.
Paul Dallenbach clicking in some fast sector times. A 1:53 in the first one and 2:27 in the second one. That drops him in the 6 or 7 position overall so far. That little Sierra card, I'm not sure if it's going to be fast up to the very, very top.
Yeah.
I think that's where he had the mechanical issues and wasn't really able to put in some times up there. But Paul knows the mountain well, so he maybe can carry it a bit.
This vehicle's name is Thunder Bunny. That's her handle as well on social media. A lot of history here, Thunder Bunny Racing. So yeah, that was drier earlier. Like you said, there it is. There's Dallenbach.
So Dallenbach just starting the last section. You see him passing by that wet camera. That's Devil's Playground. That's the end of the switchbacks, or the end of the W's. The beginning of the long, fast, what I would say are pretty scary turns. They're blind, especially in the clouds. And some of the top speeds that you see on the track are up there on those bumpy. It's like, people say it's like driving on Mars, and it kind of is. It's just, not that I've been there, but you're way above tree line. It's just like nothing done before. It's a very hard to describe place, and you're carrying maximum over 100 miles an hour through some of the corners, not even in the straightaway. So it's pretty amazing up there.
I'm just surprised to learn that you haven't been to Mars. It's a great place. Great place to stay.
Not since the first time.
Yes. Getting ready for Laura. And we're listening to you, fans watching at home. We'll give you what you want. I know you want to hear the cars, not us elaborate, but trying to make sure you are informed of what's going down. Let's see what kind of exhaust note this vehicle has. After this, we'll see Rob Holland driving that GT4 RS. Eric had some good insight, right, about the Porsche Cup.
He did. It's a great program. It's just the right company and the right place for something like this. Porsche Customer Racing sells quite a few cars a year, and they're direct to customer from the factory as race cars. lot of manufacturers have tried and a lot have failed at forming a program like that.
Yeah.
And Porsche's kept that going. And for me, it's about keeping motorsport alive. So I love anything that makes getting into motorsport more accessible. That's what I loved about drifting, to be honest, because it was one of those sports that you could get in and all you needed really were free tires.
Yeah.
Back in the day. The cars are a little different now, but back in the day, you could be very competitive with a fairly home-built car.
Yeah.
And so having a program like that to make racing like this accessible is awesome. So it's good they do that.
All right, so we are hearing that there's a caution. Jimmy Ford, sounds like the Bronco that just left, having some issues in the lower section. So don't know if pulled off or what happened exactly, but a caution flag is out. And again, that's due to Jimmy Ford, that Ford Bronco that you saw, a rookie. See if we can get eyes or get some more info on what happened.
So I see you see in the lower right corner of your screen, you see people crossing on the crosswalk there at Glen Cove. That's an indication that the track is cold there at that point. So his problems probably were below Glen Cove. You still have running, though, Paul Dallenbach, who's in the open wheel category. His time to beat is 10:38, and because he's above that section already, he'll continue to the finish, and we'll get a time. Cody Vaschholz is his competitor in that particular class at a 10:38. He's just moments away from the finish, so we'll see where he ends up, but still checking on the caution from the Bronco.
Anything impress you timing-wise? Taking a look at this in the conditions, do you think Robin Shute went off kind of at the best time, or kind of seemed like a pretty decent window for him?
There's been a couple windows. Certainly, it's easier to see the windows where it doesn't work out. And for Paul, he just comes in with an 11:06.
Laura Hayes getting out there, Thunder Bunny.
Thunder Bunny putting it down. But I think Paul's time shows his last sector was a bit slower. And people like Jeff Swartz, so consistent at the top, coming in with slow last sector times. I really think it shows that the conditions are deteriorating at the top. So somewhere about where Shute ran and a couple other guys earlier, about 45 minutes ago, I think was probably the sweet spot. And the track could always come back.
Man, some fast hands right there.
Love it. Love the energy. There you see some of the split cameras there on the upper left and the upper right are picnic ground. That's one of the first sections you're going to see them. Then just on the bottom left, it says Glen Cove. It's not. It's actually just a mile or so down from Glen Cove, and then Glen Cove is on the bottom right. You see it labeled as brake check downhill. You may know that if you've been a tourist up here. It's where you check your brakes, but that is also called Glen Cove. We're still looking for that Thunder Bunny to make it through that section.
What's your expectations here with Rob Holland? Again, a seasoned racer, factory driver for Volvo, Dodge, first American driver and BTC, British Touring Car, since Dan Gurney.
Rob Holland's super quick. He's he's got a stacked competition in his class in Time Attack 1. So that side of it's going to be very hard to compete with. But he's got a chance at it, especially if he catches a window on that top sector that has been causing problems for, probably 30% of the field now.
Yeah. A nice little growl from this Porsche.
As Eric was mentioning, this is the latest version of the GT4. Not something that they're running in the Trophy Cup class, but some slight improvements on this car over the Trophy Cup version.
the zone. I got this. Should be leaving momentarily. Thunder Bunny. Laura should be. Where's she at? Have you seen her go through Heitman's?
They're still walking the lacrosse picnic ground. I haven't seen her cross through there, but she must have, or they wouldn't be walking on the track.
Right.
I just didn't catch it. So far, she's only completed the first split, and she comes in at a 158, which is pretty competitive in that class. The quickest time in that class for the first sector is a 155 from David Donahue. So she's laying down good times. Just have to see what that top section holds for when she gets there. And here she comes.
Oh yeah, she's quite a bit up there.
Yeah, she's ripping through that. That is a new camera angle that we just got. It looks like ski area to me. Very, very fast through there, though. Looked great.
Yeah, so ski area. Different perspectives. So I've got a couple different angles here. Let's see what Rob Holland's got. Almost ready for go time for Rob. Actually, it did get a little bit colder. It's been kind of holding at 45 degrees, but now 42 degrees.
You feel it. A lot of these guys, you see the tires steaming on some of the teams as they have tire warmers.
Thunder Bunny just going through the Glen Cove area.
Great splits from Laura, aka Thunder Bunny. Yeah, the cars that don't have tire warmers, it can be tough because you have to push hard to warm the tires, and you only really feel confident to push hard once the tires are warm. So there's a little bit of a catch-22 there. Tire warmers make a big difference on a day like this, but you really just kind of have to get through those first 4 or 5 corners pretty hard. Take advantage of the long corners to really get a little slip out of the tires, and make sure you get some temperature in there because that'll pay off for the mileage to come.
This is a cool looking car. Always a sucker for a wide body Audi. So this is Sed Kosovic. Sed Kosovic from Vancouver. And Sed has been out here in quite a few different vehicles, from a FRS back in the day, and that was 2013, the first year he competed, to a Volkswagen Jetta, GLI, and an Exomotive Hexocat.
Bless you.
So this vehicle here, great looking car. Best finish so far, 2016, 1053. But this gentleman has done ice racing, raced all over the country.
Holland clawing his way up through engineers, sounding good. Just now starting to get some splits from him. Actually, not a single split from him yet. He's got about 4 more corners before we get our split. As I was mentioning before, Paul Dallenbach, he did come in with an 11:06, which puts him in second in Pikes Peak Open right now. Or, I'm sorry, in Open Wheel right now, behind Cody Vaschaltz. He would have liked to have taken a bit of a nip out of that time, but again, that last sector really spoiled the day for him. Possibly just a cloud rolled over right at the wrong time here.
We are officially more than halfway through our driver's list. Rob Holland was driver number 40 on that with a 4. Rob Holland had a 418 on qualifying.
So, Jared, you've seen half the list.
Yeah.
Out of any one of these, which would you take up the mountain? I know you wouldn't go up the mountain in a rental car, but you got
Yeah.
roll cages. You've got a lot of things with these
Great
cars.
question. Kind of like what Farah said, you know, which one can I fit in? Let me think about that.
Let's just say you could fit in all of them.
I know. I can't. Let me think about that one. I really like Daijiro Yoshihara's car.
If you take a look at, we're just getting some camera angles of the fog rolling through. First of all, you can see how fast the clouds are moving. If you really look, and so that's why it's changing so much. But there are shadows forming as Laura goes through Devil's Playground. There are shadows at Devil's Playground. It just shows you, I think they're very close to the top of the cloud layer. It's extremely windy up there. You can see in Devil's Playground, on one of our angles, you can see a lot of wind blowing around as Holland makes his way through ski area, looking really good, tracking all the way out to the dirt, right to the kneecaps of those spectators standing on the side there, held protected by a small wire fence. The conditions really are changing very, very fast. If you look in the background of every shot, you can really just see how quickly the clouds are moving, and there's a chance it could clear up a little bit later for the last competitors.
That would be ideal. At the drivers' meeting this morning, they were saying weather was going to show up around 2. So to answer your question, which vehicle I'd like, I would say James Clay or Zwartz.
Nice. Yeah, that 935 is gorgeous.
Yeah.
That prep on that BMW is unreal.
Yeah. I like the uniqueness of James Clay, just that build and kind of going, like I said, you know, E36 as opposed to kind of something more modern, and then Zwart's car just aesthetically and just overall, just the vibe of it. It seems like a really well prepared vehicle. All right, who do we have here? Sid Kosovic leaving the start line. And Tanner so lovingly said, not race to the clouds, it's race from the clouds. Because it seems like you said, it's just clearing up top.
In this case, yeah, 2015 Audi S3, obviously highly tuned, gorgeous car, quite heavy, could warm the tires up pretty quick. It chimes in at roughly 3,000 pounds, fairly stock weight. And so he's going to be using that all-wheel drive in the W's, but he's got to definitely push in the bottom section to keep those tires up to temp.
Scott Crouch coming up to the line, 59 years old, from here in Boulder, Colorado.
Little trivia on Scott Crouch. He's my first rally co-driver.
Really?
And sponsor.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he owns Flatiron Subaru in Boulder, Colorado. And I was working at an ice driving school in Steamboat. He came on up to Steamboat after I had worked as a lot guy parking cars at his dealership. And he came up for a ski day. We went skiing. I took him out on the ice track. He's like, man, we got to go rally racing. That afternoon, bought a used rally car. And we rallied for 5 years, including X Games 2016.
And I think here you are announcing next to me. It's where.
And now he's driving. What the hell? I'm out of here.
I gotta go.
No, he's gotten so fast, and I didn't even know while we were racing together that he had any desire to drive. He never brought that up. And,
really?
And he just started driving, more than 10 years ago, actually, and he's very quick. It is awesome to see.
He just buried it. He wanted to see a young man named Tanner Faust rise.
Still running 429. That was our number. Yep, that was our number. Yeah, back in.
Because yours is 34.
2004 to 2007. That was our number. And then I changed to 2004 and 2007 at X Games. I changed the number 34 then.
Woof. It's kind of a cool shot there. It glitched, but it looked rad.
Yeah. Picnic ground, probably about 115, 120 miles an hour in that Audi right through there.
Yeah, media right there, just getting the shot.
Scott Crouch, wife Libby, daughter Max and Morgan, son Henry. They used to come to the races all the time. There's a little family history.
I love this. Look at this. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to come to the races all the time. I mean, we shucked our own tires, and we had volunteers from the dealership, service the car at the rounds. It was very grassroots, but rally racing is awesome.
Yeah.
And the first time we came to Pikes Peak with rally racing, we actually broke it into stages, raced from, if those of you that have been here, we raced down from Santa's workshop
The North Pole.
Yep, all those big long straightaways, raced all the way up to the start line, broke it into like 7 different stages, and then on Sunday had one stage as the final part of the race. Last minute media crossing as Holland is making his way by Devil's Playground. Those shadows we pointed out before, those are gone. And as he heads into the unknown, 3 big super fast corners and another 4 miles, and he is done.
Haven't heard many Boxer engines out here on the engine, or Subaru Boxer at that.
No, it used to be quite a lot of Subarus and Evos out here. That has definitely thinned out over the years, especially as it went from gravel to pavement and went more to road racing cars and less rally style. But still some companies like Flatirons Tuning, Flatiron Subaru that can benefit from showcasing some of their tuning expertise up on the mountain, which is great. Laura Hayes successfully makes it to the top with a time of 12:07. Pretty challenging topside conditions. Good splits in the first 3, and puts herself pretty firmly in 4th place for time attack 1. Let's go.
Here we go, here's your boy. Let's listen. How's that start?
Pretty good braking into the second corner. Still not confidence-inspiring grip. You can tell as they're lifting, even braking into that second corner. And it makes me nervous to see Scott run. It's just, I've ridden in so many rental cars with him. And no, just kidding.
And you buy the protection.
He's really become a good driver. And so I'm excited to see how he does. I really hope for the best for Scott. And it's just awesome that he supports motorsport, still nationally, but especially here in Colorado.
Here's another Wolf, and we see how successful those vehicles are. I believe this should be Henry Hill, a rookie, first time running it from Cedar City, Utah. Again, these Wolves are just so light, 1,300 pounds.
Wow.
Car looks great. Just this thing looks slick with them. What's it say?
Get one. Yep. One. Make sure they undo that battery when I'm ready to go. Say that again? The battery? Yeah, we'll pull it. Okay, just make it straight. You're good. Let's go, baby. You got this all day long. All day long. Let's go.
That's just got to be a really cool feeling, man. You know, just getting here to the mountain. You're racing along heroes. I mean, I'm getting chills just thinking about it. Here's, you know, Henry's 35 years old, operate high-performance vehicles for 15 years. You know, NASA, full competition, SCCA Pro. There's your boy,
Scott. Oh, heavy-handed through engineers. I like it.
He drives
a little bit of slide. What's that?
He drives with his hands?
Yeah.
Heavy hand. Got it.
Just a little sliding, a lot of work. I mean, just awesome, though, to see him pushing it hard through there. Clearly the conditions nice and dry all the way up to the top of the W's. That's what we want to see. Scott hovers in full dry conditions with good visibility. He hovers in the low 11s, 1120s over the years. So he's obviously going for a personal best. I really hope that last sector clears out for him so he can push himself a little bit there.
Yeah, I would love to see the weather clear up. Get dry. Come on. If we start blowing. Have you driven a Wolf?
No.
Yeah.
I've not. I've driven a Radical and some of the other small lightweight variations, but never driven a Wolf. And, you know, lightweight is perfect up here. You're fighting gravity. And I mean, obviously, lightweight's great in any racing, but up here especially, these roads. I mean, in the car you don't realize how steep it is, but these spectators get the best vantage point for how steep the climb is. So any weight you can shed just benefits you everywhere.
And that caution that Ford, Jimmy Ford, he did not finish. I believe he's DNF.
Yeah, and they didn't let him back down, so possibly there's damage. We're still trying to get info on that one, but the fact that he didn't get to come down and restart after only up at, he may have some damage up there, just be stuck. Scott, a little bit slide through ski area. Didn't quite get the track out, but he's nice and set up for the next left-hander. He's pushing for a personal best. Really has to make up the time on the bottom half because the top half is a little cloudy still.
Getting hype. Again, keeping the momentum going. Just got to feel the energy. Henry Hill. A guest green flag waiver for Henry. For those that don't know, they have the transponders, they put them on their vehicle. When does timing actually start?
So in the camera angle that was added recently, once you go around the left corner, the beacon is actually in the road under the big start gantry.
It's under the gantry, yeah.
Yeah, it's under the gantry. And then there are a couple beacons along the ways. We're showing there's 4 splits and then the finish. But so you notice that they don't jump as soon as the flag turns green.
Yeah.
They're really just making sure they get clean out of the hole and then accelerate on up through the gantry.
Yeah, there's no reaction time that's necessary in order, it's not drag racing. Just get at pace and boom, hit that under the gantry.
Correct. Rolling start. There's Scott Crouch going through Glen Cove, probably just over 110, 115 miles an hour through. What we can't see is facing the other direction, Glen Cove. There's quite a big bump going into that first right-hander, but big Subaru should be able to handle that.
Thank you to North Country Timing and Scoring. Our timing and scoring brought to you by North Country Timing and Scoring. Thank you to them. All right. Henry Hill took off, and now we are seeing Steve Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer, yes indeed.
You guys go way back?
Not at all. I mean, last year he raced Time Attack in a GT4. He didn't race in the trophy class, so I'm not sure what the difference was there. But it seems to come from karting and doing rally racing. So quite a storied past there, really since 2001, but not a lot of experience on the mountain, it looks like.
And Zimmer coming to us from Luxembourg. Stock frame, and like you said, just kind of straightforward build.
Yeah, the Time Attack class is really kind of heating up here. We already talked about Laura being in 4th place for Time Attack. She's been knocked down to 5th place. Rob Holland drops into 4th place behind Gustav. So far in this Time Attack, we have David Donahue. Jeff Zwart is 2nd, Gustav 3rd, Rob Holland 4th, Laura Hayes 5th. And we're working our way down through the Time Attack 1
coming
class.
Ripping. Getting that wolf sideways. Henry.
A lot of smoke coming out of that machine through Picnic Ground. That is one of the longest full throttle sections on the track, and hopefully that's not an indicator of things to come. Hopefully it stays together.
King Tony. What King Tony is doing. No. Classic Workshop. Luxembourg. Says racing is life for me. Nothing compares. Competed over 110 rallies in Europe. Started at the age of 13. Next up, Kathy Mead, piloting a 2019 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Coming to us all the way from Teja, from Austin, Texas. And who was that just went by? That was wasn't Henry Hill. Was that Scott Crouch?
Could be Scott Crouch getting his way into Devil's Playground. Yeah. He's logged out some good splits. Again, 11:24 roughly is his personal time to beat as we see the Wolf smoke its way through ski area. It's I would say the smoke is getting worse, and there is a temperature issue once you get into the W's. There's not as much speed for cooling, so fingers crossed for him he can make it over Devil's Playground into some of those long straightaways.
Seen safety crew out there because where there's smoke, there's potentially oil, and that would be a bummer.
That's exactly right. You see them walking it, talking like, "Hey, so did Marv go ahead and get that Chevy?" Yeah, he sure did.
Yeah, he did. He got great financing rates.
He did. No, they're checking out there. It's pretty obvious if he's laying oil down, and then they'll have to flag him if it is. But they, based on body language, they seemed like everything was a-okay.
Their hands never came out of the pockets.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think they're good. Give it the old boot scoot. You know, they give a little.
Yep.
All right, Zimmer. Oh, look at this. Aggressive flag waving. Well done. Racing is life.
Zimmer, flat as flat can be through turn one. Backs down a bit for turn two, a little bit of a pulse on the throttle, meaning he might have been sliding just a little bit, but he is an aggressive driver. This is going to be an exciting run for Zimmer.
Let's go, Zimmer. Racing is life, as he says. All right. Well, thank you again for joining us. We are live. I'm Jared Dienda, and you are?
Tanner Faust.
Tanner Faust.
I keep reminding you of that.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Timmy's
fine. Timmy's fine. Yep.
Timmy Fast here, and I'm Jared Dienda. We're tour guides today for the 100th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. This is brought to you by Gran Turismo, and the live stream brought to you by Mobil 1. It's been a good event. You know, all things considered, I heard somebody say, and I think that's a good quote, we're going to the top, and that's the way we do it.
You know, 2 days ago, even yesterday, the forecast was snow at the top. Very difficult to clear snow, especially when the road temperature is below freezing. It just sort of stays icy and they have to shorten the race. No competitors like that. They'd rather run through the clouds, run in the rain, run anything, but do it to the top so that the time that you get gets stacked up against the rest of the hill climb world that has been out to Pikes Peak over the last 100 runnings. So it's a great thing to run to the top. It's just more fun, frankly.
Yeah.
And it's more fun for us also.
Yeah. My name's Jared, not frankly. So I appreciate that.
Shirley.
And don't call me Shirley. Not to be frank, but Kathy's up next.
Yes, she is. Kathy was in the trophy class last year, not this year, but she is. She goes very, very quick in this GT4, and she's actually got some experience up here. So she will have heard already that it's dry basically until you get over the crux, out of the tree line, above the W's, which are these crazy switchbacks that go up to 13,000 feet. Then once you're up on the surface of the moon, we do still have some wet surface and some actual fog clouds to drive through.
All right, Kathy Mead here, talking about her time 2 years ago, 11:36. That was first time she was here, and then again last year, kind of a modified setup. Well, Kathy's a retired astrophysics professor.
Why wouldn't she be, though?
Yeah.
So impressive.
That car is looking pretty good. Your man Sterling, keeping it going. It's a one-man band.
Sterling's over there. He's literally just got his own espresso machine, and he's just cranking it.
Just cranking espresso shots?
Yes.
Did you get one?
No, I should.
Yeah.
Ready.
Yeah, I definitely.
Scott Crouch. So, Scott Crouch, just to give you an idea of what the pace of the road is, he's done this race a lot, was my co-driver in rally racing for many, many years. He did an 11:39. His typical run up here is about 11:20, 11:25. So the road is still maintaining some speed. Again, the variation that we have seen has been on the very last section that we don't have very good camera angles of, but is up in the clouds. The last of the four sectors is where we're seeing the biggest variation, from one cloud passing over the mountain to suddenly it clears out for the next driver.
Yeah, it absolutely varies. How? I mean, are there spots? Let me ask you this: Is there somebody in their ear? No, they can't really have like a
No.
spot or anything.
No, just like we can't. I mean, you
Yeah.
can't get a helicopter up there to
Yeah.
repeat anything. Radios don't work up here. This place is an anomaly.
Yeah.
You'll see we have some glitches every so often with the cameras. We've done I think the best that they could do to hardwire things, but just to get internet access, you have to run 2 weeks. It takes to run hard lines all the way down to Colorado Springs.
Well, our team on the production side, I've heard there's been members up here for 6 weeks getting this whole thing set up.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so a lot has gone into this. So we really appreciate you tuning in and watching. And you're a fan if you're watching this, and if this is delayed or whatever, you're watching it later after the live event. It's cool, man. It's a real cool experience. And Tanner, it's great to get your insight and obviously your wherewithal and all your driving.
Well, this GT4 we see leaving the line, this is the only type of car I've driven on this road paved. I've raced this a few times in the dirt, but last year was the first time I raced it paved, and it was in a GT4, and it's a great car for this mountain. Super consistent, predictable. While it has, over 450 horsepower at sea level, it gets down to the 200 range by the time you get to the top. Yeah,
that's how drastic.
Lose half the power getting to the top. And but it's a great car. It does everything you want it to do. It just keeps on running and running, and so you really can get a lot of practice time. And you don't usually have to worry about mechanical issues, things like that. But this is not the first run for our astrophysicist, and I think hopefully she's looking forward to this, and the clouds part for her at the top.
We have about 25, 24 more racers left to go.
Yeah, there is rain expected early afternoon, so the organizers are trying to keep things moving as fast as they can. So we're going to get through these 20 races really, really quick, actually.
All right, so here we go, Kathy. At pace, time starts now.
Incidentally, you can go on the hill climb. I think it's ppihc.com. You can go on their website or their YouTube channel, and they actually show the in-car from virtually all of the cars. And they'll get the comments from the driver at the top and show their actual in-car, so you'll be able to experience what this mountain's really all about in a much more pure way than seeing it from the outside.
Yep. Andy Kingsley up next. Andy Kingsley in the Porsche. By the way, have we seen... Oh, there he is, yeah. Rod Millen. I was like, well, we haven't seen him yet. But Rod Millen is just... What do we got? One. So we're Kingsley. We got... After Kingsley, we got 1, 2... He's like 3 cars away. Rod in the Tacoma.
I cannot wait. This is such a legendary car. The fact... I mean, he's got to do it, honestly, because the guys that know how to work on the engine are fading. So he's got to keep this thing running. He does a hill climb in his backyard in New Zealand. I've been lucky enough.
Festival.
Yep, Leadfoot Festival. That's right. I've done it twice, and he's raced this car up there. It is still wickedly quick considering its age.
Yeah.
It is a very, very fast car up here, and I know that he's been itching to try the mountain paved. I don't think he has driven it since it was paved.
Wow. He's only driven it gravel, just unpaved. Got it. Yeah, the only time I've seen that car, Goodwood Festival Speed. So I believe he drove it.
Silly quick.
Yeah.
And doesn't look easy to drive.
No. What car would you take? You asked me what vehicle. I said James Clay or Zwart's vehicle.
I stand corrected on it. He did drive 2013 in an electric car and put a time in of 10:24.
Okay.
So he has driven up at once. Which car would I take?
Yeah.
Not the Tundra. I don't know.
It's a hard question.
I think probably the car that Reese is driving.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Emotion Engineering GT2 or whatever that thing started life as.
Andy Kingsley here on the line from Buena Vista, Colorado. Looking at almost 3,000 pounds. This 911, just classic vehicle. Has upgraded over the years from a Subaru STI, 911 turbo, now this 911 twin turbo.
A lot of people know this headlight configuration of Porsche from the 996. It would load for a little while, and it made this car one of the best bang for the buck cars you could buy on the street.
Where are they at
They've
now?
gone back up a bit, but still bang for the buck in current crazy car market is still right up there near the top. Tuners know this engine well. Some of the tuners actually on this mountain have gotten 1,500 horsepower out of this engine. But a daily driver 700 horsepower is possible out of this, which is just insane. Perfect hill climb car.
There goes Kathy in the ski area.
Super clean through ski area, Kathy. Just that GT4, while at sea level is a speed machine, up at altitude it's a momentum machine. She's just rolling speed through that ski area just like she needs to.
Ooh, thing sounds mean. Sounds like a drag car.
It is all-wheel drive. It helps it in the W's. I mean, these things just pull their way out of corners so well.
Kingsley wears the crown. Began his driving career in SCCA Rallycross in 2009. Colorado Hill Climb Association 2011 Rookie of the Year. Overall champion the next year. Green flag waves. It's Kingsley.
Downshift for the second turn. So not feeling super confident in those tires. You notice he did not have tire warmers on it at the line. But once you get some heat in that thing will be very, very quick. Again, especially out of those tight corners.
Not a lot of drivers with tire warmers. We saw him on Schutt's car. We saw him on. Next up, Justin Lombard. Justin Lombard, driving a 2021 Acura TLX Type S, coming us from Hilliard, Ohio. Most of his racing has been done with SCCA. Really honored to be part of the hill climb here.
Says he's going to be a dad.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. It's a pretty big deal. So this is another one, as we talked before, I think when Farrell was in here. This is another one of those guys who's an engineer for Honda Acura and utilizes his connection there in the company to do some R&D essentially.
Yeah.
In potentially one of their machines. It's a great way for guys with racing passion. I went to engineering school in Boulder briefly before changing majors, but just couldn't ski enough and still get grades. But a lot of car and racing fans in the engineering world, and so it's great that they get to exercise this part of their passion also.
Yeah. Hands-on R&D. Yeah, and Acura's, obviously we're seeing quite a few here, including that all-new 2023 Acura Integra, the four-door. We saw it earlier.
Yeah, at least 3 cars up here with Honda development engineers driving. It's pretty awesome.
And like I said, Daijiro Yoshihara, I saw him announce it yesterday. He's working with Acura and basically Honda Motor Company. Thumbs up there. There we go. Kingsley coming through that section. Head of section 1. Or no, excuse me, in the picnic area, picnic grounds. Look at the clouds. Not too bad right there.
Still flowing, just kind of hazy. You're not seeing the same, just like, actually, yeah, you can see it still blowing through there quite quick. So it is very windy at the top. It just means that it changes quickly. When it's just that windy up there, it just means some people can potentially get it's a big tall mountain that sticks almost all the way up into the jet stream. So it changes very quickly, and that's just something that's out of the driver's hands. You're not sitting there like hoping that and trying to time your run and all that. It's just out of your control. So you do the best you can do with the things you can control. And go from there.
All right, there's Kathy ripping on through. And we're joined with a special guest, a competitor, and you got to turn down your clothes. They're so bright. The bright red. I'm joking.
Aren't they?
They are very bright. You're not missed on track at all.
Nope.
And for people that don't know who you are, if you can, tell them who you are and what you're racing.
My name's Dave Wood, and I'm racing an open wheel, a Edgar Eagle.
Yeah. Yeah. And what do you think? What do you expect? What do you think of the track?
Well, it can change any time, as anybody that's been up here knows. I mean, it's foggy and cold down here now, but give it 30 minutes and it might be sunshine.
Yeah.
You just never know what to expect.
And how many times is this you race in the
15.
15. Nice, sir. Where are you coming from?
I live here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
I live in Woodland Park.
Oh, very convenient. So.
Oh, yeah.
Did you sleep in your own bed last night or you sleep up here?
No, I slept in my own bed.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So what time do you get up and come out here?
We got up here about probably 4:30.
Okay.
This morning.
Nice. How long have you been campaigning this vehicle, this particular vehicle?
This is my first time driving this car on Pikes Peak. I used to drive a Wells Coyote for a lot of years.
Tanner's familiar with them.
Oh, yeah.
Tanner's ripped one before.
Yeah, I had a one that was built in 1981. It was a bit small for me. Tanner can tell you how small they are. Matter of fact, I had to use a steering wheel out of an Indianapolis car. Otherwise, I couldn't fit.
Yeah.
But this car that I have now from Gary Edgar, I mean, it's got so much room in it.
Yeah.
You know, I'm comfortable driving it.
You're big. You're a big dude. We have the conversation about which car can you drive. Well, for me, which car can I fit in? So that's the first problem. But also, what other vehicle do you admire? Just like walk around the pit in the paddock, vehicle build, maybe the combo of even driver. Like who?
Well, I'm pretty good friends with Paul Dallenbach, and you can never tell what Paul's going to drive up here.
Right.
You know, he either drives his own car or somebody
Like
gives
the
him a
Sierra?
ride.
Yeah.
And him, Dan Novembre, Lane Schrantz, Vash Olsons, of course.
Yeah. Well, hey, good luck to you, and thanks for joining us, and I appreciate it, and thanks for being part of history, the 100th running.
I know,
of
I'm
Pikes
so
Peak.
excited.
Isn't it cool?
Oh, man, I can't believe it.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
As my wife says, this is as much fun you can have with your clothes on.
Relax, it's a family show.
There you go.
All right, and keep your bright red clothes on. No, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It is a lot of fun. All right, so when we come back, I'm going to take a short little commercial break here. We'll see Ralph Christensen ripping on through, and we'll be right back here. This is the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo, and our live stream brought to you by Mobil 1. We are back live, and you are looking at Ski Turn there, and yeah, you can see at the bottom, Rod Millen coming up next. Well, technically he's in let's call it the burnout box, warming up the tires, but Ralph Christensen, another Swedish driver coming to us from Stockholm, is up next, and he is piloting a Radical, and not just because the car is Radical, but it's literally a Radical. That's the manufacturer.
I mean, Radical made its place in road racing as like the weekend warrior machine. They have spec cars. They're really developed fun, lightweight, affordable cars to race road racing wise. Once you make a Pikes Peak version, the aero is a lot different. Probably turbocharge them, make them pretty radical.
Just really driving it home.
Real radical.
Yeah, you sound like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Cowabunga, radical,
Donatello.
dude. Yeah. Donatello was my favorite.
No, what?
Yeah, he was.
Oh, dude,
he kicked everybody's butt with a stick.
I know.
He had a bow staff.
Yeah.
AKA a stick.
That makes him wise.
Yeah.
But
like Splinter.
This is a mean machine. You can see running rain tires still.
I think that's smart.
By this point, there have been reports from the top on what we can't see in our cameras. And that's mainly from 13,000 feet to just over 14,100 feet. The last few miles we cannot see. And, people aren't running slicks, and everything we can see is dry. I would be running slicks on this. If
you would?
Yeah, if the conditions were exactly what we're seeing. So, obviously at the top, it's too unknown with the clouds rolling through there so fast to commit to slicks. You don't want to get stuck on the rain in slicks right now for sure.
Yeah, I'd run. Yeah, I think that's a proper setup. I think it's proper.
There is something to be said running intermediates that they will warm up quicker.
That's true.
And I mean, what did you say? It's 42 degrees now?
It's 41 now.
41.
Yeah.
So the temperature's dropped.
And that I have to assume 41 is at base at the start, because I mean even this morning they said it was 37, 35. Right up, like you said, right above freezing.
So rare that it's virtually the same temperature at the bottom and the top of this mountain. They are so separated. I know here on TV and on the screen and here in this nice Porta-John that we're broadcasting from.
We're in a trailer.
It's just kidding. It's super nice.
It is nice.
Yeah. But it's hard to imagine. But when you're sitting on the line, and when we came over to the pits, we saw it the other day. You look up at the top, and it's way the hell over there.
Look at that. Nice, quick little, nice easy roll out of there. Nothing too radical from the radical. Rolf Christensen, we didn't talk much about him. 56 years old, from Sweden. This is multiple times that he's been here. He's raced a Ford Falcon Futura Sprint, 67 Fastback, a 67 so that vehicle, a 66 Ford Cobra. I think that was the one that we were talking about. Like, it's kind of going to be last on my list there. That's a wild car to be out here on.
Agreed. It's got a bit of a reputation, and part of it, you just sit on the back tires.
Yeah.
So anything the back does, you sort of do it with it, and it just makes it feel unruly. But awesome looking car going up the hill, and in the dirt, it would be spectacular.
Yep. Oh, look at it's getting prepped. Here it comes.
God, I want to go down the line and see this.
Look at this thing. Rod's a great gentleman. He's he raced Formula Drift. He's done so many things, but I mean he's on so many. You're
look
talking
at that
about
photo.
Yeah, look.
That's not Rod.
It
is, but it's a long one.
Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah, it's great. 2,500 pounds. What's the engine in this thing? I'm just gonna throw it out there. Rod's 71, by the way, according to
He is 71 years old, and I don't know the exact iteration of what this engine is. Obviously, a Toyota engine, since he was in cahoots with Toyota when he built this and the Celica. But Rod held the record here for, I want to say, 14 years, and he was king of the mountain for a very long time. He laid down a record that was untouchable, and then the next year came out and missed breaking his own record by a half second. Wow. With the conditions much worse.
Yeah.
So he really didn't get redemption on that second year. He's raced one time in the pavement in an EV car, and maybe that got the hook in him deep enough to say, you know what, on the 100th running, I'm bringing the beast back out, we're going to lay a lap.
That was 9 years ago, so keep that in mind. He was, a spry, do the math. 62, a spry 62. I mean, king of the mountain in 94, 96, 97, 98, 99. Holds the overall course records for all dirt road in 1994 with the 1004. Placed first 10 times. He ran a shortened course in 95, and this is his 20th year on Pikes Peak. So it's a great accolade. Great dude, like you said. He runs his own event, the Leadfoot Festival, in his native country of New Zealand. Splits time, goes back and forth.
I've been out to the festival, and I'll be honest, I haven't seen Rod before this event since before COVID.
Yeah.
New Zealand had extremely tight lockdowns.
Rod or his wife got stuck in the States. Do you remember that?
His wife got stuck in the States for almost 2 years.
Yeah, it was real bad. Yeah, I remember just reading through Instagram. Yeah, that was unfortunate. Look, it's drying out, man. It's drying out.
The course looks nice and dry through the W's. Still nice in our shots. You can really see the wind. You can see these guys huddling under. I mean, look at these fans through here as they come through Devil's Playground. It is viciously windy and cold up there. Less than 42 degrees. Who knows what the wind chill is? And humid because of that. You can see the clouds through there. So let's listen to Rod take off out of here. Yep. This is just
history.
Gonna be spectacular.
History being made. 100th running. Rod Millen, absolute legend of this track.
I'm going to run up there and grab a selfie with that thing real quick.
Right.
I'm such a fan.
It's meant to mimic a Tacoma, right?
Tacoma.
A Toyota Tacoma.
Right. That's right. I said Tundra.
It's okay. No, I knew a Toyota truck, but it's just, there's a you can kind of see it. It's kind of like NASCAR or funny cars where it has obviously a resemblance.
I awarded Rod Millen the Gran Turismo Legends of Motorsport.
Oh, cool.
Award at SEMA one year.
Yeah.
It's quite cool. I think he's the first one. But he and Colin McRae were my driving heroes growing up. And I didn't really know anything about racing. Didn't have racing in my family. Never went to a race. But watching him drive, watching Colin McRae drive is just... it's just contagious. You just can't help but want to do it. You can see what they're doing with their hands and steering wheel. All right, unhooking. Thanks for the tires.
He's waving the flag there. Let's listen.
Pushing hard. Rod is pushing hard. You can hear it breaking up a little bit. That's down at this altitude. Back in these days, when that engine was produced, sometimes they had to run really hard down here in order to be running properly up top, where they were really sitting full throttle for much longer. So they sort of had to prioritize the sweet spot for what altitude they wanted the engine to run correctly.
That's crazy. It's there's just those factors you just don't think about, and you respect the mountain, you respect the builds. And just everything that they're doing. Dan Owita, 2012 Ford Boss 302S Mustang. From Boulder, Colorado. Variety of vehicles being campaigned over the years from 2014 till now. Signature Ford exhaust note there from Dan and his Boss Mustang. We know when we see a split here from Rod.
Rod coming through engineers already.
Should be in the picnic grounds in a moment. Watch this. Cameras are out. Look at everybody. Everybody's clearing. This is cool, man. This
will be fast.
Yeah. You heard it kind of trying to get out of its own way when it. There it goes.
The guy with the radar gun right there. Wish we could talk to him.
Yep.
Probably in the 130 range.
Dan Owita. All right, we're gonna definitely listen to this one. He's hyped, pumped up. Compete in the Ford Racing Mustang Challenge, partnership of formerly Miller Motorsports Park, now Utah Motorsports Campus. Ford Racing, the Series 08 2010.
Rod Millen with a 152 first sector. That is the fourth overall fastest fourth sector.
Yeah? Let's go, Rod. Come on.
That is fast. It's only in his class, in the unlimited class. It's slightly behind Derek Boyd, and it's a 10 seconds behind Robert Shute. Again, this is Robert's best sector, is the first one, it appears.
Robin Shute, you mean?
Robin Shute, yep. And but much faster than most of the other competitors unlimited. Rod, he didn't get a good qualifying time, and I'm not exactly sure why, but I'm really excited to see how that old Tacoma pans out. We're going to see
Maybe
where
he did
where
it by
falls.
design.
You think? I mean,
I don't think so. I don't think you'd do that, right?
It depends where you want to run on the day. Like, are you gambling that you want to run later in the day? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I don't know. How we doing?
Yes.
All right, and Owita waits for the green flag. We are moments away. All right, so Dan Owita on the start line. We'll once we see Dan rip out of the box, I got a special guest up here, and we'll have some words. And here we are. For those that don't know, you got a staff badge on you, but if you can, tell them your name and then what's your role at the 100th running of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
I'm the executive director of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. It's an honor to hold that position, and we're certainly happy to be celebrating the 100th running.
It's amazing. As Dan Owita pulls off underneath the gantry, timing starts now. How cool is it seeing Rod Millen's truck running?
Well, that's why I'm a little late. I insisted on watching him take off, and then was led over here. But
that's
cool. So cool.
How is it going? And as we look at Rod ripping through this course, Tanner was just telling me 152 was it? 150? Yeah, 152 through that first sector. It was touch and go last night. We saw snow on the top. Less than ideal conditions, even going in today. Overall, though, I heard somebody saying the sentiments was, we're doing it how it's intended. We're going to the top.
That's right. And I you know what? I'm going to credit the mountain. Pikes Peak decided today that, it's the 100th. I'm going to allow you to get to the top because Pikes Peak what really does make the decision on where we end up. So we're thrilled to be running to the top, and we've had awesome performances and more to come.
Yeah. Everybody says the mistress and she and her and the mountain, between Mother Nature and the mountain, it dictates what goes down. What can you expect, like the repercussions of our live stream, what we're doing, all the cars? What do you want the world to know about the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo, and the live stream brought to you by Mobil One? What would you like to tell the world?
Well, I want to first of all congratulate all of you. I mean, this has been a remarkable broadcast. I've spent a lot of time today with your production folks and just simply sitting in a room and watching it. Cool. And for us to bring the race to anybody in the world is what it's all about. We are an international race. We are not just as we started in 1916, a bunch of local guys just running up a hill for fun, and so as we have
we got a car off. Sorry, go ahead.
So as we have evolved, it's been critical for us to expand our reach, and thanks to Mobil One and all of you. I mean, you guys have been so great to work with, and we're just honored that you're here, and thank you for putting our race out to the world.
It seems like, admittedly, my first time to the hill climb, having announced it, I've seen it, I know the history, but it's great, obviously, working with Tanner Faust, who's raced the hill 5 times, on gravel and then asphalt most recently last year. But overall, it just carries this stigma, and I hope you don't get offended when I say it feels grassroots, but it feels, as you say, international. So, and there's just certain events that it's okay to have just the spirit of it, and it has this kind of sentimental value to it that has simplicity in a grand way. Does that make sense?
It sure does. When you look at the roster of competitors for this particular race, I mean, it's the typical balance of high-profile drivers, high-profile racing teams, to go along with, as I say, the folks that are working in their garage after work and bringing their race cars here to Pikes Peak. And that will never change. Our board, everybody involved in the race, is committed to maintaining that balance because look, that's how it started. We're proud of the Pikes Peak region and race fans and race car drivers and engineers and everybody, and we want to continue that balance. And it's getting harder though, because this race only gets bigger and we get more and more high-profile competitors that want to get in the door, and so it's a good challenge and a good problem to have.
It's very, very cool. So I appreciate your time. I'll let you get back there and see. Let's see how Rod does. Let's see how. I mean, everybody wins at the end of the day, even those at DNF. And let's continue on. Like you say, we've seen some great runs. Not the ideal kind of record-breaking weather, but we took it to the top. Robin Shute, he's kind of the guy at the beat, and everybody knew that. Unfortunate about Ken Block. That was a great addition, but you know what? But Tim was going to hang up his hat and say, I'm done, man. I'm good. Guess what? We'll see you in 2023 with Ken Block and the Hunapegasus.
Well, and I can tell you, I've been thinking about Race 101 for a lot of weeks. This race, I wouldn't say it's been in the can for 2 months, but we've done a lot of work to get ready for this. But you're right, 101 is a year away, and preparations will begin in about
Tomorrow.
10 days. Well, no, it's been a long month. We're not going to be that crazy.
All right, you can take a break. I'll let you.
Yeah. But again, thanks to you guys. You guys have just been phenomenal, and we look forward to seeing you here next June.
Thank you so much. I
Pleasure.
appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having myself and Tanner Faust. So the action will continue here as we are seeing. Who is this right now? This is Matus Huska. Thank you so much. All right, Matus Huska heading out in this Audi TT. And I believe yes, it is a rookie, but looking at the resume here from Slovakia racing history, NASA and Ford Fiesta, has raced first riders in 2003. It was in the United States, but 41 years old from Slovakia. Matus Huska in the time attack class. Focuses a lot on simulator racing, and he says lots of it's mental, driving on a simulator, driving his personal car up the hill. So this TT, this next car is really cool. I'm excited to see it. It is another Audi. So it looked like the Mustang went off but re-entered. So I don't know if just kind of overcooked it on that corner.
It's an engineer's corner. Sadly, been there, done that, and bounced. Unfortunately, I went off quite a bit further than he did. It cost him some time, but lesson learned, and it is a blind braking zone coming into that, and it's one of the fastest straightaways, probably close to 100 miles an hour. A little with that Mustang, maybe a little more, and got away with that one. Rod Millen has gone through 3 checkpoints. He's laying down some awesome times, considering the age of that car. It's unbelievable. I don't give Rod any extra credit because he's 71. He's as fast as ever. It's just how he is. It's just, but that car is quite old going up against some modern machines, and he is absolutely blazing.
This is just such a cool car because it pays homage to just the roots of rally. The A1 Quattro here, inline 5-cylinder turbocharged, and this is David Hackle has been racing here 2012, kind of off and on, 13, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. The best finish 6th in his class. This is time attack, so it's a fairly stacked class, but this is more of kind of a these are the cars of yesterday kind of experience. Would you agree with that?
Oh, there's just so many amazing videos. It wasn't, back in the mid 80s, you didn't have everything documented, but Michelle Mouton, overall record holder, I believe the only female to have it, did that in an Audi similar to this. Slightly different.
Yeah.
But short S1, and they're just monster cars. If you look back in those videos and you really obsess an archive, you can see kind of the original anti-lag was just an extra fuel injector in the exhaust manifold that they would just switch on at some point, and it would just shoot raw fuel into the exhaust to flame through the turbo to build boost. And just a lot of innovation happened with Audi on this mountain. But there are great images of Quattros sliding through the dirt tracks, Pikes Peak. It'll be interesting to see how this thing gets up in the pavement.
Love seeing all the sponsors here. Toyo Tires, Motul, right? That's all the different ones. Lego, I don't know if that's a paid one. And then the big one for me is right below the number 2, Honey Bucket.
Hey.
Big supporter.
It's the gift that gives forever.
Yeah, it's such a cool looking car.
So I've had an Audi Quattro. I love the 5-cylinder sound. It's got this pulsy sound to it, and he's running on the 85, which is very cool. But just listen to this thing. It's just a throaty inline 5-cylinder. You just don't get that from really any other car.
And if you're looking for more information, he's a founding member of Group Q, and that's GRUPPE-Q.com. It's a premier core group of rally, race, and performance driving instructors, and acting president of Q Club North America. So just, again, paying homage to just a different generation, a different era of rally. Second oldest, yeah. So this is the second oldest race in the U.S.
Yeah, behind the Indy 500.
Yeah. Contrary to popular belief, not what we overheard somebody say. This is the third oldest race in America. Number 1 is Le Mans, which is in France. Sorry, just have to reiterate that. It was insane.
Hey, racing fans, just gotta be a fan. Love
that
so many people come out, even though the weather was known to be harsh today. It's one of the things. I mean, we were cruising down the mountain yesterday afternoon, and so many people were camping on their way up to stay the night in what was known to be snow and hail. It's just awesome. Love you guys.
Yep.
I'm not gonna lie. And I know that I have sponsor affiliations and things like that, but as a kid, this was a dream car.
Okay.
And I did have a 4000 S Quattro in 1985 that I purchased from my dad when I lived in Vail, Colorado. Just listen to it. It's
exactly.
awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, when this thing rips, let's just turn it up.
Really nothing like my Audi. It's really nothing
well,
like
the popping almost has like that like a trombone kind of refinement to it.
Yeah, you can see he had side exhaust on there, and there's a lot of changes. I modified mine by deleting the rear muffler because I didn't have any money. But it's just, it is an awesome car, and it's just kind of just like seeing Rod make his way up the mountain, which he should have finished by now. It's just sort of this iconic era brought back right before your eyes. Rod Millen lays down a time, 11:06. Obviously not his best. He was down near 10 minutes flat back in the day, but 11:06 considering the conditions up there. So that puts him in third in unlimited class, and made it to the top with that machine. It's quite an accomplishment.
Yeah, that's amazing. 71 years young, piloting a car that is ingrained in a lot of people's minds, and it's great that he brought that thing out. I think that's a great way to celebrate 100 years of this infamous event. Next up, we got Chris Rimmer. Chris Rimmer right there is pulling into there we go, the 555. Chris Rimmer from New York, Sag Harbor. Ran the shortened course last year, 4th year on Pikes. Best finish was 8th back in 2017. I'm sure that's why he's back again. So competes in rally in the UK and Europe. So just a few more cars left to roll, man. It's been a good time, Tanner.
It has been. And you know, these international competitors, I always wonder when I see, and I haven't talked to Chris, and I wish I would have, because you see the rally background and you wonder if that's what we're thinking of, stage rally, through the forest, what we would in the US technically call performance rally, or road rally, where like Targa, Newfoundland and things like that, because that is very, very popular internationally. And I have a feeling it's probably more of that, although he's just driving a Subaru. But maybe I'll get a chance to talk to Chris later on. Either way, very fast, very strong car, and drying conditions. So he's got to be feeling pretty good about the conditions he's driving in.
Yeah, I wonder if there's any, because like we spoke about when we started the Parade of Champions, Robin Shue was the first one, so we started with the fastest and worked our way to the slowest times in qualifying. So, this is where are we seeing challengers for the title? You know what I mean?
Right. Like, for example, Rod Millen comes in and he qualified back in this order and possibly had a limited time. You only get the one day to lay down a qualifying time.
And what section was it?
It's the bottom section, and it goes to just below Glen Cove. And it's 4 or 5 minutes, and depending on the car, but it's on your day to practice the bottom section, which the track is broken into 3 sections. When you practice the bottom section, your best time counts as your qualifying time. So if you have a problem that day, then your qualifying isn't really suited. And Rod came in 8th overall, 4th in class, and yet in qualifying was much further back than that. So there still can be some spoilers in the lineup here.
Rimmer about to hit it.
Wet weight, it says in this card, 2,800 pounds. Pretty impressive for Subaru. Rimmer's off, and one of the nastiest sections of the track to drive into really is right after the start gate. I mean, it looks even worse than that in person as we see that 83 Audi Quattro head through Glen Cove. Shadows on the ground in Glen Cove. It's such a good feeling as a racer as you head up the road and you're just in the haze of the clouds and everything, and all of a sudden you see the sun come out. Little does he know, I can see around the corner that he's going to be back in the clouds any minute now. But there's that brief 15 seconds of glory of being in the sunshine and thinking, oh my gosh, I can lay down a run. And he's throwing it through George's corner, really loving it. Steve Gagline, I think that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah.
2002 Camaro. Falcon, Colorado. I need to look up where that is. But he's got quite a history going all the way back to 1991 at Pikes Peak.
Yeah.
That was the year you were born, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Yep. Yeah, 91. Yeah, it was a great year. You know, was it Cabbage Patch Kids? No, that's a little later. It was more Sonic the Hedgehog.
It was Nirvana.
Nirvana.
It was 2 years after Nirvana, actually. But so that was Rimmer coming through Engineer's Corner. A lot of understeer. We did see some understeer from Rod's car too. That's one of the problems with some of the older cars. If you don't get enough chance, enough time testing, it can be difficult to really get the setup. But Rimmer getting some understeer, but lots of speed through Picnic Ground.
All right. Steve Gaglin, 02 Chevy Camaro, representing the United States of America, man. Look at this thing. The stance on it. Such a unique build for Pikes. Let's listen in.
I imagine 555 is going to turn and burn.
Okay. Yeah.
This car looks like it started out as.
Car number 555 is coming back down the mountain. Car number 555 is coming back down the mountain.
Tanner, looking at this car, it looks like it started out as kind of like a sports car racing.
Yeah, historically, I mean, you look back in Vascholt's family used to race old Camaros. There'd be some old stock cars, almost look like drag cars. Camaros were quite popular. They made big power, big blocks, no replacement for displacement kind of era. And they would just push their way up the mountain, and they're incredibly fast and just slide around the dirt. They'd throw even Pikes Peak Hill Climb special tires, which were these giant Goodyears that were drag racing slicks with tread glued on them.
Yeah.
And so this kind of harkens back a little bit to that, modified a little bit more for road racing.
Well, look, we found him. We wondered where Waldo was. He's here at Pikes Peak. There he is.
Agile little guy.
He's pretty spry for a red and white stripe guy.
He sure is.
Yep. We found Waldo.
Somebody's bringing us Hostess.
We got Hostess? Oh, man.
Wow,
Hostess,
thank you very
the
much.
Hostess with the mostest. We got snacks. We've been up here talking. We've taken, what, two-minute breaks? Been wrapping out since 7:15.
Yeah,
local
it's amazing.
times 1.
Are you leaving? Is that what you're saying?
I got to go. No, not at all. Yeah, no, I'm good. What do you got? More snacks?
Oh.
No, you're good. All right, so we are finding out that the number 122 so the car 122, is that who was that? Or is it 212? Is it the TT? No.
Well, the Audi 83, the 83 coupe.
212 went off. So we got a red flag on course.
Red flag on course, and you said it was the Audi?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the Matus Huska. We'll find out.
Oh, it was the TT.
All right, well, so red flag, a little pause on the course. So coming in and joining us once again, our good friend of yours, Larry Chen is coming in. He popped his hat off. Larry Chen, how we doing, buddy?
Good.
You're dealing with a lot. No, you got it. You're good. No. Oh my gosh, Larry, just stick to taking photos.
Yeah. So yeah, red flag. I figured I'm not taking pictures. I might as well come in and chat with you guys.
You've been holding firm down at the start line. We see a lot of you down there.
Oh my God, this is like the best kind of exercise because I don't realize how tired I'm getting.
Yeah.
Just because I'm so excited about all the cars coming through,
Dude, how sick?
How cool is it to take photos of Rod's car?
Oh my God. Okay, so he did finish.
Yes.
What was his time?
Oh, it was 11:06, I believe.
He's third in his class.
That's good.
Sector 1, he was ripping.
That's really good. So we're excited.
So Reese beat him. I'm just going to throw that out there. That's going to be dinner conversation tonight.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yep.
But Reese has got a new machine and everything like that. But still, just to see it on the line, and even just on screen, I wanted to go down there and check it out. But that's got to be a pinch me moment side of a thing.
Larry did a really in-depth piece on it. He did a big video about the vehicle.
Yeah. So we're doing a 3-part series. First part was uncovering it. Mm-hmm. It had all 4 flat tires, and we actually pushed it out from the corner.
Really?
And so yeah, it's like talking about the history, talking about what they want to do. Second part was actually dynoing it and testing it and the restoration process. Mm-hmm. And third part, of course, is going to be this full run.
Cool.
We put all GoPros on. We put everything together just to kind of show this run.
Perfect.
How is this car to just drive around? Like, have you seen him doing? Can you tell that it is tricky to get on boost? Is it tricky to leave the line?
Oh my God! So the dyno chart, if you watch my video, it's basically like it just super slow, and then within like 200,
Violent.
300 RPM, it goes like crazy.
Just ballistic.
Just a jump in horsepower. Yeah.
Makes it so much more tough, I think, coming out of the hairpins, getting that RPM right. I mean, think about how easy it is to drive the EV cars compared to something like that.
Well, what Rod was saying is like, look, it's no ABS, no traction control, no rev limiter, even for apparently
no rev limiter.
Yeah, and no problem. Because you have to just drive it really hard.
That's hilarious. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, Rod, I think he's happy to be here, right?
Yeah, and, hopefully maybe he can bring the Celica back. That would be cool too. It could be just kind of like a fun historic thing.
And is this a Toyota project, or is this personal, just autofocus?
This is a Pennzoil project. Of course, Toyota is part of that. I kind of leaked the GR Corolla within my post talking about this Tacoma because I put a little GR Corolla sticker on the car.
Okay.
Which, by the way, I'm super excited. My Peaker sticker made it onto the Tacoma.
I saw
it made
that.
it to the top.
I saw it. Yeah.
It's just such a fun little, I don't know, like a good luck charm for me.
Yeah, for
I'm
sure.
taking pictures of these cars, and when they go up and when they make it to the top or when they win, it's like it's a big honor.
Oh,
really.
of course. And where did that car live? You said you pulled it out of the warehouse. Was it at Toyota?
It was
Toyota
actually
Motorsports?
at Ryan Millen, his son's place. Yeah, so it has good company. There's like a lot of historic race cars. I'm sure cars that you've raced against or that you've seen that are just sitting in there.
Really? Like what are some other ones?
I think the old Rav4 rally car, like a RX3, a bunch of old race cars that I guess between all three of them.
Oh wow.
That they've raced that are just stored.
Ryan,
there.
Reese, and Rod.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, that is amazing. So is this the car that he had Leadfoot?
So this, I think it ran last at Goodwood. It actually has a Goodwood tech sticker on it.
Is it?
The silver, the oval. Doesn't matter.
I don't know.
I never said.
But it was just kind of cool to see all of those old tech stickers from over the years on that vehicle.
It's an interesting part of what happens in racing now. When a car becomes iconic, when it's branded in a way that is kind of legendary and gains respect and authenticity through whatever it accomplished, it has like an afterlife through these events that are becoming hugely popular, like Goodwood. I mean, these events are bigger than ever. A lot of cases, they're bigger than some of the bigger races that would have made the cars legendary. So it is a cool kind of post-competition life for a car that is 30, 40 years old. To go out there and still just draw a car, make a lot of content out of, draw a crowd, and do some badass stuff with.
And here's the thing. This is one of the things I always talk about. Like, look, I wasn't here when that raced. And it's such an important thing to kind of keep car culture alive and really inspire the next generation of car enthusiasts to bring that back and show people that it existed. I talk about it and I say, hey, it's a Toyota Tacoma. Everyone's like, there's nothing Tacoma about that thing, but it's just that's the same with NASCAR. None of the NASCARs actually look or they're actually a part of like a Ford Mustang or Toyota Camry, whatever. But it's just, I don't know, it's a cool inspirational thing that's going on.
Oh yeah.
It really is, and it was an entrance, like an important time for the hill climb too, because this race took on a life of its own in Japan and in Europe, and for a lot of years, until really recently, almost was not that recognizable in the U.S. as a major event. It really was a European and Japanese thing, and so the companies that brought the full manufacturer effort, kind of still to this day, European and Japanese. And Rod spearheaded that. I mean, he did so many cool things with the Toyota. I mean, the off-road truck racing that he did. This is after he had a life with Mazda, but with Toyota, do you remember the Mickey Thompson series?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, of course you don't. You weren't there. But
I went to it in San Diego.
That's when they put fuel in the trucks with a cigarette in their mouths and shorts on and just dumped it in. Because I was Reese's roommate, I found some old VHS tapes from those days. Wow. And literally they pull into the pits and there's fuel sloshing around everywhere.
That's amazing.
Yeah. But it's an iconic time for the hill climb also. So that's what when I see that thing going on, just see it on the screen or see it at the start line, it just brings back crazy memories like that. It's awesome.
It's super cool. It's one thing that's interesting that I actually just talked to Rod about. For somebody who's raced this race or done this hill climb so many times, he still only has a handful of full runs from bottom to top.
Really?
You know, I mean, because you only get to go from bottom to top on race day, or if you rent the whole mountain, which rarely ever happens.
Right.
You know, so if you just, something happens, you misshift or whatever, you pop a tire or whatever, anything can happen, it's better luck till next time, you know?
And during practice, when it's broken into those 3 sections, you kind of have a best guess of where you would line up. But there's gaps in there and a couple corners per gap that you never get to experience really at speed until you race it. And so it's everybody's guess where you're going to line up at the very end and where the dust settles.
Oh, sweet. Cool. Red flag has been lifted. We are back and running. So,
Larry, you're out.
Larry, get out here.
I guess that's my cue. I got to go back
Larry,
to shoot.
Thank you, buddy.
Larry, get back out there. You go freeze. Good talking to you, Larry. Always a pleasure. Chris Rimmer leaving the line once again that 555. So they re-racked him and let him get back out there on the course. So Rimmer just left, and now here is Steve Gagline. Steve Gagline from, as you said, Falcon, Colorado. Yeah, Falcon. That's a cool place to live. Falcon. Okay, so I guess it is close. It's in the vicinity. It's getting a little warmer. You can see 46 degrees all the way down to 41. Up there on top, it's drying out. Up in Devil's Playground. Really like that ski turn. I'm glad we got access to that angle.
It's a great turn. I've been off there, sadly. I mean, just put cameras wherever.
This is called Tanner's Corner.
Wherever people go off, you don't want a corner named after you on this mountain. I do know that.
Yeah, I heard there's a Pobst corner.
Yeah, there's a couple people still running that do have their own names on corners. Which, yeah, it's you could wear it as a badge of honor, I guess, but
yeah,
it's not great. I mean, if we start breaking down some of the top 3 here that we have, Unlimited,
let's talk
really, Unlimited, we have Robin Shute, who's also first overall, Derek Boyd in at 2008 Mitsubishi Evo, and then third Rod Millen comes in on almost an exhibition run, dusts the rest of that field, and comes in the top 3 in Unlimited. So impressive. Exhibition class, which is an incredibly heated class these days, David Donner pulls it out with a nearly stock Turbo S Porsche on street tires. Really, that's probably the upset of the event. Number 2, Daijiro comes in there in his EV car, and number 3, Nick Robinson. I'm not sure if you can see these.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, you're good. You're plenty good. All right. And the Subaru rips around. And what about Time Attack?
Well, Time Attack won. David Donahue comes in that Porsche Cup car. He's third overall, which is a really good performance in that car. Only 1 second out of second. Second in his class is Jeff Zwart, who I'm sure will be a little bit disappointed with second place, but it was one of those mornings where it was a little bit out of your control. And the time that he put in the last sector, I gotta say, I think he probably drove right into a cloud. And third place Time Attack, said Kosovic.
All right, then taking a look at open wheel, Cody
Vaschholz in that old Ford. I mean, is that you could call it a Ford, but it was that open wheel, gnarly looking thing with the steering wheel and everything all offset. Second, Paul Dallenbach comes in with that Sierra cart that is turbocharged. Must have been a handful, but he closes out his lap with a super fast top sector that did him justice there. And third in open wheel, don't have it.
and Steve Gagline getting ready to go. Keep your eye on the prize. Just a few more racers left here, Tanner.
Yeah, we're really getting back down to the very end as we see Steve and his Subaru taking ski area. Ski area, you really want to get on throttle early, track all the way out to that dirt. You see he kicks up dirt, and there's an official there on the inside of the gate line there who's at big risk. We've seen some of the cars drift through that corner and kick up dust. What happens is it goes from 60 feet wide to 30 feet wide there, and it's a very narrowing experience. And
tightens up.
Probably one of the better places to spectate. from an excitement standpoint, but man, that Camaro sounding pretty awesome though.
Yeah, it sounds mean. It looks wild, like you said. It just looks kind of like a stock car. Steve Gagline, talked about him a couple times. Just had that red flag and.
Oh, sorry, that was Chris Rimmer.
Yeah.
Going through the ski area. Gagline on the line.
It's like a crew member going to wave the flag for Gagline. Rimmer finishes end of section 1.
Rimmer coming through Glen Cove. Again, still shadows out there. What a great feeling it would be to come out of the clouds, out of the tree line, thinking, oh, yes, I scored on the timing. Always this anxiety, is my run going to be when the track is quick? Only to get through Glen Cove and drive back into the clouds again. Sorry, Rimmer. We know that's coming in your future. But it is
Getting a little
drying
sunnier.
up. It is, yeah, there's shadows. You're seeing shadows on most of the track now. So this could be the calm before the storm. Officials doing an amazing job of getting this event done before the real storm kicks in here. So fingers crossed we're able to keep on staying green.
Yeah, and hopefully maybe even just weather holds off. You never know. I mean, it's been bipolar all day. Let's see if we can hear what's going on with our next driver. I believe this is David Meyer. Giving a nice little, you heard the words there.
First. Love you, brother. Be safe.
Such a vibe of genuine camaraderie and concern goes on with the tech. They don't just come up and check that your gloves are on and feel your seatbelt. Like everybody's really looking out for everybody on this kind of on a race. It's really you against the mountain first, and everybody's together on that.
You know, it's the elephant in the room. They know what's at stake, right? They know the history, and you can only tell the future by looking at the past. So the racers, the crew, the family, you know, sponsors, they know this is a gnarly race, a gnarly event.
I have no freaking idea what this thing is.
It's the Palatov, the D2. I assume it's a twin turbo. Looks like just a tube chassis with just.
I mean, I can read it, but I don't.
Well, let me tell you, this Dolotov here is a 103-inch wheelbase, weighs 2,420 pounds. It's powered with a 396 E85 turbocharged.
Stock frame.
You can read.
Yes.
You can read.
No, it sounds glorious.
1038 is his best finish. He finished 5th in 2018.
It's a very cool looking machine.
See a little PFI sticker there. David Meyer. Yeah, definitely a cool looking car.
Camaro blasting through the radar split. Picnic ground.
Going off of qualifying, do you think anybody else is going to challenge any of these class kind of this current standings?
Maybe not in the top 3. Maybe not in the top 3, but it's hard to say who exactly had problems in qualifying.
Yeah, that's true, huh? Yeah, the last one on here, I'm not seeing the time, so I don't know if it's Cole Powelson in the Unlimited. There's not a time, but we'll see if it's a 2010 GTR.
Yeah, he'll be up against some stiff competition in that GTR. We never did finish some of the other classes. You know, we got Pikes Peak Open here. Reese Millen with a comfortable lead with a 10:52. Going to be very happy with that run. He worked really hard to get that car set up, so I'm really happy for him. James Clay put up a valiant fight right up until the last sector. Not sure exactly if he got caught in a cloud up there or what, but unfortunately that put him back to an 11:09, and he just beat out by 2 less than 0.2 of a second. Third place in Pikes Peak Open, Tim Hardy.
Any moment, Dave Meyer is going to be taken off the line. And we'll listen to this turbocharged, bow tie powered Palatoff.
Sun making its way down the mountain.
Yeah.
We're seeing images all the way down into the trees, almost to the start. It still is foggy and raining right at the start, but they will have gotten word while they're sitting there on the line that, look, you just got a couple miles into this, and then it's going to be clear and dry.
When this event's over, does everybody kind of hang, or is like traffic just bonkers?
Bonkers.
Yeah.
Just
it's I mean, there's only one way in and one way out.
Yeah.
That's just the reality of it. All right, here we go. Awaken the Beast, David Meyer. Let's listen. Gosh, what a contrast. You could just see how foggy it is down there at the start, and then, you know, up here at Glen Cove, how sunny it is.
Really feel for these guys. I mean, these first couple corners, it's just so disheartening to come right around the very first corner, go under the start, know that the clock is running, and then dive into a cloud. Here we see that Camaro making its way through George's corner. Huge power coming out of that machine.
Yeah, it was fishtailing coming out of that corner. Race for Grace.
Yeah, it's my daughter's name.
Yeah. She knows your daughter. Hey, racing for you. Look at this thing. It says 19. It's a 914, but it's just that wild out back. So it's a LS7 twin turbo 427.
Ethanol power.
Ah, yes.
Hell
oh my
yes.
gosh. Chris Strauch from here in Colorado Springs, and this is exactly, you know, what the event's all about. This home built, just insanity of a vehicle. What? I feel like this is like a Cletus McFarlane car. Porsche with a big LS7, center drive,
Center seat, hell yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's a McLaren. It's a McLaren F1. Look at the focus. Chris is dialed.
There he is. Boom.
Oh, there he is. Oh, now he's having fun. He's like, oh, I didn't know you were filming.
Yeah, what a machine. And like you said, this is really what the spirit of this event's all about. Some guys down here grew up at this mountain right over, you know, looking out over the backyard at this mountain, dreaming of coming up with the fastest possible machine they could imagine.
This thing is insane. Here's
Chris making his way up. Engineers, little bobble through there. Now he's coming out of the clouds, though. Once he makes it through engineers, get through picnic ground, he's out of the clouds, and then he'll be in the sun for at least 3 or 4 miles.
Fans just sticking around all day. Of course, you know, they made the commitment. This crazy 914. 15th year at Pikes Peak Hill Climb for Chris Strauch. Born and raised in Colorado Springs. He's been coming to this hill climb since he was 4 years old. So imagine being 4 years old and coming to this thing. He's now, sorry to put you on blast, Chris. Some people don't like their age, but it says, they can look it up, 53. So been coming to this thing for almost 50 years, and now here he is racing it. And I have to assume maybe this is his daughter.
This could be Grace.
Could be Grace.
Oh, that's so sweet, though. That is Grace. Nice.
All right, so just listening to Chris with yeah, I was born and raised. First time raced up Pikes Peak was 07. Being around such a young age. Dad was friends with Dick and Ted Foltz, Gay Smith, wanted to be just like them, he says. And just now racing the 100th solidifies his racing career. Honored and grateful to compete in the 100th. Oh, look at that. He raced BMX bikes on a factory sponsorship from Redline. Ranked number 2 in the state of Colorado, 56 in the U.S. So 56, that's why it's his number. That's cool. Flag about to drop for Chris Strauch, and we'll listen up to this wild Porsche with an LS7 twin turbo insanity. He's raising the roof. Is that what he's doing? Well, he is sponsored by a roofing company, so that's why he's raising the roof. Peak View Roofing.
Yeah, maybe it's the starting cameras or something.
My man.
Jesus, that thing has some power.
Thing was ripping.
Whoa.
So good.
Okay, it's a little quiet out there now, though. And he's back on it again.
Yeah.
All that knowledge, all those years pushing through the clouds, that pays off for this fast, flowy section as we see into the sunshine coming through Engineer's Corner.
Meyer and that other LS turbocharged. All right, Tanner. Well, we are getting closer to the finality of celebrating 100 years at the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. Tanner Faust, I'm Jared Dienda. Here's a message from our sponsors. We'll lay out, enjoy the sights and sounds and the atmosphere of this iconic track, and all of our live stream brought to you by Mobil 1. We'll be right back.
endurance racing, there are two types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, but they're not racing each other. That's the race engineer. That's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. They switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, here, and here. This is France. Before they race, they qualify. Then they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark. When it's not dark, this flag means start. This one means caution, and this one means it's over. endurance racing, there are two types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, but they're not racing each other. That's the race engineer. That's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. They switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, here, and here. This is France. Before they race, they qualify. Then they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark. When it's not dark, this flag means start. This one means caution, and this one means it's over.
Thanks for rejoining us here. We're live at the famous track that is the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. I'm Jared Dienda, and we are seeing the 888. This is Raymond Guerrero, time attack class, coming to us from Missouri City, Texas. He's 47 years old. He is a Scorpio and just loves yacht rock, specifically Steely Dan. I don't know. I'm joking. I don't know. But he's been competing here since 2014, 15, 16, 17. Was here last year, and obviously that was the revised section, just doing Sector 1. He started back driving in 01, involved in this is kind of a sad story, but there's always a silver lining. He was involved in a 4-fatality accident involving a semi-rig and wanted to understand the capabilities of his C5 Corvette and didn't want to be a danger to himself or others. He got seriously addicted and pursued. So, like I said, there's a silver lining as Raymond Guerrero leaves the start line. Let's listen up to the SRT-10 signature sound, that Dodge Viper. Slide my way a little bit. See the camera there. Yeah, perfect. There we go. All right, so as the Viper of Raymond Guerrero enters into what we say race to the clouds, it's more from the clouds to the sunshine right now. I'm joined by a special guest. Mr. Bob Ingram is with me. And Bob, you basically break down your relationship with the hill and what you're doing here.
Well, Jared, first, thank you for having me on. I'm the proud father of Cam Ingram, who ran the Porsche Yokohama Cayman class today, and right now has fast time for that class. And I'm also the proud owner of the Porsche 935 that Jeff Zwart drove in the Time Attack 1 class.
Tanner asked me, he says, which car would you like to drive? I said, there's two. I said, James Clay, I really like that E36.
Yeah. It's amazing.
It just looks wild, the lines of it, the
Great
build,
car.
and James is great.
Great car,
and then,
great driver.
And yours.
Well, thank you.
I'm not saying that just because you're here,
well,
but give me the keys.
You got to go talk to Zwart on that.
Okay, all right, no problem. So from what I understand, Mr. Ingram, you have quite a Porsche collection, just an insane collection. So, like, first of all, how many cars do you have in your collection? I got to ask you, as humble as possible.
Jared, we've turned a hobby into a sickness. We have about 80 Porsches in our collection, and we range from the earliest car, a Gamun Coupe built in 48, all the way up through 935, 918, 992s.
Beautiful. And what's your relationship like with Pikes Peak Hill Climb? Here we are, 100 years, and seeing all those old videos, and even seeing Rod and the Tacoma run.
Exactly. Well, and we, among our friends, and we treasure them, are Fred Veach, Jeff Zwart, a lot of folks here in Colorado Springs. And today, being the 100th anniversary of this historic race on a mountain, most people, I came for the first time last year, and I was hooked.
Oh, really? It's only since last year?
Since last year, and you know, to see these magnificent drivers take these machines of, as you know, every shape, size, power, through 156 turns in many cases 11 minutes or less, phenomenal.
It's crazy, and you know, with the introduction of EV, that's kind of fun, and seeing the evolution of it all. You seem like you're a historian, but you're built for times like now. Like you're excited and eager about. You know, you pay respect, and you can only tell the future by looking at the past.
That's right.
And you're looking at these cars and these builds. It's a celebration of automotive culture.
It is. And as you see the crowd here today, I mean, it's obviously a rainy, cold day, but the crowd. We came in at 5:30 this morning, and they were lined up, as you know.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
we went all around about 300 cars. So allegedly, Tanner says we did it. We had to get here. We showed our pass and said we were the DJ. But overall, it's just such a cool celebration. And talking to the executive producer of this whole thing, or the director, it's grassroots, but it still has this upper level echelon of class.
It does. And when you think of the family names that have become famous through this race, the Unsers, obviously, the Vaschholzes, I mean, to name two, just phenomenal history.
Yeah. Well, right now, let's check out this Porsche. Okay. Do you have one of these in your collection? You got a 997 turbo?
Yeah, I've got a 99. I've got several 997. We have several 997s.
Yep. So this is Philippe Mérion. So he comes to us from Paris, France, and he's piling us 07 997. So he's a rookie, never been here before.
Good for him, coming all the way from France. That's great.
Yeah, I mean the borders are open, so let's party.
Amen.
Yeah, so let's see what kind of times or what we're going to be throwing down here. And you're asking about when you think this thing is going to end and taking a look at the driver's list. Nearly 70 cars, and I think we have, I think just a few left. Taking a look.
We should be down to the last 10 or so, I would think.
Yeah, Philippe and literally, you're on the button. Get out of my head. Get out of my head.
A lucky guess.
Yeah.
Lucky guess.
Yeah, we literally have about 10 more vehicles left. And next up, looks like we got Cash Singh. And just a variety of cars. Don't you
It's
like
amazing.
that? Are you exclusive Porsche collector, or do you collect other stuff?
We have a couple Ferraris, but Porsche would be 98% of our collection.
Yeah, and how great is Zwart for the sport and just helping like you said, your son, helping those teams and just his curation, how he does it.
Jeff is his talents, as you know, Jared, are multi. He's an outstanding photographer. He's a great writer. He produces commercials. He's a world-class rally driver, and he and his wife Terry have become treasured friends to our whole family. So
he has this really kind of class and bespoke kind of feel to him. When you speak to him, it feels refined but approachable. And
absolutely,
I say
well said.
Yeah, somebody like Anthony Bourdain has that street kind of, but then also the eloquence. So it's making things sound comfortable and adequate. And him having just some words with your son and Lonnie and Johnny.
For Cam to have done as well as he's done is really a credit to Jeff's coaching.
No, sorry. No. I like to hear Rick.
I do too. Oh man, he's on it.
A little bit of lifting because we're just beyond that gantry in the woods, so you can hear just a little bit of. Look how much sun we got now.
It's bright and sunny up
ideal.
There. It's warmer up there than it is down here.
1,000%. It's 46. It was down to 41 degrees.
Yeah.
And this fog is just lingering. But we get to see the finish line.
Hey!
It's the first time we're seeing the checkered flag. Oh, fantastic!
Isn't that great?
Oh,
and as you know, last year at the start line it was sunny.
Yep.
But it was icy at the top.
Yep. Yeah. So it's
the mountain gives you a different look every day.
And that's what Tanner and I keep talking about as the man and synchronicity with the machine, and then man and machine become one, and they have to go against the mountain, and you have to respect the mistress. Have you ever been out to like Baja 1000 or anything like that?
Our other son, one of our other three sons, has been to the Baja race several times.
Yeah.
I've yet to go there. I'd love to see it.
It just has that kind of vibe. And I was talking with Greg Tracy, who just got inducted. Him and his brother both got inducted into the Pikes Peak Hall of Fame, and it just has so many similarities to that. Obviously motorsports, but Baja's more about off-road. You get side-by-sides and, of course, trophy trucks. It has that same kind of respect.
Right.
And it does have, big money in it, but it also has your bootstrap Class 11.
Exactly.
You got this wild twin turbo 914, and
you got to admire that.
You really do. And
that's a great shot.
Yeah, that's a great shot. Who, you and me? Yeah,
the guy that crossed flags.
No, it's good. This is Cash Singh here, and Cash, really cool race suit there, coming to us from Carson, California, and he's raced the Shelby GT500, GT, and now this vehicle's a 2017 Ford Mustang. So
hear that Mustang growl.
Yeah. So, Bob, what else can we add? To your story and anything else you want to share with us?
I grew up, just briefly. I grew up in a small town in the Midwest. Went to the drag strips when I was a kid. My uncle had a USAC 110 midget team. I followed him all over. I've always been a car guy, and here we're really fortunate today. My wife Jeannie and I are here with our only granddaughter Olivia, and she's a sophomore in college, and she works with her uncle Cam in his business, Road Scholars, a Porsche restoration sales and service business. So it's in our family.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and that's what I love going to different events, and I announce a bunch of different events. I've been announcing for 19 years, and I have 2 kids myself, and just starting it and seeing where it's at, seeing where it's going, and. These are very soft hands. I don't work on cars. I just talk about them. They say those that can't teach. Those that really can't even teach, just announce.
Well, Jared, it is professional announcers like yourself. Lee Diffie's a longtime personal friend.
Yeah, lovely.
But you bring motorsports alive for people who can't be at the race.
Thank you.
And the visual description of a race, along with now the ability to see and hear as you watch it, but to have people like yourself who understand racing makes it even more enjoyable for the people, that aren't at the racetrack.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and that's a great compliment. And as you say, growing up in the Midwest, going drag racing or midget, and this is just such a unique thing. And it's not. I don't want to say it's like another thing on my resume. It's part of the culture.
Sure.
You become part of the fabric, and that's. I think we spend so much time talking about the electricity and the calmness and the respect, and it just has such a great vibe. And I can't wait till the cars parade back down. From what I understand, I asked Tanner if he believes in Sasquatch and Bigfoot. Well, you're about to see 10,000 Sasquatches come out.
You'll see it. The hills will come alive.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, not the sound of music, the sound of exhaust.
No, exactly.
Yeah, and Tanner says if you got an open cockpit car, watch yourself. Wear your helmet because they're slapping you.
Yeah. No.
Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Jared, it's been a privilege and a pleasure. Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure.
And thanks again.
Thank you, of course. And we'll see you afterwards.
We'll look forward to it. We'll
Yes,
be
sir.
slapping those high fives.
Yes, sir. And I'm going to crank some beers. We're going to have some fun.
Thank you, Jared.
Thank you so much. All right. Well, Cash Singh here, about to leave the start line. All right, Cash Singh here, leaving the line in just a moment. Yeah, literally just estimating, again, if everybody shows up, about 10 vehicles left. Couple, we got Pikes Peak Open. That's what Cash Singh, his class that he's in. Is that music coming from Cash's car? Yo, my man's blazing some music inside. About to rip up this mountain here, Tanner. Let's listen to the ponies.
Has some scoot.
Has some health, man.
There's no doubt.
Has some
about
health
that.
to it. And that right there, you can see that 997 coming through. Look at the sky. It's sunny up top.
The skies have parted.
Woo. Yeah, we're above the clouds now. So again, the branding. Look at that, kicking that back end out a little bit.
He's working for it. Now this is George's corner. This is just a little bit more than halfway. As he gets into the W's, he gets back in the clouds briefly. But hopefully again breaks through at the very top for some sun on the actual summit.
All right, next up, this is Chris Becker.
Time Attack 1. Class is really full of cars. Bring in a big percentage of the field, really. Time Attack, a class that was, I want to say, and I hope I'm not incorrect in saying this, I want to say Reese Millen had a lot to do with it, as we sort of talked about before, when he brought drift cars onto the mountain and Time Attack, and really helped promote the hill climb just as it had gotten paved back in 2013. And those classes have held strong and have made good numbers. And you didn't tell me you can see the top now. Look at that. You got a finish line camera out there.
Yeah, Bob and I were here talking. I said, dude, we see the checkered flag. That's great.
That's a cold job out there. But yep, so still cloudy up with the checkered flag. But it is great to see those people actually cross the line. Incidentally, that camera got struck by lightning yesterday, so I'm not sure how they got it. Yeah, I'm not sure how they got it going. They've been probably working on it all day today.
Man, Mr. Ingram was so kind. He had such great things to say about you and I. What a good dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, about 80 Porsches from 50s and to now. Like he owns Zwart's car.
One of the top collections.
You know that, right? The car. Okay, yeah.
Yes. And really, it's allowed Cam to really explore his passion for motorsport in a real proper way that isn't necessarily the easiest way with all that testing. That's what people need. They just need time, and they need coaches like Jeff to take care, to make the time effective.
Seeing the checkered flag standing there, and there they are, waving for the Dodge Viper. That's again, just awesome. Live free or die, huh?
Was that Raymond?
That was the Viper.
Yep.
I pardon my correction here on the name, and that would be that's Raymond Guerrero. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Raymond Guerrero.
That would be an awesome ride up this mountain. Viper, ton of torque, ton of displacement, probably just making a bunch of power, and so that's great that he made it. I watched him during practice quite a lot, and it's great that he made it to the top here. These last competitors here, they see the lineup, they see, oh gosh, I'm going at the very end, and the storms are coming, and so they're all nervous. They're never going to get to the top, and so, we just got 9 or so cars left.
Yep.
hopefully getting them all the way to the summit.
Yes, and this is, once again, Chris Becker, 2016 Porsche GT4 Club Sport from Englewood, Colorado, 42 years old, and this is a new vehicle for him. Been campaigning a Mazda Speed 3. Next up will be Jonathan Meyer. Just a few more drivers left. Chris Becker. Oh, that's great. He spent the CHCA season racing and learning from veterans like Dallenbach, Todd Cook, and Dave Wood. So an endurance driver as well. Talking about Chris Becker here.
It's from New Hampshire?
I know, that's what I thought, but he's from Colorado.
Oh.
Maybe originally, I thought the
Still
same
wants
thing.
to live free or die.
Yeah,
So that's fine. You don't have to be from New Hampshire, do you?
It just really solidifies it.
Right.
Really locks it in.
Yeah.
But you can live free or die. I mean, you have an option. Look at the sun just shining on your ski corner right here. Oh, you got Dirty Harry on the back. Seeing the Becker's names on here.
All right, might be getting close. Yeah. All right, hey, nice job this week. All right, excellent job this week.
All right, Becker getting a little words of encouragement or just some time, getting in his head, or green flag waves. Chris Becker is off. There we go. Lighten it up. Zero chill from the start.
Jesus. So that explains why he's not entered in the club sport class, because that's definitely not stock.
No, far from.
Sounds good though. I mean, when you really get close to these cars, like some of them, you realize it's not agricultural, but some of them are really put together and stuck together with just pure passion, will, and hope. And then you get into something like one of these club cars, and you've got everything but air conditioning in there.
Right. Yeah.
Different experience, and it's nice when you look back through some of these guys, their profiles, and they've driven 5, 6, 7 different cars up the mountain. Another Mustang. This is more Mustangs than I've seen.
Yeah.
Definitely a popular platform, and now that we've got some of these newer American cars being sold with 5, 6, 700 horsepower, it makes for good car. Put some stickers on it, throw a roll cage in it, take it up the hill.
See, and this is where I thought we'd have 10 cars, but this is Jonathan Meyer. It might be a late entry. Might be a late entry. I'm not seeing info for it. So, not an info for John Meyer. Let's see what we got. Yeah, I think this is a late entry. But like you said, another Mustang in the mix.
Meyer qualified within 2 seconds of Becker, who just left the line. So this guy's going to be pretty competitive, and within half a second of the car behind him, Dave Wood. So quite a little race going on between these three. That the Porsche that just left this Mustang.
Oh, it is right here.
And Wood, who'll be driving the Eagle, who you talked to earlier.
Yeah. So Jonathan Meyer, he is a rookie, so 26 years old. He's a local boy. Really excited to be part of history and to be competing with his dad, he says. He says, describe your driving style, aggressive and smooth. Good way to put it.
Doing both of those at the same time can be a little challenging.
Right. Yeah, Yeah, just a few more cars. What did we count there? So we got Meyer, and I want to say 8 cars. 8 cars after Meyer, I believe.
O'Malley is coming up.
Moments away from Meyer. Memory of David and Bud Hoffbar, the Pole Racing. That's been holding firm all day there, as we see Singh.
And while
Cash.
that image may look like the exact same image from roughly 7 hours ago,
Yeah.
it's if you look closely, you can see the clouds flowing through. You can see everybody holding onto their hats and the tents flapping. So this is just a constant cloud forming as it's getting pushed over the top of the mountain. And it's been still the fans, not like they can leave, to be honest.
I mean,
once they're up there, they're up there.
They know what they're getting into.
Yes.
By the way, I was filming something just kind of around the pits, and this guy goes, "Hey man, like, dude, you made it! Oh, cool." He's like, "So you're announcing Formula Drift, you're announcing Cletus events, you're doing Nitro Rallycross, and now you're doing Pikes Peak Hill Climb." It's like, "That's awesome! He's so stoked." They drove from Kansas to come out here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I met somebody who drove from Iowa.
Yeah.
And you met somebody who rode a bicycle from Idaho. So it's
Pikes Peak, man.
I'm telling you, the climb is gaining popularity in the U.S. It's always, like we've said several times, it's always been strong in Japan and in Europe, but it's gaining popularity again in the U.S. And it being paved has a lot to do with that, because you can drop your Mustang on there. It's not going to come back with the back half of the car covered in rock chips.
Right.
Like it would have before 2013.
All right, here we go. Meyer, a rookie here at Pikes Peak. Let's see what we got. What happened to Monster, Kojima?
He stopped coming out. He owned that car, the Suzuki that we all played on Gran Turismo.
Yeah, of course.
Right, 1,300 horsepower.
Yeah.
And he sought some sponsorship after his GoPro deal went away, and even possibly rebranding the make of the car, and that didn't happen. And he raced it some more hill climbs internationally, but never came back to the hill climb here.
Yeah, I mean, the Suzuki, just it got beat, right? Like Sebastian, and then now here we got Romain. Yeah. Oh, there he is. There's Dave Wood.
Woody.
Dave Wood bail bonds, the bail doctor. Look at that thing. He's hyped. He's loving this thing.
Sirens and safety cars are being released. We'll find out exactly what's happening. Not sure if it's
Meyer, maybe.
Let's listen in on what these guys are saying, maybe.
I got it for about 200. Now turn the fan on.
Started sucking it back down again.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
My mom told me to tell you hi.
Oh.
So then he switches the fan on at 200 degrees, where most of these cars now, of course, do all that stuff automatically. I mean, it is different. Then you talk to Rod, and what did he say that Larry was sharing with us? No ABS, no traction control, no problem.
No problem.
It's an analog way of driving, and it is rewarding too. I think it's only been, because I don't have really a road race background, it's only been in the last few years that I've really been driving cars with ABS that are race cars, and it's like autopilot in an airplane. It's just something you don't really have to think about. You can just hit the brakes and let them do their thing.
So on the course was Cash Singh and Jonathan Meyer. Oh, and Becker did not complete either. So Meyer, car 76. So Jonathan Meyer.
Yeah, would have been
and that
Meyer.
was pretty early on. We saw, so that was the Mustang. Okay, We are hearing that John Mayer has gone off, so we'll find out more information as it comes in.
Meyer was sent quite a while ago.
Meyer?
so-
No, he was right before him.
Oh, he's just before the Eagle.
Yeah, he was.
Okay,
he was
so
the,
that's
he was the Ford
yeah,
Mustang.
it's a little confused because they wouldn't send the safety trucks from the start line. He had not made it to engineers yet.
No.
And so there are a couple decreasing radius corners, particularly a right-hand decreasing radius corner that can be a bit treacherous. It's the only place I can really think of in the bottom section.
Just want to make sure he's okay. Crystal. So yeah, he came out swinging, and that's got to respect the hill. So I hope he's okay. So everybody say a prayer for Jonathan. Dave Wood getting settled in his vehicle. Don't have camera on Crystal. Yeah, we're waiting for a finish. Becker finished it up. Becker just finished, and then yeah.
I think it's still Chris Becker.
Yeah, it is. You're correct.
It's
look at the
pretty
rain coming down
difficult
up
to
top.
see
Yeah.
up top. It is.
It's
yeah,
wet.
Those are some conditions. So they just finished. I mean, I
Gonna
walked
tell us
through.
about the weather.
Yeah, gonna tell you about the rain. No, I went up to the top. Jared, did you go up to the top?
Yeah, I have a video. I'll show it to you later. Just send it to me and I'll show it to you.
No, you didn't. So the I went up there and checked it out, and last year they were completing the project up there, redoing this amazing welcome center. The cog rail system's going full swing, and it is incredible up there. And where it used to be, you needed to bring jackets, tuck into your car, stay warm. Now you've got a restaurant up there. Basically, you've got a cafe. You've got this beautiful thing. You can go learn about the mountain. There's actually a dial where you can dial years of a photo taken every single day and just time lapse the thing. Learn about history. It's a great thing.
You're so cultured.
You know what? Also, well, I'm not even going to say it, but Dai does allegedly, depending on his run, bring a little bottle of Japanese whiskey.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
They wouldn't drink it up there, though.
No, that would be sacrilege.
Yeah.
Just getting up there. It's a celebration. You're up there. You're up. I mean, those guys have been. So we've been announcing, right, for 7 hours. Those guys have been up there.
Yeah, since 7:30 this morning.
So maybe educate people, for those that don't know your body. And you talked about mileage. So 12,000 feet from here to there, or what is it?
We're starting here. We're starting here about 9,000, and there's like 14,000. But you know, when you're flying a plane, if you spend 30 minutes over 12,500 feet, by law you have to be on oxygen. A lot of people get on oxygen at 10,000 feet because they can feel the difference. And I have in the plane taken a hit of oxygen and seen the colors get a little sharper.
Really?
And so it does have an effect. And a lot of these drivers are running with oxygen tanks in their car, and they'll put canoles in their nose and run it. But sitting up there for 7 hours really can affect you. If you get a headache, it's not going away quickly.
Yeah.
You've got to stay ahead of the hydration and have oxygen close by if you need it.
Another crazy fact. Oh, look! Hey, great! Jonathan Meyer's out of his car. So his body language, unfortunately, of Jonathan. I'm glad he's out. Glad he's safe.
Yeah, dejected though.
Yeah. So
safety truck's going away. I mean, they may opt to just leave it where it is and continue.
Yeah, I mean, we literally have, like I said, seven more vehicles. So Jonathan Meyer, a rookie, really wanted this. Obviously excited about his dad racing with him, but unfortunately. Oh. All right, Dave Wood. Big Woody. Let's fire it up, baby. Checker flag, here we go.
What'd you just say?
I said Big Woody. Dave Wood. He's ready to go.
Does it say that? We got checkered flags
Woody
up at
right
the top.
there.
Chris Becker, I believe, is finishing. I mean, literally just coming right out of the cloud up there. And on the line, Woody, ready to rock. I don't don't know if he goes by Big Woody.
He's a large man, and I respect that. I'm a big dude. From one big dude to another big dude.
Fair.
No,
I mean,
you don't call him that.
Am I not in that club? I'm not in that club. I'm pretty tall. You know,
Big T?
I'm taller than
No.
people think.
Yeah.
Look, 5'9" average.
Cool. You're average, Tanner.
Way above average.
All right, Dave Wood. Brand new car for him. What do you make of that car, Tanner?
It's a beast. Smoking the tires off the line. He's running full slicks. I'm not sure if you caught that. And he is shredding it. You hear him backing off a little bit there as he probably sees a Mustang hanging out in the trees. And he's... Actually, we don't hear anything after the second turn. Never a great sign. But hopefully that's just the trees...
Look at this thing.
Looking at the front of this to see if it's all-wheel drive. It's not. Those are Pikes Peak Hill Climb specials. Those are hard to get these days, to be quite honest. They're drag racing slicks with the tread laminated on there that we talked about. And then everybody's got kind of their little black magic of how they run the tread pattern.
So he's ripped up Mount Washington, as you can see. He's got all his sponsors, his stickers.
There are very few but pretty successful four-wheel drive versions of this car. This, I'm looking for front drive shafts. I don't see them. So this is a rear-wheel drive, I believe.
That's got to be a riot to drive.
It is, yeah. Usually they run slightly thinner tires on the front, but now that it's all paved, I can see what's going on here. This is going to be a pretty awesome machine to listen to.
He's already preloading. He's got a while. And Dave Wood didn't really hear an exhaust note pretty soon thereafter he left the start line. I'm
checking engineers for Dave Wood. See, he should be coming through there any minute if everything's going okay for him. And just learning that our engineer's camera is not working, so it's just like Ocean's 11. It's a frozen image. Meanwhile, they've busted into the vault. So we're going to be checking on Picnic Ground. That's where we'll see him first, going top speed in that Eagle.
Rodney O'Malley. 33 years old, from here in Colorado Springs. You talked about those tires. Look at those. I mean, this thing looks like an old, like, Tamiya RC car.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, remember Grasshopper? Oh, there we go. There's Wood. All right, that's good. A little silent exhale here for Dave Wood.
Absolutely.
That was. Doesn't it look like a cool, like the
remember
the Grasshopper?
I had the Grasshopper, the Frogger, and the Frog, and then also the Optima.
Yeah.
The Optima was the Yashima. I can't remember the name. Yoshi? What was it?
Yoshimura. No, that's the food spot.
Interestingly enough, those are not the Pikes Peak Hill Climb special, but they're replicas of those.
Similar Hoosiers.
Yeah. I was going to say those are really hard to get now, but
competed back same. Well, I guess different iterations. He's changed his car. So look, spec 2, 3, he's 4. Now he's on. This is spec 6. Oh no, this is spec 7.
Spec 7. So that means he
O'Malley
was
special.
26 when he started spec 1 or 20.
2005.
Okay.
Yeah.
A while ago.
Yeah. So the O'Malley special.
We have people standing on the course up at ski area.
Yeah, no.
Okay, they've cleared the course, but we should see up at ski area, we should see Woody swinging his way through there here any minute.
Here comes Wood, and he's yelling timber. Let's see. All right, Trevor. So right now, O'Malley on the line.
Here comes
Trevor
Woody.
Awita. There's Wood. Yeah, we've got eyes on Wood. There he is. Well done. Just a few more cars and celebrating 100 years. Of the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
So far, great ratio of finishing. We've got only 5 cars not making it to the top.
Given the conditions and what we saw and just the mental capacity and where they're at, I think that's a good attrition rate.
It really is. Sometimes up here, when it happens to be a hot year, it's more on attrition. You can be at 20-30%.
Really?
Just from the heat. So in that respects, the engines are happy, but this is harder on the drivers for sure.
There we go. O'Malley Special, number 7. O'Malley Special Spec, number 7. I think sounds healthy. Trevor Owita in a 1984 Audi 4000. Taking a look once again at Glen Cove. You can see just above the clouds. And look at this thing. What do you make of this vehicle? Trevor's second year. It's Audi 4000. It's another one of those kind of homage cars, right?
You know, I think anybody, possibly under a certain age, but anybody who's owned an Audi 4000 or a Quattro from that early mid-era 80s, I all dreamed of turning it into some sort of race car. You just got so addicted to the sound of that 5-cylinder we talked about before. The first time you had to replace a rear muffler, which they were prone to go out, you just got rid of the muffler, and then that got you more addicted. This guy's built my dream car out of a car that I ended up selling for $1,600 and should have held on to.
Oh, man.
But listen to this thing just rumble. This reminds me of college years, just the sound of it. It's awesome.
Yeah. I like it. Again, young man, 24 years old, son of Dan Owita, who is racing in Pikes Peak Open. So Trevor's the youngest competitor in the field this year.
Oh, man. And this engine is not, I don't think it's based on the original engine. It doesn't, like these engines, if you didn't have a muffler on them, they were so pulsy.
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, and this, I'm not
Got
sure
more
what
of a
he's,
growl.
I'm not sure what he's got under the hood of this thing, but it's still 83, is it an 84 4000?
He's saying it's a Volkswagen engine. Volkswagen turbo.
171 cubic inch turbo. So yeah,
Yep.
he's changed what's under the hood, but still awesome car to drive. I mean, you've got these little air locking differentials in there. You can lock the front, the center, the rear.
Jeez.
I mean, it was a car is a little bit ahead of its time, but so fun to have in a winter state like Colorado.
Like the DIY Aero. Front splitter. Crazy. He lost the car he originally entered in 2021 to the Marshall fire that was here. That's unfortunate. He's Audi performance driving instructor at COTA.
There you go.
And it says they built the entire car from scratch in about 2 months.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
that's impressive, right?
Yeah, to get paint and everything done. I mean, that's like, and an engine swap. It's pretty scary.
So his favorite corner is the ragged edge.
Okay, so he's crazy. That's what that. I mean that in a good way.
Yeah.
Ragged edge is cool. In a car that speed, it's probably flat or barely flat, which would make the line so important and would make it way more rewarding.
So here we are, Devil's Playground. Look at this, Tanner. We have like five more cars.
Get out and wave. We're almost in that shot. Can almost see all the way there. You can see the beginning of the W's.
Oh, it's the first time we're seeing it.
Well, you can see how fast those clouds are moving, though. They really are cranking. It's a different race for every single competitor.
And look at 14. Excuse me. What are we looking at there? That's Thank
Yeah,
you.
just below Devil's Playground. This is the last. So a lot of times when they do cut the, like for example, last year they cut the race short. The checkered flag will be just on the right over by that black pickup truck. Thankfully this year we're going all the way to the top. But this is 13,000 feet right here. There's a lot going on weather-wise up here, but man, it's going to be so nice to see the corner in front of you.
Yeah, even just as I say that, kind of gets a little mistier. All right, let's see what Trevor's got. Trevor should be leaving any moment. Trevor Oweda from Boulder, Colorado, ripping the 84 Audi 4000. Send it. Sounds good.
Sounds mean. That thing's making some boost, that's for sure.
Yeah. And just keep in mind, they built that within 2 months. That's wild. All right, as the racing continues, thank you so much to all our sponsors. Again, on behalf of Tanner Faust, I'm Jared Deender. Here's a quick little message from our sponsors. Don't go anywhere. More of the 100th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo, and the live stream brought to you by Mobil 1. Welcome back. Here we are looking at Glen Cove, and you can barely see off in the distance. I believe that's the O'Malley Special, but don't quote me on that. We're going to try to get eyes and find out. I think that thing needs to get pushed off. It's stalled out.
So that would be O'Malley number 7.
Yeah, I think. Don't quote me on that, but right?
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
Okay.
I think you're right. And this
Take a
was
look at the
this was a turbo. It was the one that had that looked like the Pikes Peak Hill Climb specials on it, and instead of the traditional small block V8 running a turbocharged Nissan motor.
Mm-hmm. All right, so on the start line. Do I hear frogs?
Yeah, you hear frogs. There's frogs.
Where are frogs? I know frogs live everywhere, but like specifically, where is the croaking coming from? The car? Is that Takashi's like horn?
It's not an EV. Like I wouldn't put it past if it was an EV. Not. I mean, I'm hungry, but that's not my stomach. Is that literally his warning sound?
I guess I'm gathering this. You know, I mean, we saw Singh. You know, he is playing blaring music. We heard was it Daijiro Yoshihara's car? His was singing, and now this one's croaking. So Takashi Oi withdrew last year, raced a Nissan Leaf, and back again with this Nissan Leaf. So a red flag is coming up, just holding the track.
That most likely is the fact that O'Malley's probably in a dangerous area, and they got to move down to just go, hopefully just relocate that car and tow it. Dave Wood off at Boulder Park. Boulder Park is a nasty, rough, bumpy section. Dave Wood, your friend Woody, who you had here in the booth, that's unfortunate. There aren't big drops in
Let's make sure Dave's good.
Boulder Park, but we do want to check in on that.
Takashi Oi, piloting this Nissan Leaf, withdrew last year. Back again. And has a lot of different racing under his belt. Coming to us from Japan, obviously. 4-wheel drive, so it's an all-wheel drive chassis. It is electric.
It is. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, it is electric. So 85 is one make race debut, third in the series. After that, he participated in various one make races. Does some Super Taiku, and then also was in best motoring videos. Started driving school.
Isn't like option videos?
Yeah, best is kind of like option videos. Yeah, best motoring.
Oh yeah, the little pointers, little finger pointer, the one to point at the different engine parts. I love those.
All right, I'd really like to get eyes on Dave Wood.
Yeah, I think they're probably taking care of two things at once here, because they did send a truck up from Engineers, which is a long way up to Boulder Park. Okay. They're bringing the Audi back down to restart, so he gets a little sample of the grip, a little tire warming for free, and then he gets to run again here in a few minutes.
And if you can't recall that Audi 4000, that's that what I was. Where's he at? That was Trevor. Trevor comes back to the start line. He'll get a re-rack and get after it again. Well, it's been you know, I know that Tanner, you presented on Top Gear. You've hosted content. You've hosted, you primarily race, and that's why you get the call, because of your pedigree and all that. But I will tell you, there's a thing called announcer's curse, and we started talking about attrition, talk about a good percentage of vehicles surviving. As soon as you said that,
you putting this on me?
As soon as you said that,
look,
Dave, just Meyer went off.
Just punch
Dave Wood
me
went off.
in the leg. Just next time that.
Yep. That's why, like, at events, I say the weather's been good up until this point.
Yeah.
The flow has been good up until this point. We'll see what happens afterwards.
Yeah. 2 more runs.
Now, yep.
Yeah.
2 more runs.
Got it.
It's the announcer's curse. It's happened. Like, I've literally said it, like, oh, man, it's a great looking car. One of the best looking cars. Whammo.
So clean, not a scratch.
Exactly. New in box. Whammo. But in all seriousness, safety is a priority. Want to make sure that Dave is okay. I'd love to get eyes on Dave, get him out of the car.
Before it was paved, Boulder Park was just it was just the absolute moon. You'd come up there, and then instead of having cliffs drop off to boulders, you were actually driving between the rocks on this dirt road, and it just was crazy.
Yeah, it looks like a beautiful day down at Glens Cove. So they can look at a different angle.
Yeah, they're just chilling in the sun. These people up at... I mean, it's kind of playing God up here, really,
oh, wow.
right?
Okay.
All right.
So restart.
Course is clear.
They picked up Dave and continued on. So got a few stranded vehicles out there. But restart, Trevor Oida. So Trevor Oida.
Yeah, in one screen we can see beautiful sunny sky, short sleeve shirts, walking around in the sun at Glens Cove. We can see the fog of the start line, and then we can see people huddled together in howling wind at 13,000 feet in the clouds again.
Yeah.
What a race. I mean, it's just nothing like it. It's just
it's cleared up pretty good up there, too.
Yeah, you can actually see the hillside behind the crowds. And there's Glen Cove, and you can actually see also up at Devil's Playground. You can actually see it clearing up a little bit, which is, something good for the last drivers. This camera, we do have one camera that looks all the way down for the road, and for the first time we actually can see the entire road all the way down to the start-finish line. It really is gorgeous.
Talking about the W's.
Yeah, we got the W's.
Switchbacks.
We've got the whole first section of the course in that one shot.
Think about these gentlemen coming from Japan. It's essentially the first time they're running it in competition because of the withdrawing last year. But Takashi Oi drove Pikes Peak for the first time last year. Real honor to compete in the 100th running. His race car is a modified version of last year's model. The Nissan Leaf is an all-electric car. He says this year it is a front motor and front drive, just like a production car, so they could run more reliably. So the motor output is also the same as a production car, however, approximately 200 kilograms lighter. It's equipped with a lithium-ion battery temperature control system. Makes it environmentally friendly. Okay. So Oe here in just a moment will be leaving with Trevor up the hill.
Trevor passing us at Picnic Ground. Working his way up to Glen Cove now. So obviously they've cleared both Woody and cleared O'Malley.
Yep. Oh yeah, O'Malley was stranded right before Glen Cove.
I apologize to both of you guys if the
you did it.
Announcer
It's all your
curse
fault.
was in play.
It's all now you know, and knowing's half the battle. G.I. Joe. You know.
It's a lot. It's a lot of wasted brain space.
What my random references?
G.I. Joe.
You know, I'll what some people like, and I'll do events, and I'll just drop little nuggets of reference of pop culture or something, and they'll just go, "Hey, that one time when you did that G.I. Joe thing, that's pretty fun." So they're like Easter eggs. You watch a movie, sometimes. Okay, the frog thing.
Oh, frog's
tripped
back.
me out, dude. You know, nothing is more threatening than a frog croak. I mean,
you'd see how they swell up, right?
Good point.
I mean, frogs can get pretty mean.
Yeah, frogs. You don't turn your back on a frog. Kermit,
look at this wrap.
That livery is something else.
Awesome. I mean, the frog throws you off. I'm not gonna lie. That doesn't line up with the samurai
frog.
That's
pretty dope.
Gorgeous, man.
Yeah, really, really well done. Cool. I'd love to see this car get after it. Ooh, look at Trevor.
Trevor with a really nice line through
That was
ski
great.
area. Good track out. Still a huge crowd sitting on the outside of that turn. Despite all of the inertia of those cars coming towards a slippery gravel section at them at 60 plus miles an hour. But it's the most exciting place to stand.
Yeah.
It is.
That is wildly loud, too. It's almost techno-y.
Is it pumping you up?
Yeah, dude. There he is. He's hyped for it. He's here for it. Frogging it up. Takashi. Takashi Oi.
The frog wants out.
Oh, here we go. Takashi Oi. Look at the Nissan Leaf, the electric vehicle. Oh, he's got more sounds? Did you hear that?
It's like one of those sound things with a little keyboard on the back.
Bing bong. Yeah, that's great. All right, so up next should be David Schmidt II.
Yeah, we are full
there's
green.
Trevor.
Trevor hauling through Glen
Hyped.
Cove.
All right, Takashi Oi coming through in the Leaf. And now we're seeing Davey Schmidt. Looks like I got a baby right there. Is that what's going on?
George's corner. Trevor
Oh, this
making his
thing
way
looks
through
mean.
there.
Pikes Peak Open. There's a TA2 2014 Ford Mustang. This thing looks tough. Get another local Colorado Spring in. Is it Spring in? Colorado Spring? Oh, we'll try.
59-year-old from Colorado Springs. Been doing this since '92. I mean, wow. He's done
I
a
just turned the
lot of
page.
years. This is his. You said this is his 26th race.
Sheesh.
So that's 7 more than Zwart.
Oh, 30th.
Is it?
2020, it was his 30th. So this is 32nd. Second. No, 30. Yeah.
Jeez.
Wow.
He's taking up a lot of pages. Just these finishes.
He's Rookie of the Year in the truck division, 92. Just he's, again, a local Colorado native, Colorado Springs native. Looks out his window, could see the beautiful Pikes Peak, he says.
So his best finish, interestingly, was in the dirt. Last year of the dirt, 12:39 in 2012. So he has a very good opportunity to have a personal best here.
Yeah, and I think this is a case of, this man has so many turns and burns at this track. Maybe he didn't qualify well, car wasn't running properly or something. So this could be, remember I said he's going to challenge kind of the leaderboard, and this could be a case where all of this history, all this equity, but the car wasn't there. Yes. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So this could be one of those unfortunate circumstances in qualifying, but hey man, you don't win events of qualifying, baby. You win them a game day.
Race day it is.
Mm-hmm.
As we watch the Leaf make its way through picnic ground.
Ribbit, it leapfrogging its way
it is.
through the track.
Right up the track.
Ribbit,
it really
ribbit.
is.
Yeah.
Pleasant surprise for Trevor going into some sunshine, making his way up to Devil's Playground.
It's not. So Davey Schmidt.
That is a seriously mean looking.
Yeah, it looks tough. I'm not a big guy on contrast with the black and just aesthetically. I'm just saying. Oh, look at the fog is back. Look, 13. Look how quickly it's changed.
Yeah, those guys who are like, oh, it's gonna be sunny. Yep. Tornado.
Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah. But again, look at. Ooh, there we go, Trevor. Should be seeing. So anyways, talking about contrast and aesthetics, I'm not a big contrast guy with the black and the kind of shiny chrome next to each other, but it works. It works in kind of a unique way on Davey's ride here, this Ford Mustang.
Davey comments about how much he loved this road in the dirt, and has changed, his car to a certain extent, and really his driving style for the asphalt. But let's listen to this beast. I mean, I think it's a great looking car.
Yeah, I like the stance on it. Everything looks good. Again, TA2. Let's see if we can put it together when it counts. Davey, show me what you got. So after Davey Schmidt, we should have Ralph Murdoch, Spencer Steele, and Cole Howelson. Whoa, the Leaf goes real wide. Gets into the dirt. Takashi.
I will point out real quick before Davey goes, one of his moments of fame. He really wanted to make it to the top, but his truck broke down at Cog Cut. He grabbed his steering wheel and his helmet, and he walked the rest of the way. The flag guy saw him coming, said, if you put your helmet on, we'll call it. Waved the flag for him, and it made the front page of the Gazette-Telegraph, the local newspaper.
That's sweet. Not horsepower, manpower, willpower.
That's right.
Not willpower like the IndyCar racer, like within willpower. Okay. When you have to explain it, it's not as funny.
I know.
Yeah. All right. Let's see what we got here. Davey. 3 more cars after this. We got the teams all wearing purple, matching the car. Davey Schmidt doing for Colorado Springs, throwing it down 31st running. Sounds a little.
These cars
broken
don't like to idle. Again, a lot of these cars.
Maybe it's a case you have to get at it, get pace.
One, they got to get cleared out. 2, it's really cold for these cars, 46 degrees. And 3, a lot of them don't run that well at 9,000 feet, so they can run a lot better at 10, 12, 13,000 feet.
We talked about the sweet spot.
Yeah.
Right.
A lot of these older cars, yeah, you really have to, especially carbureted ones, they had to get jetted for a certain altitude. As the Leaf has none of those problems. Is that the frog still? No.
No,
it's got different noises.
laser frog.
Yeah, that's frog with lasers coming out of its eyes.
People are talking about it up there. They're like, is that thing making noise? Yes, it is. David Schmidt looking pro. Or sorry, this is Ralph Murdoch.
Ralph Murdoch. That's
Yep,
right.
Davey Schmidt was just going out there. Ralph Murdoch from Cascade. Getting the windscreen wiped down.
Hell yes. Look at this thing. Come on.
Yeah, dude, bitchin' Camaro. And here comes the finish for, should be Trevor. And there he is. Look at that. Look how much attitude that vehicle had crossing the finish line. And that's where they, you know, that
Good for Trevor. You know,
yeah.
even as cold as it is, I'm sure he had some temperature issues after the W's. And, you know, that car held together as custom built as it is in 2 months. To make it to the top is a pretty huge feat.
BTW, our current racer on the start line, 82 years old. Ralph Murdoch from Cascade. Wow. And he lives in Cascade, Colorado, which is 2.6 miles away from here. Finished first in the Rocky Mountain Vintage Racer Division in 2011. He's been up here. I think I've seen this right. He raced Pikes Peak in 1965 in a Corvette. That was the 30th ever Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
Does it say what fuel he's running in this? I mean, it really looks like he's
Methanol.
having trouble keeping it warm. Yeah, I mean,
Got methanol.
This thing's just running so cold. It's going to be a struggle to get this thing warmed up in this bottom section.
Wow, look at this. Just reading some of his stories. First time he drove up Pikes Peak was when he was 6 years old with his dad. Got on top and I was running around. I remember getting sick from the elevation. First time I drove myself was when I was 16. And then my first race was in 1965.
It's obviously a family affair there. Everybody watching them at the line. I mean, this is a true passion, this guy in his 80s. He's still out here on the line rumbling. Everybody's got their fingers in their ears of this machine, and he's about to run up into one of the sketchiest races in the world.
He says they're running the same car. They're running the car that his son raced last year, and the changes we've made were that I blew the clutch and had to put a new one in. Also, same car, but new sponsor, Axe and the Oak, which has been an amazing opportunity to work with. Great company and people. You can see a distillery, so I know which pit I'm going to go to when we're all done. So, Ralph Murdoch. Let's see who we got coming through. Just 3 more racers. Ralph Murdoch, Spencer Steele. Great logo. Oh my gosh, it looks like it cleared up again. So nice.
Coming
Just
up to the
coming and going.
up to the base there.
There's the Froggy.
Devil's Playground. A little bit of a hint of blue sky. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to last for him. But as we kind of peruse camera angles down the mountain, you can see that really this is essentially the clearest it's been all day. Mm-hmm. These drivers sitting on the line wondering if the storm is going to come.
And they got the most refined. They got the ideal conditions.
Probably feeling pretty good now as we see that Leaf go through Devil's Playground. Now he's just got to stretch it out for these last this last 4 miles or so of high-speed section. His splits are actually quite good, faster in the bottom split than that gnarly Mustang.
Really?
Yeah. And putting some splits together. He's in the unlimited class, so he's out here testing, tuning, and getting it working and showing what they've got. A lot of the unlimited cars are quite a bit quicker, but still having a good run at it.
Excited to see what 82-year-old Ralph Murdoch can do. Yeah, had a stint there about 65 to. So he raced 65, 66, 67, 69, 70, and 73. And then 2010, 11, and 16.
Some of our workers here. I mean, the whole town really gets into this race. When you drive up, I mean, it's unbelievable how many crew trucks, how many safety trucks it takes. I mean, it's 12 and a half miles, but virtually no communication capable. So
that's
you
true.
have to have people so close together in order to get communication around this very strange mountain. That it's I mean, they say that they take 10 days off, and then it takes the whole year to organize the next event.
Yeah. All right, there you go. Looks like he's at idle now. Seems like he's catching temp.
Davey Schmidt should be Glen Cove bound. So he's in the top half of the mountain at this point, and we should be getting a finishing position for that leaf.
End of section 1. Yeah, that was Davey. Here we go. Davey just crossed the end of section 1. And Ralph Murdoch. Blown through some methanol. Again, I think this gentleman, he raced the earliest out of any racer competing today, 1965.
Great shot there.
Beautiful shot.
Of Davey. That's not Spencer Steele. Spencer Steele's up next. That's Davey.
Yeah.
And nice clean apex. You can see he's very gentle on the throttle on that machine. Here you can hear the tune is right for this altitude as he makes his way past George's Corner and starts into the W's where temperature becomes an issue.
Much healthier. Cleared his throat.
Exactly.
You know?
Just like the frog on that leaf.
It's not easy being a leaf. Next up, Spencer Steele. Should be Spencer Steele. Just want to make sure. Spencer Steele, open wheel. This gentleman, 63 years old, from Denver, Colorado.
Thank you. Have a good run.
Let's have a good run. There he is. 1995 PVA. Is this a purpose? Spread love, blowing some kisses. What was this purpose built for Pikes, or is this? What are we looking at? A PVA? Yeah, it's trying to lock it down. But 1,700 pounds. Got a Ford Zac Speed engine, so probably just like a Ford open wheel, like a Formula Ford kind of.
I don't know. No? It looks like something that adapted from Indy Lights or something like that. I don't know. Looking at the suspension, I mean, it's pretty aero for anything purpose built up here, but certainly you can see all the big cars running slicks now.
And here's the finish for the Leaf.
Ribbit, huh?
Takashi Oi. Ribbit. Win it. Risk it for the biscuit. Attaboy.
With a 13:37 for Takashi.
And that's a good exercise for, you know, Nissan Leaf. You know, it's not a Tesla Plaid. It's not, you know, a Model 3 that, you know, the Yoshihara and Evasive team has built. I think it's a more humble approach. Reliability.
It's the first year they've been able to run to the top of the mountain. They're able to compare data they did in 2022 before they took the 420 pounds out of it and see how much that really benefits it. And it's a learning exercise, not just for team, can be for the manufacturer also. So it's great that they made it to the finish, collected all that data, and had a successful day.
Spencer Steele, who we are looking at, is our second to last racer at the 100th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo.
Ralph Murdoch, there's a obviously relative there. Ralph Murdoch, 82-year-old, in that 91 IROC Z, he's just made it past. He's getting to the very end of Section 1. He's made it past Picnic Ground successfully. Once he crosses the line for Section 1, they'll be sending Cole Powelson, but. Yeah, he's having a good run so far. Looking at his splits, 2:47 on the first split, which is quite a bit faster than very similar and same class car David Schmidt that ran right before him.
Look at Davey there going through that switchback. Getting in Devil's Playground here.
So Davey will be checking temperatures, coming up to the last left turn with all the spectators on the outside, loving it. And now into the long straightaways and high-speed commitment turns that we can finally see through the wet lens there for the top section to the finish.
Of course it clears up. We're almost done.
Yeah, 2 cars and the sun comes out. Oh, believe me, Reese Mill and everybody's up at the top like,
tomorrow.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Look at that. Look at that view.
There you can see all the way down the W's, just treacherous but beautiful corners, all the way down into the section. On the left of the screen, you can see Glen Cove. That's the section that we're seeing where the crosswalk is that people have been walking across, and otherwise known as the brake check. There it is in close-up. And then beyond that, on that last image, is into the woods, the first section of the track, very road race-like and rhythmy, and so fun, especially for the low, stiff cars. There's that IROC Z.
Yep, Murdoch.
Murdoch making his way through ski area.
Yep, Ralph Murdoch. Yeah, I'm really glad we got that view of that ski area. Like you said, it goes wide and then it tightens up and it narrows, and you get into that dirt. Could be really tough.
The corner just pinches itself off, and you come around the corner, then all of a sudden you just see kneecaps. Because there's just rows of people that just stand right at the track out point. But
that catch fence ain't going to catch much if a car goes in there.
It is an interesting corner, and you do have to get on the throttle really early because it is quite a steep hill out of there, which is hard to see on camera.
All right, moments away. You good to go?
Yeah, let's listen to this thing fire. Not the ginormous V8 sound I was
anticipating.
My bad.
All right, cameras on. Getting the shot. Talk about Spencer Steele. Let's see, next up, and our final racer, Cole Powelson. All right, looks like Ralph Murdoch just finished end of section 1. Spencer Steele will send it. He's been racing since 2000. Bouncing around here and there. Competed in Baja 1000, Baja 500, so definitely a diverse racer. Here we are with Ralph, Accent Oak Distillery, High Proof Racing Team.
Motor sounded sweet on that IROC Z, coming through George's corner and up to the W's.
Let's see what you got, Mr. Steele. Tanner, local time is 5 minutes before 3 o'clock, and it's been a long but just good pace. Everything's, I'm stoked that they made it to the top of the hill. I think that's the big highlight. I think everybody won, the racers and obviously all the fans tuning in.
It's rare in this part of the country that there's predictions of weather a week out, and people have been talking about how it's questionable weather until the race weekend, and then everybody knows it's going to be huge thunderstorms and snow.
Right.
So the racers have really been having a problem with that. In this shot now, finally it's clearing out. You can see right down center of the screen and just to the right. You can see one of the cars coming into the very first W, first of many, and that driver right there is counting guardrails, and it's the fourth corner after, it's the corner after the fourth guardrail is the first blind, nearly flat corner, ragged edge, and that's first scary corner. Everything else, the guardrail kind of tells you where they're at as you see them making their way out of the camera shot there. Now it starts to get very, very steep. A couple very scary corners before they get to Dragon or Devil's Playground, and then back into the clouds again. But yeah, it's been a tough day for the competitors. Been all kinds of. Look at the weather. I mean, now we're literally above the clouds at Devil's Playground. Just absolutely beautiful, and. Man, it's a taxing day for those competitors sitting at 14,000 feet all day, watching the weather change for their competitors as they race up.
I remember one year watching it and seeing videos, and literally the final racer went and it hailed. It just dumped. Like that and like it was like running to their cars, and that was just wild. I remember that. I
think I went up one year. It hailed after we ran, and then we were driving down in our race tires in the hail.
Oh, man.
And that was like the most dangerous part of the day.
What the hail?
What the hail? Getting bad. It's getting silly now, isn't it?
Yeah, we're We're punch drunk in a great way, and appreciate all of you guys, gals, children of all ages, fans from around the world. And I got beside myself here. I'm like, I know Cole. Life Motorsports. This car has seen many different iterations, and this is the most recent one. Cole's from Salt Lake City, owns Life Motorsports, and he does a lot of really cool stuff. And this car is definitely really fast. And what's interesting here is he's diesel. So this is a diesel.
Oh, sorry.
What?
I'm not sure if you caught that. Murdoch went super wide, possibly got a little bit lost, and went right along the fence line, right along those people. Almost took out the sign there, but if you watch the reactions of some of these people, that woke them up for sure.
So I don't know if you heard me. Cole, the GTR
Yes.
that we're about to see, it's diesel.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's R35 GTR. All right, check this out. So this is what you're talking about. Yikes.
Comes out wide. He's going fast. People diving for their cars on the left side of the screen.
Well, that cop car was going to get it more than anybody.
Diving for their cars. Then he makes it through. 82. I mean, he's 82 years old, but he's still putting up a good pace.
Yeah.
Just we won't catch him again until the finish, so we'll just keep an eye on him here.
So Cole Powelson, if you don't know this gentleman, Time Attack, he's raced here before. Sierra Alpha, and he helped create those things, the Sierras. Life Motorsports, Cole the racer. He really likes Paul Dallenbach. That's his guy. So he's stoked to be here.
That's awesome. Looks like quite a machine. Spencer Steele still making his way up here. He comes into ski area. Great line, great track out. Accelerating fast. We're not getting splits on him yet, but he's looking like he's running really strong. So hopefully he's going to put himself somewhere where he's happy.
So here we are. This is Cole Powelson. This will put an exclamation point on the 100th running of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. And Cole Powelson, that's diesel. That's right. The current record is 11:24. Yo, this car is 3,950 pounds.
She's a big one.
She's a big one. She looks good. We're going to see how she performs. That diesel cannot weigh. I mean, I think that's 3,000 pounds of the build. Look at that.
Yeah, the current record you said was 11:24.
11:24, and that's Scott Birdsall in the 1949 Ford F1.
It's hard to tell from his qualifying time. Not super quick, but very likely had a problem during qualifying, so which would be the reason why he's last here on the line. But that could be threatened. 11:24.
All right.
Through the first section. We have Spencer Steele making it through the first section.
So this is it. Tanner, we're about to wave a flag.
Send off the last
You said,
car.
is that it? Yeah. So Spencer Steele.
Sounds like a diesel.
Yeah. That thing sounds wild. Like those sounds. All right, Tanner, this is it. We're about to send it for the final time. There's Steele, Mr. Steele. Wave it, and away goes Cole the racer.
I'm not sure he was ready. He's got to let it warm up a little bit there.
Yeah.
He was not quite ready.
Turn on those caboosters. Oh, that visual and audio don't really match in my mind.
Listen to that.
I hear people giggling and laughing. Like just this, it sounds ludicrous. I mean, that thing sounded, I don't even. That's it. It's official. That was our final car leaving the start line.
And finishing up top, we got the checkered flags out. I believe that's going to be Ralph Murdoch. Come on, buddy. That one moment that we saw at George's corner, does he make it to the finish here? These last couple corners, especially completely disoriented in these clouds, can be really tricky.
Yay,
Ralph Murdoch makes it. 82 years old with a 91 IROC.
Love it. Really cool. Congratulations to him. I don't know if I want to be 82 and race a car, to be quite honest.
I don't know if I want to put my family necessarily through that, but yes.
Right. We're hearing sirens. I'm hoping that's
off
just
the start line. So
just
that's
denoting. Is that denoting it's over?
It could be a sweep, although we have people crossing the track at playground. See what's happening here.
We'll get some updates here from our crew. Yeah, hoping it's a sweep. Just kind of going through the course, letting everybody know that that's the final racer. Just get the frog car back out here. Let everybody know.
Really? A bit.
They're kind of going at a steady pace there. Talking about the safety trucks and a tow truck.
Flatbed. Oh no.
Who was that? Cole? Yeah. I know, but oh boy.
It would be Cole, and hopefully that's not a function of not having that thing warmed up. It's sure.
Well, the only racers that are out there are Steele and Cole.
Yeah, Steele has gone ahead and he's almost a Devil's Playground. So I'd say they wouldn't send the safety truck from the bottom.
True. So I think Cole is the concern.
Car coming through.
That's Cole. It might be a sweep.
That is Cole. Yep. Yeah. Let's hope it's
That's
a sweep.
a sweep because if Cole's still going, they wouldn't come from the bottom and go up and get
And we still
anybody
do
else.
have Remember O'Malley off, sitting on the side of the road.
Yes.
Yeah. There's 3 cars sitting on the side of the road. Really. So.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to talk about that because that could
That's
be
the announcer's curse.
It could be.
Up until this point, it's been a great flow.
Oh my gosh, Steele, blue sky, wondering what all the fuss has been about. Everybody talking about driving in the clouds. I don't know what you're talking about. Look at this. It's freaking clear out. Now he's getting into the clouds at the very top. Second to last car. All of these fans standing out 8 hours. Probably have run out of beer by this point.
8.
Oh, well, they were been up.
They've been here way longer, man. That's cute. They've been here since last night. Yeah.
That's true.
It's just such a tremendous event, and it just bears repeating. And it's been a pleasure, Tanner, and wrapping out with all these legends and just the history of it all.
Thank you so much. I mean, it's been great to sit in your Porta-John. I hope you get that sponsorship.
I'm trying to get that honey bucket deal, man.
Yeah.
Trying to lock it in.
I think you got it in the
Got it in the
bag?
bucket?
Yeah,
I got it in the bucket?
No, bag was too graphic.
Yeah.
Just 2 cars on track at this point. We got Steele and Cole. Cole is rolling Cole.
Yeah, right. Cole.
And Steele is making his way in the top section. He's got a last few miles up in the clouds still. And will be hopefully taking the checkered flag soon, leaving just Cole by himself on the mountain to polish
Cole
things up.
is crawling.
Cole is coming to a stop.
Yep.
And it doesn't look like fire smoke, but it's black smoke.
That's a large amount of diesel smoke. Formerly Exhibition, then moved to Unlimited. But I think that he did make a pass in qualifying, but the time and just wanted to throw down a run. So I think that's going to be all she wrote for Cole.
It's really unfortunate, kind of a unique build. And somebody with Sierra Carts who's been really invested in what's going on here. Wow, these cameras move. Look at that.
Yeah.
Just magic. So we don't see Cole out of the car yet, but he's probably just doing a system check, and there's no more smoke, so probably no danger, just some engine issues. And lucky for him, he's the last guy. So he's got safety trucks right on his tail.
And it was because you said everything's good.
Look. There's no way.
Linda, listen. Oh man, so it's been such a great day. Thank you so much, brother.
Thank you.
And just thank you to our whole team, our whole staff, our whole crew. What's that? As we're gonna see what happens with Cole, we'll get him off course, but it's been a tremendous event. Say again.
Larry,
you're killing me, Larry.
Come on, Larry. Last time.
One more time for Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen here performing surgery on the course. Hold on, I can take my vest off. You can take your vest off, take your hat off. Yep, there we go. Crazy hair, Larry. Yeah. Larry.
Last car to finish.
Rolling
we got coming.
Cole. He's not.
Oh no. Yeah, I know.
Stranded.
He stopped there just before ski area, so he's not quite made it halfway. Up at the finish line,
Checker
though.
flags. Is that Steele?
Yes.
Spencer Steele coming in for the checker. Look at, of course, it clears up with like 5 cars left.
Mountain don't lie.
Mountain don't lie. Here we go.
Wow.
There's Spencer Steele seeing the checkered flags. It's a great angle, great perspective. Seeing all the way down there at the W's. See that?
Incredible.
Right before Devil's Playground, you see.
Yeah, you know, Reese and these guys are up there just kicking themselves, having driven in the wet for half the track.
They could have just sandbagged.
Well,
and then they would have had better conditions.
Well, at that point, there weren't records probably to be had for them, but it's still, the race results are quite tight. And still, there were some pretty heated battles going on there. Some of them even intra-class battles. I mean, David Donner, David Donahue, some of the closest guys all throughout practice, and Donner kind of pulling out, I don't know if the MVP run of the day with the virtually stock Turbo S, clearly one of the bravest on the very last section, even though the times around his time were quite slow because of how the visibility and it was a bit wet. But he pulled out an amazingly quick split at the very end to, jump himself up quite a bit in the standings.
It's just incredible. I mean, we're talking about a car that's, a little over $200,000. You buy it from the dealership, slap a couple bolt-ons onto it, race Pikes Peak, get second overall. How insane is that?
That's amazing.
Yeah, it really is, and but a lot of teams have put their heart and soul in it. Joey with Emotion. Hopefully, we'll get that battle with BBI and Emotion in the future. I'm going to really build that up as a title fight.
In this corner,
yes,
coming in at 100 Emotion, and in this corner you got BBI. Hey man, that when did they start? I talked to people about EV and electric and Nitro Rallycross, and people are like, oh, there goes racing. I said, no, it's progression. It's a compliment. I get it. You want to hear and smell and all those sensory overload. But the old adage, right, is, when did they start racing cars? When they built two.
Right.
And so I say all that because competition's healthy.
Yes, and Reese Millen really asserting himself as one of the top go-to guys on this mountain. Mm-hmm. He's done it in big cars, little cars, all different shapes and sizes.
Red cars, green cars.
Yes, Sam I Am, something or other. But he really has done all shapes and sizes, and he just proves to be consistent and fast and great at setting a car up. And so that's I'm really happy for that team for what they pulled off.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, it's been pretty amazing to be able to follow Reese from 2011, last year of the dirt, all the way till now. Every time he's attempted to race here, it's been incredible to capture that, including the whole drift car thing,
Yes.
breaking the overall record in 2012.
Yeah, it's not easy to get, go from being known as a dirt guy, because you get those quotes, those put around your name, and it can take a little while to change your rep and build some authenticity.
Yeah.
Well, this is how the event ended. The flag man, he celebrates. The event's over. He's been enduring some cold weather. We haven't seen him dropping radios.
Honestly, he's throwing up right now. Just out of that shot, 14,000 feet, just running those 20 yards.
I'm out of breath watching him.
I know, exactly.
Yep.
It's, like you went up there, though.
I'll show you the video as soon as you send it to me. Next year.
They are going to parade down, but I just wanted to jump in. Before they come down, I got to go back out to shoot.
Yep.
I just wanted to say a big thank you, because you guys are holding down the fort, making this really fun to watch. But also, you know what? It's been such a crazy journey for me to get to the 100th running of this race. It's so historic. I mean, how many other events, how many races are there that's gone this long?
Just
Indy
one.
500.
Indy 500.
Yeah.
I was at the 100th of that.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not about me though. No, it's not about me. You're right, and that's what I was talking to with
Jared
Bob
Deanna
about.
is only one man. It's,
exactly. No, but just being part of this DNA, and you see, the family and the fun and all this, but there is serious competition, and this is a serious, like you said, the mountain don't lie, I like that saying.
Yeah, and for me, it really is an honor to be able to capture as the official photography team. I look at the photos from the first one, and who knows, maybe the 200th running of this, people are going to be looking at my photos, So when we're all long gone, my photos and what we're doing will live on.
I'm going to be like Murdoch, dude. I want to be up here at 82 years old.
You do?
Oh, my gosh. The guy's my hero. Okay, he almost cleaned out a whole row of people in George's corner, but it was...
Did you see that? You didn't see it, did you?
I know.
See that?
Okay.
You saw the Oak and the Camaro, right?
The 91 IROC Z.
Yeah. IROC.
Uh-huh.
He's 82 years old.
Oh, wow.
And he raced it in 65.
Okay.
But up there, where was he at? It was
It was not George's Corner. It was Devil's
it was
Playground.
Devil's Playground.
Had
Comes
people-
around that corner and people flinched like they were jumping.
Flames, they dove into the cars.
Yeah.
They dove into like
Yeah.
they had their escape. They'd forgotten about it because they're at
Yeah.
like 13,000 feet.
Well, I mean, I was just looking through my photos, and I have a photo of Rod down near doing the splits, trying to get into his car,
Yeah.
because the only opening is the top. So
Yes.
he has to like do this crazy move, So when I'm that age, hopefully I can do that.
It's inspiring. Let's be honest. It's inspiring, and when these guys are out here ripping it up at ages, it makes you not afraid to grow old, which for a racer is good. And Jeff went. He jumped in the car from being a photographer. Have you ever thought about that?
Yeah, I mean, I love driving. It's just one of those things. I recently started drifting.
Yeah, I saw you getting good.
It's
I like
just,
it.
It's fun, I love driving, and I love just being a part of this culture. Luckily, being a photographer, I can still be a part of this.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, it's definitely your avenue in, but it also can be your catalyst to, explore other parts of it. So it's
For sure.
That's cool. I'm looking forward to seeing the video. I know you shot more video than photos.
Oh yeah, we shot about half and half, and we will be coming out with just that story of that Pennzoil Tacoma making it all the way, just from sitting in the corner with all 4 flat tires,
collecting dust.
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
can't wait to check it out.
Yeah,
cool.
Well, thank you, Larry.
Yeah, thank you,
Appreciate
guys.
it. You,
Thank you.
you go
Thanks.
get
Thank
out
you.
there.
Thank you.
I want to get out there too in the parade
Yeah.
and see all that, and I think we're gonna get some officials on some leaderboards and all that, and yeah, man.
All right.
So get on out there.
See
See
you
you
soon.
later, bro. See you later. Larry Chen, official photographer, him and his team locking it down, documenting history, making history, and I like what he's saying here. We got a bunch of more snacks if you need, Larry. We have a whole crafties over here. So waiting for just the official leaderboard. So customary as far as trophies, podiums, that goes down tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Yep. Everything probably goes down at the Broadmoor, and it's they do it in a very ceremonial style,
Yeah.
and because everybody here
Everybody's
is
tired.
ready to go to bed. I mean, more than half these guys slept in their cars last night. And so believe me, nobody's more ready to go to bed than their family that's waiting for them at the start-finish line that had no idea that this was going to be a 9-hour affair for them.
Yeah, it's been tremendous waiting for our leaderboard, but we know kind of unofficially Robin Shute overall, he was the guy. We knew it 3 years in a row now, 2020, 21 with the modified, only section 1, and then here in 22 full pull in less than ideal conditions. Kind of went half of the pack, got out there around car 40 or so, no 30, about 30, and then total of 71 cars competing. 71 cars. That's what we saw overall. But we rattled off those names quite a bit. But David Donner, David Donahue, Cody, you're talking about Valschatz, Reese Millen, talking about the number ones. Cam Ingram making his dad proud. Had some words with his dad Bob, and again, it's a real pleasure to work with you, Tanner, and you gave some great insight and had some great interviews just down there in the pits. And I'm glad it all worked out.
Yeah, Paul had his underwear on. I mean, I'm there for safety.
Yeah.
But no, it's been awesome. I will say that watching from the outside of the car, I was a little worried that I was just going to go crazy. But seeing it from the outside, also just like with drifting, so, when you get out of a round in drifting and get into the car, get into the bleachers and watch it from the outside, it's scary. Like, I was nervous for a lot of these guys. We could see a lot of the conditions from here that they couldn't see, and I'm really nervous for some of them. And so it's a crazy mountain, and you don't feel that from in the car. From in the car, you don't even feel that you're going uphill, really. So from the outside, it's been a great experience. Been great. Mobil One has put together this broadcast, and I can just see this getting better and better, especially as they get get in-car cameras going. And I know this mountain's such a challenge to work with like that, but it's great to be able to show this stuff to the rest of the world in a more live way rather than having to have people hunt for data.
Yep. All right, so let's take a look at our top 10 drivers here. So top 10 drivers, and we just talked about it, but this is overall, right? So overall, we got it right there. But the fast time, 10:09.525. Robin Shute. Right after him, you got David Donner with a 10:34.053. David Donahue rounds out the trifecta there, and then rounding out the top 10, you got Cody Valschatz, Derek Boyd, Reese Millen, Jeff Zwart sits in 7th overall. Rod Millen in that Tacoma in 8th. Daijiro Yoshihara with the newly refined, evasive Turn 14 distribution, Tesla Model 3, and Paul Dollenbach. So some great names in the top 10. Then as far as exhibition, you want to rattle those off there for me?
Sure, we got David Donner. I mean, second overall is amazing with David Donner there. But first in exhibition, Daijiro is an 11:06 in exhibition. And third in exhibition, Nick Robinson. Randy Pobst brings his run in. Again, a lot of variable conditions there for these guys. We saw the times varying on that last sector. Kevin Wesley, Blake Fuller, then... And we're gonna banter about something else.
we're getting in the graphics, and just want to make sure that everything is up to snuff. So just checking those real quick.
So those are still unofficial, I guess.
Still unofficial until they're official when they come up on the screen.
When you go through these, and yes, there's going to be a lot of talk, especially the award ceremony, of David Donner finishing second in that car. We've talked about it several times, but you just have to remember at that stage in the day, from 1 minute to the next, those high-speed, treacherous corners on the top section were getting covered and uncovered, covered and uncovered. So it was... a lot of this variability we see in the times are going to be disappointing for some of the drivers who know that they had to brake at a primary momentum spot of the track. But that is what this mountain is all about. Some part of it is just out of your control.
Hello? Are we putting a graphic up? There's no graphic. I don't see it. Oh. All right, so there is the exhibition overall winners. David Donner, Dai Yoshihara, Nick Robinson, Randy Pobst, Kevin Wesley, Blake Fuller, Jordan Guitar, Gregor Blachon, and then Paul Hubers, who's a rookie. That's great, a rookie in exhibition, and then Robert Perlica.
Hubers, thank you.
Hubers, thank you. What did I say?
You're French now.
I know.
We've
told
already
you,
found out that you speak fluent.
Paul
so
Hubers. Yeah, it's uncanny. I love crepes too. Love crepes. Just really thin pancakes. So that was exhibition. We talk about top 10 drivers, and do we have graphics for the other ones? And Porsche Trophy. Porsche Trophy was competitive. It was great, and we're looking forward to seeing how that ended up, officially. And yeah, overall, it's we are waiting for those. That class I know you really enjoyed, and why don't you rattle off
Porsche Trophy?
Porsche
Trophy. Cam.
Nope.
I mean, Cam had the run of the day for sure with Porsche Trophy. He was. You spoke to his dad for a while. Sorry that I missed that interview, but I know he's a class act. Amazing.
He was great.
Yeah. So, but once these get official, I mean, Cam certainly had that one cleared by a minute and a half, actually.
Wow.
Again, a little bit of different conditions for each driver, so you have to take that. And the drivers that got the short end of that stick are always going to be kicking themselves, but. So as you can see there, we've got Cam, and then we've got Lonnie Unser, second place, her first run in here.
And all things considered, right? Her going off course and that. And
car rebuilt in 48 hours, I mean.
Yeah.
And by rebuilt, I mean from the windshield forward was gone.
Yep.
Thankfully, the engine's not up there. Gilles Nadeau, here, use your French on that one. Gilles Nadeau. Johnny Lieberman. I think
he wanted that fourth spot.
I think it's Lieberman.
Lieberman.
Yeah, he did a great job there. Got it to the top. Really heads up. Super impressed with Johnny. And Chaz.
Yep.
Charles Chaz working. He did a great job also doing it. He's a regular on this particular championship in this series, and I know he's out here for fun, but I'm sure he enjoyed himself there.
So yeah, I was going to ask you, you're signed up with McLaren and Volkswagen; those are your manufacturers, and you have a conflict as far as being behind the wheel of a Porsche. Are we going to see you in a car next year, or are you and I are going to be up here announcing again?
Well, I enjoyed the announcing. I mean, but if there's a steering wheel to hold on to, let's take the mic and then take it up the hill in a car. Can
I'm
we do
cool
that?
with that. Yeah.
Do we have the technology?
I don't think we do. Phones
Well,
barely
just
work.
being honest.
Phones, just put it out
You
there.
don't zoom out and see the rest of this stuff here.
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
Phones aren't working. Wi-Fi. It's beep. Sorry, technical difficulties. That would be great. I mean, insight and kind of. All right, here I am. No, that would be really cool. But I'd love to see you again a McLaren Senna or something like that.
No, I'm a car lover. I'm a race lover. For the McLaren, I do the off-road truck racing, which doesn't really apply to this, and Volkswagen. I've been doing rallycross and some electric off-road racing in Mexico, actually. But, love Pikes Peak. Sometimes, maybe I can come up with something new to drive up here that we don't have yet. So that would be the idea.
All right. So, again, just getting all of our updates from race control and making sure that everything is good. There's no kind of DQs. I mean, it's really kind of that's what's cool about it. You DNF or you finish and your time is your time. There's no. Are there any DQ situations or penalties or anything like that?
I mean, is there a tech? I don't. There must be some sort of tech after this. So that's why there isn't really an awards ceremony. It's one of the reasons. Besides, everybody got up at midnight. So the award ceremony is tomorrow. So if there's any tech to be had, then that will happen.
Right.
But it is a fairly clear, concise. You start here and finish here, and whoever goes faster wins.
Yeah. What's next for you, man? I know you got a busy schedule.
I go to Sardinia for Extreme E.
Well, that's right.
Yeah, I've never been to Sardinia, so that'll be cool. But so we've got a double header out there for Extreme E, and then I'm going to be staying out there for a little while working on a film.
Yeah.
And it's just top 10 drivers, right? It just says top 5. One says top 10.
So you can see the fans are already thinning out there, but the parade will start coming down the mountain here pretty soon. All the drivers stretching after they've been eating donuts up there for all day. And the cars have to clear the track and get into the pits before the spectators can take their cars off the mountain. So that ends up making the road down pretty interesting place for the next 15, 20 minutes.
I mean, I can see Unlimited right here. I have the top that I can go through. I have it in front of me.
So we're just going through some of the scoring, and some of it.
It's not necessarily because it would be.
We're going through some of the timing and scoring right now, and we're just trying to get what's official and what isn't. It's a pretty fast turnaround to get some of the scoring now, and then if there are any protests or anything like that, it'll get settled before Monday.
Just whatever top 10 drivers. It's just his top 10.
But we'll be with you with the top 10 here.
Looking forward to this parade of cars. I mean, these 71 cars coming down, high fives, handshakes, celebrations.
66 cars, not my fault.
What? 66? Oh, too soon.
Too soon. Is it too soon?
Yeah. Well, 71 entered, 71 attempted, 66 completed. Which, like you said, right before, attrition rate was good until you spoke up. You can see the fans lining the streets. And next year, the 101st. Again, talking with the executive director and wrapping out about, already, like you said, 10 days off and then get right back into it. Jeez.
Unbelievably hectic schedule for these guys. It's a monumentous undertaking. I mean, you talk to some people that just put together a convention in a small convention hall, and it takes a whole year to put together.
All right.
This, obviously, you're working with the city. The city owns the road. You're doing practice on revenue days for the city. One of the reasons the race has been moved earlier and earlier in the year, when it used to be more in July, is to not interrupt any of those revenue days. And these days are incredibly lucrative for the city. This I don't know what the cost is now, but it's probably between $10 and $20 a person or a car. And this place is absolutely packed every single day. People heading up to 14,000 feet in their cars. So it's incredible this event still goes on, but we love it, and it's hopefully goes on for another 100 years to come.
It's all about history, tradition, legacy, respect. There's just all those kind of buzzwords. And it just bears repeating. We've said it kind of the entirety of our show and our presentation, and hopefully you guys and gals all enjoyed it. Be sure to. That's what's really cool too. Now is we have our perspective, and we've enjoyed it along with you. Now, content's coming out. You know, Larry Chen and his team, and officially Pikes Peak International. The Pikes Peak International Hill Climb will create some of their own content and all of that. So. Yeah, and then all the drivers will have their content, so all the different perspectives. I think that's what's really cool. All right, are we ready for Unlimited? Cole there with his. It's funny. They pulled him off to the side, and as soon as he pulled to the side, fans started kind of flocking the car. He threw a kid in the seat, and they took a picture. So obviously, he's bummed about it, but very short-lived. Just putting smiles on faces.
You can just about coast down from there.
Yeah, and that's again almost a 4,000-pound car. It's going to go real quick.
It'll make it.
It'll be fine. Everything's fine.
Forget the flatbed.
Yeah, you're good. All right, and we are getting Unlimited results overall. Unlimited coming in here.
The parade just making its way down through the finish line right now in reverse.
Oh, cool.
Everybody, they're thanking the flagger.
So again, the big name up top of the heap, Robin Shoot, and just overall. But Tanner, this is it. That's a wrap, man. That is a wrap. So thank you to everybody on the team. Do you want to add anything in closing?
No, it's just an absolutely epic event as we watch Rod Mellon here on the screen go back through the finish. So glad they made it to the top. Such a rewarding thing for all the teams and drivers to walk away from this, checking that box. And some challenging conditions. The drivers were up to it. The cars were certainly up to it with that attrition rate that I can talk about now,
Yeah.
which I shouldn't have talked about when we had 3 cars to go. But just thank you so much, Jared. I mean, I'm always in awe of race fans.
Mm-hmm.
And as we were yesterday grabbing dinner talking about the weather, and it's just torrential downpour and snowing on the mountain, and then this morning in the dark and the rain and sleet, and just thousands, just in droves. They show up, they throw the jackets on, they sit in the rain, and they cheer on the cars ripping by. I just love race fans. So it's just so good to have everybody out and to watch this, and what a great event. So thanks for having me.
Thank you, Tanner. Thank you so much, and obviously appreciate your insight and all that you do. And thank you so much to the whole staff, the whole team that operated this live stream and got it out to the world, because as the director said, this is an international event. So that's going to be a wrap, and on behalf of Tanner Faust, Jared Dean, and our whole team, thank you so much for celebrating 100 years as the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo, and this live stream being brought to you by Mobil 1. I'm Jared Deenda. We'll see you online, and we'll see you another time. Send it.
you.